Living Fiction. Northwestern University, in cooperation with the National Broadcasting Company, brings you a radio dramatization of a colorful story of the early West, The Luck of Roaring Camp by Bret Harte, another in a series of Living Fiction.
Back there?
No, go away. Can't you see we're playing?
You're always doing that.
Yeah. Maybe you don't like it. Maybe you'd like to raise a little objection to our using your dirty little back room.
Now, Kentuck, I didn't mean no harm. Forget I said anything.
How about it, Kentuck?
Hit me with two. Well, what are you trying to do? Give everybody else a look at them?
Sandy?
I'll stand pat.
Stumpy?
I'll keep these.
Boston? 3.
Naked Joe just came in the barroom. French Pete's back there. They've been laying for each other. Looks like there might be a little trouble.
Yeah.
Deuces Wild?
No yellow dogging.
20.
Joe and Pete eyeing each other. I'll raise you 20.
Yeah? I raise you 20.
I check.
Joe's getting plenty riled.
I'll raise you 30.
I call you.
I've got a full house.
Straight.
Flush.
4 of a kind.
Royal flush. Looks like I take the pile.
Why, you sandbagger. You check, huh? Pretending you didn't have nothing.
You mean you trusted me, Kentuck?
Come on, let's have another hand.
Joe and Pete's drawing their guns. Your deal, Boston.
This place is getting noisier all the time. Boys, French Pete and Kanaka Joe just shot each other to death over the bar.
Yeah? We've seen it. Come on, Oakhurst, get the deal started.
Yeah.
That was Rowan Camp up to 1850. A desperate, lawless band of some 100 men. I say it till 1850, because in that year, on a certain day, there was for once a situation novel enough to draw the whole camp together. Even the gamblers left their tables. The men were collected before a rude cabin on the outer edge of the clearing. Been there for some time. Conversation went something like,
Well, Stumpy's been in there an awful long time.
Yeah, how much longer you reckon we gotta wait?
We ain't been sitting around here more than an hour. Sometimes takes days.
Days?
Well, like I ain't got that kind of time to waste.
Well, now I reckon you don't have much to say about how long it's going to take, Sandy.
Maybe we shouldn't have sent Stumpy in there. Maybe he don't know as much about it as we thought he did.
He sure knows as much as the rest of us. Most likely more.
Yeah, well, that's so. It ain't exactly in our line.
Well, now, Stumpy didn't want to do it any more than we would have. I'm willing to say he took his election like a man.
Yeah, I did that. Far be it from me to have a soft heart, boys. I am human, and I think it's kind of rough on Cherokee Sal.
Oh, Sal's a pretty tough customer.
Yeah, but all the same, being in her predicament and being the only woman in Roaring Camp, being's how there ain't another woman within miles, well, I just think it's kind of rough on her.
I sure wish Stumpy'd at least stick his head out the door and tell us how things is going.
Yeah, maybe one of us ought to go in there and see how things is progressing.
Why, sure, Kentuck. Nobody's stopping you. Go right ahead.
Me?
It was your idea.
I meant somebody else.
I'm not going there. Not this man. I guess we'll just have to sit it out, Kentuck.
I, gentlemen, would not be averse to wagering 3 to 5 that Sal will come through it.
I wondered how long you'd hold out without making a bet, Oakhurst.
Gentlemen, I consider this a rare and golden opportunity for an honest game of chance.
Well, I'll take the bet, Oakhurst. I don't think Sal's got a chance.
Well, I'd say she has, and $5 says so, too.
You're on.
Wonder if it'll happen before sundown.
$10 says it will.
I'll cover that.
Not going to be till tomorrow.
20 says tonight.
You're on.
Right. You ever seen one?
Nah, I ain't got no time for 'em.
Well, who has?
You know, gentlemen, I would have said that nothing that happened in Roaring Camp would surprise me, but I didn't count on this.
Same here.
Well, come, gentlemen, let's get some more bets going. There are still a lot of angles we haven't taken sides on yet. I'll take 5 in the back. I'll cover that. Come along. I'll take the best of them.
Did you hear what I did?
Yeah, I thought I did.
Well, I'll be a horn-toed fool.
Stumpy? It's a boy!
Let me going on. I want to get around here.
Gentlemen, those of you as would like to come in and see the baby will please pass in single file at the front door here, around the table on which is the baby, lying inside that there candle box, and then pass on out the back door.
Yeah, let me in there. I want to see
Get over there, Ryder.
What?
I was ahead of you, Kentuck.
Well, I'm here now, you know.
You heard what Stumpy said, Oakhurst. Single file.
Stop shoving, will you?
I request that
let me
you
in
kindly
there.
shut up. Yeah, shut up! Seeing as how we don't want to disturb the baby. Them gentlemen as wishes to contribute anything toward the orphan will find a hat handy.
Orphan?
Yep.
You mean Sal,
I wasn't able to save her.
I said it'd go hard with Sal.
Yeah, well, let's have a peep at this kid.
Well, come on in now, fellas.
Is that him?
Couldn't be two that ugly.
Ain't more'n got the color.
Mighty small specimen.
Ain't bigger'n a derringer. Look at him, Kentuck.
Yeah, body's got to bend over close to even make him out. He ain't been living more than an hour, and he's as wrinkled as an old man. What? Well, we look at that darn little cuss. He's wrestling with my finger.
Is it that, Kentuck?
Wrestling with my finger.
Say, Stumpy,
Yep.
if Cherokee Sal's done passed out on us, what's the chances for the kid here living?
You know, I was wondering about that myself. A baby's got to have food, and not the kind of chow we eat.
There ain't no other woman with a new baby within 50 miles of here.
I done thought about that. It presents a problem, but I thought maybe Jenny could pinch it.
Jenny?
You mean that there donkey?
She just gave birth the other day.
Mule milk.
I ain't never heard there was nothing wrong with it.
Ain't never heard nothing good about it neither.
If you don't hanker after the idea, Boston, let's see you find some other solution.
Oh, I didn't mean no offense, Stumpy. Reckon there ain't any other solution but Jenny.
Well, I guess that settles it. You've been mighty quiet, Kentuck. What do you got to say about it?
Hey, wrestle with my finger, that darn little cuss.
Sure is an ugly critter, ain't he?
Well, he might grow to look better with time, Ryder.
Well, seems to me you're getting kind of soft about that kid, Kentuck.
What?
Yeah, Kentuck. He took to you.
Oh, I ain't got no time for a baby. They're more trouble than they're worth.
Well, that's so.
Well, I've had enough for tonight. Think I'll turn in.
Yeah, same here. It's 4 a.m. already. You sure wasted a heap of time, John, about that kid.
You coming, Kentuck?
No, not yet a while.
Suit yourself. I got a long day in the ditch tomorrow.
Have another, Kentuck?
Huh?
I said, do you want another drink?
Oh, no, Shorty, I'm leaving. All right, here's a tip.
Thanks, Kentuck. Thanks.
Don't mention it. Kind of feel like it's a celebration.
Well, Kentuck.
Oakhurst.
How about one short game?
Nope, I'm turning in.
You're not heading toward your bunkhouse.
Well, I thought I'd stroll down by the river first.
Good night, Kentuck.
So long. It's me, Stumpy. Kentuck.
What you doing here?
Oh, I just... Well, I figured I'd come on. How goes it with the kid?
He's fine, yeah.
Nothing up?
Nothing. Why you losing good sleep to come and ask about him?
Well, I noticed you ain't abed.
Oh, well, I figured he might need something, and not being able to speak up and ask for it.
Yeah, sure. Well, you mind if I come in and have a look?
No, glad of the company. Got some things to show you. Come on in.
Shh! You shouldn't have slammed that door.
Me? You done it?
I never did.
Well, no matter, the kid didn't bat an eye. Like I was fixing to say, been going over the contributions the fellers made this afternoon. Done pretty well by the kid.
Yeah, what'd you get?
Well, here's the pile. There's a silver tobacco box and a Navy revolver with a silver mountain.
I reckon he ain't gonna have use for that for a while.
If he sticks around roaring long enough, it'll come in handy.
Yeah.
Look here, a fancy lady's handkerchief and a diamond breastpin. And
look at the jewels in it.
Here's a ring just as swell. Golden spurs and a silver teaspoon, some scissors, and lots of money.
There must be close to $200 there.
Reckon so. Well, look at this.
That can't be
It sure is. But how in tarnation did a Bible ever get into Roaring Camp?
If you fellas gonna keep on arguing amongst yourselves, we ain't never gonna reach no unanimous decision about the kid.
Well, we decided unanimously to adopt him.
Yeah.
But that ain't figured out how you're gonna take care of
I
him.
still say we ought to send the kid to Red Dog.
That's 40 miles away.
I don't care if it's 100. It's the nearest town where there's any women folks that could take care of the little coyote.
I don't want no women.
Now,
No,
sir,
no,
Sandy,
where?
he was born in Roaring Camp, and he belongs in Roaring Camp.
Well, what about engaging a female nurse to come here and take care of him?
Why, you know no woman in her right mind would come to Roaring Camp to live.
Yeah, what do you got to say about it, Stumpy?
Well, seeing as how I've been taking care of the kid, I figured I'd best not say nothing. I want that everybody should speak right up, and if they don't think I've been handling things right.
Oh, no, it ain't that, Stumpy. You done good so far.
Sure you have, Stump. Think you could keep on at it?
Well, I reckon Jenny and me can manage.
Well, that settles it then.
But hold on, we ain't through yet. If we were going to keep the kid, we got to have a name for him. Can't just keep on calling him the Coyote or the Little Cuss.
Well, what do we call him?
I have a name to suggest.
Yeah? What's that, Oakhurst?
Well, gentlemen, I have observed that since the baby was born, he has brought the luck to Roaring Camp.
You mean you've been winning more than usual, eh?
No, gentlemen. I wasn't speaking for myself alone. Ask yourselves. Is there one of you who hasn't fared better since his arrival? Even the gold seems more plentiful in the gulches.
No, I think maybe Oakhurst got something there.
Well, then, what better name than Luck?
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Yeah, but he's got to have more than one name.
What about Tommy for a first name? We can call him the Luck.
Tommy Luck.
And we'll set aside a day for the christening.
Christening?
What?
We shouldn't deny the little orphan a christening, Ryder. All I ask is that I be master of ceremonies.
Don't you mean the minister?
In roaring, I think master of ceremonies will do just as well.
And I shall assemble a choir and directors.
Choir? This is gonna be a real shindig.
Reckon we won't have had so much side-splitting fun in years. A church service. I can see that. Yeah.
Much time was spent in Roaring Camp preparing a burlesque of the church service. A mock altar was set up in the grove, and on the appointed day, a large procession marched into the ravine to the accompaniment of music, carrying banners. Boston, whose humorous brain had contrived the satire, stepped up to the altar on which the child had been placed. But just then a strange thing happened. Stumpy got up before the crowd and pushed Boston aside. Strange thing. Or was it?
Boys, it ain't exactly my style to spoil the fun, but it strikes me that this thing ain't on the square.
What do you mean, Stumpy?
Well, we're just making a laughing stock of this service.
So aren't that the idea?
Reckon so. I agreed to it myself at first, but after thinking it over, it just seems like playing a pretty low trick on this here baby to wring fun on him that he ain't gonna understand. Just because we ain't never been what you might call religious men, I don't see that gives us no call to inflict it on this innocent kid.
Stumpy, you said a gall dang mouth. I agree.
Much as I hate to see a joke wasted, I'll go along. Reckon it was carrying things a bit too far.
But wait up, Boston. We're here for a christening, and we'll have it. Let me pick up the baby now. I proclaim you Thomas Luck, according to the laws of the United States and the state of California. So help me God.
Amen.
Yeah, that's right, Boston. Amen.
Amen.
So the work of regeneration began in Roaring Camp. The next thing was a rosewood cradle packed 80 miles by mule.
This cradle's done sort of spoiled the rest of Luck's cabin, Kentuck?
Yeah, you're right, Stumpy. We'd better get new furniture for it, and whitewash the cabin, too. Now, we gotta get a lot of clothes for the Luck, or we'll send to Sacramento for 'em. The best they have. Lace, you know, and the filigree work and frills. Hang the cost.
Boys, since I've been appointed sort of nurse to the Luck, I gotta lay down the rule that afore any of you're allowed to hold him, you gotta pass a cleanliness inspection.
I've been an expressman for now on to 30 years. Thought I'd seen everything, but that Roaring Camp beats all. Don't mind admitting it used to kind of tingle my spine to go in there. But now they got vines and flowers around their houses. They wash themselves twice a day. And they worship an Injun baby.
Who be you, stranger?
What are you talking about, Boston?
Oh, it's you, Kentuck. I still have a hard time recognizing you since you took to shaving every day.
All right.
And with them clean fingernails and boiled shirts, you're getting to be a regular dude.
Well, I don't see you got much cause to talk. You're shiny as a racehorse. All right for me to hold the luck, Stumpy?
Yeah, Kentuck. You pass the inspection.
All right. Look at him looking at me, and I swear I think he knows me. He ought to be talking soon, don't you think?
Oh, he ain't nigh to 6 months yet, Kentuck.
Well, if he could talk, he'd have a heap to say. He's got more sense in his face than most folks I know.
Including you, Kentuck?
You bet.
You know, the more I see the luck growing, the more something worries me.
What's that, Sandy?
Well, no matter how much we fancy ourselves up, we still can't make up to 'em for what it would mean to have some women around roaring.
Now, wait a minute, Sandy. One of the few good things about roaring is that we ain't got no women folks around trying to tell us how to do things.
Well, I don't like the idea of it any more than you do, Ryder, speaking personally.
Why, a bunch of women cluttering up.
Well, it wouldn't have to be too many.
Well, now, one's too many.
But we got the luck to think
Yeah,
about.
but
Now, hold on a minute, Ryder, till I explain what my plan was. Now, I thought we could build a sort of small hotel in Roaring come spring. Small, but really nice. And invite 1 or 2 decent families to live here. That way, there'd be women about who'd be really interested in the kids.
Well, I like your ideas, Sandy. Like as not, there'd be other kids for the luck to play with when he gets older.
Yeah, the women would probably turn the luck against us.
The luck against us, his family? Not a chance. Well, I'm for it. With the money we made last year, it wouldn't pinch us none to build a hotel. You know that, Ryder.
Oh, it ain't the money I'm thinking of. You believe you could actually persuade some decent folks to come here?
Sure. Roaring ain't what it used to be. Why, everybody in Red Dog and Poco's Flat's been talking about the change come over us since Luck was born.
I'm with you on it. But we gotta make that oily talking Oakhurst swear he won't get none of them in the card game.
And why should I be the only one who hasn't come under the good influence of the luck?
Well, everybody's agreed then, but you, Ryder.
Oh, I ain't gonna stand in the way if the rest of you think it's the right thing to do. But I don't mind telling you, I hope some other way turns up for us to take care of the luck.
Well, another way did turn up, but a way which even Ryder wouldn't have approved. The winter of 1851 will long be remembered in the foothills of the Sierras. The snow was deep on the peaks, and every mountain creek became a river, every river a lake. Each gorge and gulch was transformed into a tumultuous watercourse that descended the hillside, tearing down giant trees and scattering its drifts and debris along the plain. And then one night...
Kentuck, wake up.
Huh?
Wake up there.
Oh, can't you let a tired body sleep?
Wake up, I tell you. Something funny's going on outside.
Oh, you're dreaming.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Now, go back to
I'm not
sleep.
dreaming, Kentuck. Wake up. Listen for yourself. Listen to that.
It must be raining outside.
That's rain my foot.
Well, what else could it be?
I'll bet my bottom dollar the North Fork's done jumped its bank.
You're imagining things, Sandy.
I reckon I imagined the Red Dog got flooded last week.
Yeah, well, that's so.
And you know what Stumpy said no more than yesterday?
What was that?
He said, water put gold into them gulches. It's been here once and it'll be here again. Well, listen to that.
Yeah, it's getting louder. Let's have a look outside.
It's the North Fork, all right. Look, there's a foot of water around our shack right now. Beginning to seep inside.
And it's getting higher all the time. Which way's it coming from?
Up there, up the valley.
That means near Stumpy's cabin.
Coming along a mile a minute. Hey, somebody's running toward us.
Oakhurst.
Come on, you two. Don't stand there if you value your lives. The cards are stacked against Warren tonight. I was at Shorty's playing. The place collapsed right after I stepped out the door.
Have you seen Stumpy?
No.
Where's the other fella?
I don't know. It's every man for himself tonight.
You haven't seen Stumpy in the
I
camp.
told you no. This is no time for conversation. If you aren't coming, goodbye.
We're with you, Oakhurst. Come on, Kentuck.
Yeah.
Kentuck, not that way. You head right into the flood. I gotta get to Stumpy. You'll be killed, Kentuck. Don't be a fool. Come back, Kentuck. Come back. Kentuck!
Not a building standing.
It's a wonder there's any of us alive.
I ain't never seen nothing like that water last night.
Here's Stumpy's cabin. What's left of it.
Roof torn off. Wall caved in.
Look here. Little red blanket. That was the Lux.
It seems like we could at least find a trace of them, even if they was.
Maybe they got out in time.
Maybe.
Stumpy's cabin was right in the path of the crest, being so near to the river here.
Here comes Oakhurst.
Some of us have just been on a searching party.
Find anything? Anybody?
Stumpy?
Alive?
No.
Where?
He'd been washed high up in the gulch.
Was he alone?
Yeah.
Ain't seen nothing of the Luck.
Not a sign. They say where there's life, there's hope.
Uh-huh.
Where's Kentuck, Sandy?
I don't know.
What do you mean, don't know? You bunked together.
I couldn't stop him.
What are you talking about?
He ran head-on into the floodwaters. I yelled and yelled to him to come back. I told him he'd get himself killed. He wouldn't listen to me. He must have lost his mind from fear.
That don't sound like Kentuck.
Nah. Kentuck's the bravest man in Roaring, barring nobody.
Hey there, you men.
It's a relief boat coming up the river. One of the men is waving at us. He must want to see us about something.
Come on.
You calling to us?
Yeah. We picked up a man and a baby downstream a piece.
Yeah?
Pretty nigh exhausted. Thought maybe they belonged here.
Did you say a baby?
That's right. Here they are.
It's Kentuck and the kid.
Look how Kentuck's holding him. Kentuck afraid? Huh. There's your answer. He wasn't afraid.
He went back for the kid.
Kentuck's still breathing. A little.
But the Luck?
The Luck is dead.
Look, Kentuck's opening his eyes. He sees us.
Kentuck?
Hello, boys. Did you say he's...
Yeah, Kentuck. He is. It weren't your fault.
How do you think I'm doing? No sandbagging, Poston.
I'll play it straight, Kentuck. You're dying, too.
Dying? Yeah. That's right. He's taking me with him. Tell the boys. I got the Luck with me now.
And the strong man, clinging to the frail baby, drifted away into the shadowy river that flows forever to the unknown sea. The Luck of Roaring Camp was ended.
The Luck of Roaring Camp by Bret Harte is another in a series of living fiction presented each week by Northwestern University in cooperation with the National Broadcasting Company. The Luck of Roaring Camp was adapted for radio by Agnes Eckert. The cast and directors were students of Northwestern University. Kentuck was played by Tam Spiva, Stumpy by Ansel Ressler, Sandy by George Hurd, Oakhurst by Jim Petrasevich, Ryder by Rush Evans, Boston by Bob Tack, and the narration was by Skipper Truly. Others were Helen Caskey and Lincoln Bumba. The assistant director was Dick Reeves. The director was Jim Holston. The entire production was under the supervision of John Cowan. This is Hugh Downs speaking. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Roma Wines present Suspense.
Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud.
Your health, senor. Roma wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the man in black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, Roma brings you the young American actor whose sensational rise to stardom has been unparalleled in recent seasons, Mr. Alan Ladd. The suspense play which stars Alan Ladd and which is produced and directed by William Spear is called The One-Way Ride to Nowhere. So with this play, and with the performance of Mr. Ladd as an adventurous young man named Tom Dwyer, Roma Wines again hope to keep you in suspense.
Right this way, ladies and gentlemen, the thrill of a lifetime. It's safe and sensational, and the price is only a dime. A dime, 10 cents for the fastest and the fanciest ride in Ocean City. It's not a roller coaster, ladies and gentlemen. It's an experience. We give you the breathtaking dip over Moonlight Bay. We give you the Tunnel of Love. And it's the longest and highest and the very finest scenic railway in the world. How many good-looking?
2 tickets.
2 it is.
Now, listen, Tom, is this really necessary?
What's the matter with you? Come on, you scared?
Well, I just don't like these things, that's all. I never have.
Don't be silly. It's no worse than riding to a stick-up in a prowl car.
Yeah? Well, I never liked that either.
Go on, get in.
Oh, no, not in the last seat. That is definitely out.
Okay. So we'll ride in the last seat the next time when you're over your stage fright.
You'll ride in the last seat the next time. For me, this is strictly a one-shot proposition, and don't expect anything different.
Your safety belt, Mac. Everybody got their safety belt buckled? Okay, folks, you're on.
Oh, here we go. Hey, Tom, are we still alive?
Well, can't you tell?
All right, folks, who's going to ride again?
What do you say, Benny? Want to try it again?
Are you crazy?
Come on. It'll do you good.
Don't tell me. This thing is a menace to health and sanity. What did I tell you? Look, there's a guy passed out back there.
Come on,
Yeah?
snap out of it. Hey, come on, get up, mister. Hey, somebody give me a hand with this guy.
Yeah, here. Come here, I'll help you.
All right, you get his legs. I'll take his head. Oh, I don't know why guys ride this thing if they're going to pull a fade out.
Uh-oh. This guy didn't pull any fade out.
Yeah, well, he ain't exactly the life of the party.
You're right there, pal. He's dead.
He's what?
He's dead.
Holy gee. Hey, well, I better call a boss. All right, folks. You'll just have to step outside the gates, please. I'm sorry, there's been a little accident here. Everybody out, please. Go on, everybody out.
Hey, what's the matter, Johnny?
Guy passed out. Man there says he's dead.
Oh, Fred. Every season it's something. Please, folks, outside the gate, please.
Yeah, go on.
All
right, stand back there. Stand back, everybody.
What's the matter, Terry?
That guy just died on us.
Yeah? How come?
I don't know. This man here looked him over.
How do you know he's dead? You a doctor?
No, officer, but it's not too hard to tell.
Where is he?
Back in the last seat.
Come on, keep the mob outside, will you, Terry?
Sure. Come on, break it up now, will you? Break it up.
This the guy?
Yeah.
Looks like it must have been heart failure.
It doesn't look to me like heart failure.
Say, who are you?
Dwyer's the name, Tom Dwyer.
Yeah? Well,
Hey, I never seen this dead guy. He never bought a ticket for me.
That's right, he never had a ticket.
You mean he rode for free? How could he?
He rode for free, all right.
say, how come you know so much about this?
Me? Oh, I'm just kind of nosy. Hey, you.
Yeah?
Do you remember seeing this man get on the car?
How do I know? They get on, they get off. I just work here.
Don't you remember that my friend and I were going to get in that last seat, and then we didn't?
Hey, that's right.
Hey, who's this?
Ben Duffy's a friend of mine.
Yeah?
Yeah. Now, listen. My friend and I were the last ones to get in that car. We were going to take the last seat, and then we didn't. Then the car pulled out. And when it pulled out, that last seat was empty.
Hey, that's right. That last seat was empty. This dead guy never even got on the car.
Yeah.
Now you're getting someplace.
All right, Dick Tracy, I'm listening. A roller coaster car starts out from this platform all hunky-dory and rips around the tracks about 90 miles an hour. And when it gets back here, there's a dead guy on it that wasn't on it when it started. How do you think he got on there? Dropped out of the sky?
Well, figure it out for yourself, pal. If he wasn't in the car when it started, then someplace along the line he was dumped on it. And guys who have been dumped are generally guys who have been murdered.
Murder is a rude and terrible customer, always. But seldom indeed has this unwelcome guest intruded more incongruously than on this particular evening when he chose to be the extra passenger on a roller coaster ride. Alan Ladd is our star of suspense in Robert L. Richards' story, The One-Way Ride to Nowhere. You have heard the prologue for tonight's tale of suspense. Before we return to Ocean City, the scene of our drama, let's take you for a moment to a pleasant spot to the south.
Where are we now? Along the Caribbean, looking into a smart cafe.
Capitan! Capitan!
Si, senor.
You have a fine port wine? I should like something special. Perhaps you,
Si, senor. Imported from California. A wine excellent. Roma, California port.
It's true that in many countries of the world, distinguished Roma wines are imported. Red wines, white wines, dessert wines, sparkling wines. Prized and enjoyed by wine lovers of these countries as rare delights. In many parts of the world, it's been discovered that our own California's sun and soil, plus the skill of Roma's vintners, are to be thanked for some of the truly fine wines. Yet to Americans, Roma wines cost little, for we pay no excessive import duty or shipping costs. Yes, you can serve Roma wines often and proudly to your most knowing, most critical guest. For Roma wine is America's largest selling wine. And at only a few cents a glass, why not let Roma wines add their delight to your family meals and your family's enjoyment? Buy wine tomorrow and specify Roma, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that Roma Wines bring back to our soundstage Mr. Alan Ladd in The One-Way Ride to Nowhere, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Hey, Tom, where you been? We're all supposed to be waiting in here for the chief of police.
Been making a phone call, that's all.
Anybody I know?
Jefferson Hotel. Do you know him?
Huh? Hey, what's this all about?
Oh, about $400,000 and a lot of people's lives.
Uh-oh. Here comes the chief now.
All right, quiet, everybody. Chief Haynes wants to say something to you.
A man died under peculiar circumstances on the Ocean City roller coaster tonight. And all of you here were either on the car in which the body was found or in the immediate vicinity, like on the platform. Now, cause of death has not yet been determined, but all of you might be needed as witnesses, so we want to know where to get a hold of you. Have all these people been identified and left locations where they can be reached?
Yes, sir.
Well, then that's all. You can go now.
Chief Haynes.
Well?
I'd like to ask a couple of questions.
Are these the two fellows you told me about, Johnson?
Yes, sir.
You're a pretty inquisitive young fellow, aren't you?
Well, that's my business. By the way, Chief Haynes, haven't we met somewhere before?
Not that I know of. What did you want to ask about?
Well, for one thing, you said just now that the cause of death had not yet been determined.
That's right. The man was blue in the face and apoplectic, but there were no marks of violence on the body. The coroner's working on it now.
Maybe the coroner should look at the man's neck.
At what?
At his neck.
Listen, you're no doctor, and neither am I. The coroner of this city knows his business.
Okay, Haynes, okay. I just thought I might save him a little time.
Well, you're wasting my time. If you think I'm going to give you an inside track so that you can go to this poor man's family with some sales talk that you can help him get some kind of a legal action.
Oh, he's got a family, has he?
Yeah, he's got a family. Now get out of here.
Mm-hmm. And his name is Richard Elliston Brighton, and he's a professor of psychology, and he comes from Chicago, right?
So you went through his pockets before my men got there.
Now, did I say that?
Listen to me, young fella. You know entirely too much about this case for your own good.
You're from Chicago, too, aren't you?
That's right.
What are you doing here?
On a vacation, visiting my friend here.
Well, you better take it. Oh, hello, Doc. What about it?
Murder. He was strangled.
Strangled?
Mm-hmm. We got a good look at him. We found a thin red mark around his neck. He was strangled with something like picture wire.
Now, isn't that a funny way for a middle-aged professor to be knocked off?
Yeah, funny way for anybody to be knocked off.
And isn't it a funny thing for a professor of psychology with a family and all to be way out here all alone, so far from home, hanging around an amusement park?
No funnier than what you're doing, hanging around here. And that's quite a coincidence, by the way, Mr. Tom Dwyer of Chicago.
Chicago's a big place, Chief Haynes. Lots of people live there.
Say, Chief, while I think of it, here's the stuff we took out of his pockets. Nothing much. Wallet and a few things, and... dropped something there.
I got it.
Hand that over, Dwyer.
Well. A souvenir postcard. Sheila Kennedy, Ocean City. Hey, she's quite a cutie, too.
I said hand it over. It's material evidence.
Sure. Here you are. One of the local tent show girls, I take it? Know anything about it, Chief?
Now, listen, Dwyer. I got enough on you already to hold you on suspicion. Take my advice and keep your nose out of this.
Come on, Tom. This isn't doing you any good.
Yeah, that's right, Ben. And anyway, we got a date with a lady.
They're lovely, they're luscious, they're delightful, and they're daring. The most gorgeous girls.
Hey, Bud, can we go in now?
Yeah, what did she say?
What's that?
I said, can we go in now?
Oh, yeah. Okay, fellas, down there, the second door. I told her about you, and she says it's okay.
Thanks.
Make it snappy. She goes out in a couple of minutes. They're lovely, they're luscious.
Room of her own. Sheila must be all right.
Hey, I thought you said this was business.
It is. Wait out here, will you, Ben?
Oh, so when it's dames, I wait outside.
I said this was business.
Who is... I don't know you.
Well, maybe we've both been missing something.
How did you know I came from Chicago? You'd never have got in if you hadn't pulled that.
It was a good guess, wasn't it?
Well, I don't know you, and I don't want to know you, so beat it.
Now, look, Sheila. I didn't come here to cause you any trouble. My name's Tom Dwyer, and
Are you going to leave, or do I call the bouncer?
Sheila, a man was murdered in the amusement park tonight.
Murdered?
Well, hadn't you heard?
Everybody has, but I didn't know it was...
He was from Chicago, too. And, Sheila, he had your picture in his pocket.
My picture?
That's right.
So what? There must be 50,000 old goats from one end of this country to the other with my picture in their pockets. They sell them at the show.
How do you know how old he was?
I don't. I was only...
Professor Brighton didn't come around in the last 2 or 3 days to talk to you about anything, did he, Sheila?
No. I don't even know what you're talking about. You got no right to question me.
You know what I think, Sheila?
I don't know, and I don't care.
I think you're in a tough spot, and you'd like to be out of it. Only you don't know quite how.
Well, what if I am?
Well, maybe I can help you.
Nobody can help me.
This is murder, Sheila. That's not so good.
What's your angle in all this?
I wouldn't kid you. I'm a private detective. I make my living in things like this. Aside from that, and as a general rule, I just don't like murder.
Listen, mister, what'd you say your name was?
Dwyer. Tom, to you.
All right. I don't know why, but you seem like a nice guy.
I am. Wait till you know me better.
Might have been nice at that, but keep out of this. It's for your own good. You'll get nothing but grief.
Oh, what kind of grief?
The worst kind there is. You saw what happened to the professor. Poor guy. Get out of the amusement park. Get out of Ocean City and stay out.
Thanks, Sheila. Maybe you're right.
I know I'm right.
But I'm in kind of deep already. Is there anything particular I should look out for?
Come on, Sheila, you're on.
Okay. Listen, Tom, just remember, that roller coaster isn't the only one-way ride to nowhere around here.
One-way ride to nowhere.
Hey, you're 10 for 25, dear. Now, who's next? 10 for 25.
Yeah, what did she mean by that?
It was a tip-off, Ben.
Maybe.
They're red hot. They're all hot. Get the red hot.
One-way ride to nowhere, huh? That's what the professor got all right for free, but how?
He was dumped on.
I still say how.
Well, that little problem doesn't bother me, but...
The one and only, the bulletproof
Hey, listen.
automobile
Huh?
that took 3 men on a
Did you hear that?
one-way ride
Yeah.
to nowhere. Step
One-way
right in,
ride
ladies
to
and gentlemen.
nowhere.
Our
Come on.
show is about to begin.
Hey, I think it's around there to the right.
Yeah. Bulletproof automobile.
Huh? Where?
That tent show next to the roller coaster. Take it easy now.
Okay, but
Then you worry me sometimes. Did you know this thing was here?
Well, it wasn't here last week. How am I supposed to know what you want? If you tell a guy something once in a while, it wouldn't...
Suppose you never heard of Wires McGuire either.
No?
Skip it. The guy's going into his routine again.
Ladies and gentlemen, step right up. Inside you will see the actual bulletproof automobile in which the famous Jarvis gang sped from the scene of the $400,000 Springfield mail robbery, the most daring hold-up in modern times. Now, this is the very limousine in which they were pursued for 50 miles. 3 of them died. The 4th became a raving maniac on that last fatal one-way ride to nowhere. Step right in, ladies and gentlemen. A new show is about
Benny.
to begin.
Benny, now I know I'm right.
Is this what you came down here for?
Not exactly, but there's been some funny talk lately about this mail robbery job in some funny place.
I still don't get it. There were 4 guys in on that. 3 of them dead and the others in the bug house. That kind of closes the books, don't it?
I'll give you a little tip, Benny. They never found the money.
Huh?
And the insurance company's got a standing offer of a 10% reward.
$40,000.
Step right over, gents. The original bulletproof automobile.
Okay, maybe we'll at that. How much?
2 bits, please.
Yeah.
Step right inside, gentlemen. Now the car that you see before you...
You
is the
don't have much business, do you?
Hey, what are you, a couple of public accountants?
No offense. It just seems too bad. It's a swell exhibit.
You're telling me. These hicks down here, they don't appreciate nothing.
It must be pretty hard judging what the public will go for.
Yeah. I thought this murder automobile would be a sensation, something modern, you know. And my brother found it in a junkyard in Indiana. Cops must have sold it at auction or something.
Look, would you really like to get rid of this heap?
Like to? Don't worry, I already have.
Yeah?
Listen, brother, the minute I found out that I had a turkey, I went out and found me a sucker, but quick.
Well, how did you find him?
Well, I didn't exactly find him. He come by, you see. He's making some sort of a collection for some cops museum. Capone's bulletproof car, Dillinger's artillery. You know, I got my price, though.
Oh. Oh, no, isn't that too bad, Benny?
Hmm? Oh, yeah, sure it is.
What's too bad about it?
Well, to tell you the truth, we're making sort of a collection ourselves for a big New York exhibitor. And
Sure.
I thought maybe we could do a little business.
Oh, I'm sorry, mister. I just closed the deal tonight. If you'd only come around just a couple hours sooner, you...
Well, do you suppose this man you sold the car to would be interested in selling at the right price?
I don't know. It'd cost you plenty, though. Confidentially, he paid me $1,000, cash.
Well, where could we find this guy?
Well, he should be here any minute. He's going to pick up the papers and things. Hey, you want to come out and back and wait from there? I was just going to knock off anyway.
Well, thanks.
I know, but
You know, I had a hunch maybe I should have held on. How's a guy supposed to know in this crazy business? Here you are.
Well, quite a cozy little place you got here.
That's all right. Sit down, make yourself at home.
Hey, what's that?
Huh? Oh, them roller coasters. The tunnel goes right under the floor here. It's enough to drive you nuts.
Yeah, I can imagine. That door over there must open up right where the tunnel comes out, huh?
Yeah, I guess it does at that. I never looked. It's all nailed up.
Hey, there used to be another wing on this building in the old days, wasn't there? That was the door to it.
It might have been. Yeah, I guess it was.
Say, does this Mr.
The guy I sold the car to, McGuire.
McGuire.
Yeah.
Oh. Does he have sort of a business manager with him or anybody like that?
Well, he's had a couple of guys with him once in a while. I really didn't pay no attention.
I suppose he's been hanging around here fairly steady the last few days, huh?
Well, in and out, you know. He ought to be here any minute. Oh, here he is now.
Yet I don't.
Hello, Mr. McGuire. We was just talking about you.
Yeah? Who was?
Me and these 2 gentlemen. They wanted to see you about...
Was this the guy that came to see you, Sheila?
I don't know.
Sure I am, Sheila. Come on, tell him.
Well, I guess that's him.
Okay. You can run along to the hotel, honey.
Ed, listen. Please don't.
Do like I tell you. Harry, you stay here with me.
Okay, Ed. I got all your papers and things, Mr. McGuire. Everything's here in this envelope.
Thanks. And what you 2 fellas want to see me about?
Just a little business proposition. My name's Tom Dwyer, and this is Ben Duffy.
Hiya, Mr.
Ed McGuire. Pleased to meet you. You can beat it now, Ferrera. We'll take care of everything.
Okay. Well, so long.
So long. Watch the door, Harry. Now, what's your proposition?
Well, I understand you bought Ferrara's car.
That's right. You interested in used cars?
Some used cars.
How interested?
Enough to make an offer.
Your friend here in on the deal?
No, he just came along for the ride.
Well, I got a partner.
Well, where do we find him?
We don't. he'd have to come here. And we'd have to send somebody after him. Somebody like your friend.
Okay.
Now, listen, Tom, I don't...
What's his name and how does my friend find him?
Name is Johnson. George Johnson. He's at 2854 Drexel Boulevard. Just tell him I sent you.
Tom, I don't think I ought to leave.
Take it easy, then. And while you're out, I wish you'd do something for me. First.
What?
Pick up my mail. It won't be out of your way.
Your mail?
Yeah, that's right. Do that first. I'm expecting a very important special delivery, and I want you to stop by the Jefferson Hotel, where I'm staying. And ask for a bellhop named Ted Martin. He takes care of all my stuff.
The Jefferson?
That's right. And be sure to see Ted Martin. He's the only one who can help you, so ask the clerk for him. Hurry back, please.
Ted Martin, Jefferson. Well, okay.
You want me to go, Ed?
No, you stay here. Now that he's out of the way, what do you know?
Enough?
You're a pretty bright boy, aren't you? You gonna talk?
Why not? I know, for instance, why you bought that car.
I think he knows too much.
Let me handle this. Keep talking, bright boy.
Well, after that Springfield nail job, nobody ever found the money. $400,000 is a lot of lettuce. And you think it's still somewhere in that car. Did you figure that all by yourself, or did you get a tip when you were in the federal pen, along with Duke Jarvis?
You know any more cute answers, bright boy?
Sure. I come from Chicago. I know that around there you got a nickname, and they call you Wires.
I told you you knew too much.
Mm-hmm. On account you got a reputation of being very handy at disposing of troublesome guys with a length of picture wire twisted around the neck.
Have you any idea what you've just talked yourself in for, bright boy?
I know what I'll talk you in for if you don't play ball.
Well, now, what do you think of that?
I think we're wasting time.
Listen, McGuire. I not only know how you killed Professor Brighton, I know why.
Sure you do, bright boy. Sure you do.
You think I'm kidding, huh? Professor Brighton was a psychiatrist. They used to call him into the federal pen to examine guys who were wacky. They called him in to examine Duke Jarvis. Duke was the last of the Jarvis gang. The rest were all killed in the holdup. He was wacky, all right. So wacky that he let slip about the money being still hidden in the car. So when the professor heard about the car showing up, he thought he could pick up a piece of change. The poor guy, only you caught up with him first, huh?
You got it all figured out, haven't you?
Yeah, all but one thing. I don't think you're smart enough to have pulled this all by yourself. I think you do have a partner.
I tell you, we're wasting time,
Oh,
man.
no, we're not. Now, listen, bright boy. Who are you working for?
What difference does that make?
Plenty. Don't you think I want to know who else is in on this? What do you say, bright boy?
There's nobody. I'm working alone.
Cover him, Harry.
Okay.
You'd better talk, bright boy.
There's nothing to say.
Who else knows about this?
Nobody.
This ain't gonna do your face any good, bright boy. Talk. Go to. Talk. Watch him, Harry. I think he's coming out of it again.
Yeah, this ain't getting us no place. Suppose his pal comes back.
He'll never come back. By the time he finds out there ain't no such guy as George Johnson. Take a look, Harry.
That's me.
Hey, it's Chief Haynes, Ed.
Okay, open up.
Hey, I thought I told you. How did he get here?
He walked in. He knows plenty.
How much?
The works. We've been trying to sweat out of him who he's working for.
Haynes. I know where I've seen you before. Your picture. You were a guard at the federal pen when Jarvis and McGuire were there. That's how you heard about the money. When McGuire came down here, he had to play ball because you were chief of police here.
He's got to go, McGuire.
Sure, I know. So we give him the business and dump him out of the side store there into the roller coaster like we did the prop.
Are you crazy? You can't get away with two jobs like that the same night.
So what do we do?
Anything. Dump him in the bay. Make it look like an accident. Anything.
Hey, there's an idea.
And don't try to get fancy about it this time.
But you just gave me quite an idea, Haynes. Quite a good idea.
The fastest and the fanciest roller coaster ride in Oakland.
Keep that hat down over his face and hold him up straight.
Yeah, I got him. What seat do we want?
What's the difference? Car's almost empty anyway. Get him in. Take the middle one.
All right. Buckle your safety belts.
Keep that belt loose.
Okay, everybody, you're off. Here we go.
Going into the tunnel now. Tie his hands and feet while we're in the dark.
Yeah, I'm doing it now.
Got the sash weights on him?
Yeah, around him.
We're out now. Watch him.
Hey, what was that?
What's the difference? Hang on, and we're starting up. We're coming to the top. You know what to do, Harry?
Yeah.
When you hit the bottom of the dip over the bay.
Okay.
I'll yell, and we both heave together. He'll go down into that bay and sink like
Okay, McGuire, put up your hands, both of you. Put them up.
Then you made it.
Tommy, you okay?
Yeah, sure. What do you think you're doing here?
It's a federal pinch, McGuire. I'm Ted Martin, Department of Justice.
Staying at the Jefferson Hotel. Get it, McGuire?
Hey, Tom, you ought to get to a dock.
No, I gotta get down to the police. Hey, Ted. Ted, listen, never mind about these guys. Get Haynes, chief of police.
We've got a couple of men down there already, Tom. When you phoned, I figured you might get mixed up with him. We've had our eye on the chief for quite a while. Well, I'll see you later.
So long. Thanks, Ted.
Hey, you were taking an awful chance, Tom, playing so cagey.
Well, I had to be sure first.
If that dame hadn't stuck around and tipped us off, we just about made it when the car went through the tunnel.
That, Sheila dame, huh?
Uh-huh.
Say, Ben, I think I got a date with a lady.
Oh? So what do I do?
Well, I'll tell you. Here's a dime advance out of your $20,000 reward. Go take a ride on the roller coaster.
And so closes The One-Way Ride to Nowhere, starring Alan Ladd. Tonight's tale of suspense.
In just a moment, we'll hear again from Mr. Ladd. First, though, may I pass along this thought. Spotted about the globe, wherever wine grapes grow, there are a few wineries whose products are made for world enjoyment. Among such wineries, right here in California, are those of Roma. And we who live in America have the pleasure of enjoying Roma wine at exceptionally low cost. For we buy it free of duty and free of excessive shipping costs. Try, for instance, Roma California Sherry. Here is the queen of appetizer wines. And not only that, a wine so delicious, it is suitable to serve at any time, cool or chilled. But no matter what your preference may be, you will find a Roma wine costing far less than you would expect to pay for such distinguished wine. So, if you have not already tried Roma wines, tomorrow make your first purchase. Select the type of wine you love best. Then you, too, will know why Roma wines have a universal appeal. Why they are America's largest selling wines. But remember, before you buy wine, buy war bonds and stamps.
This is Alan Ladd. I can't tell you I enjoyed working on suspense this evening. And next week, I know you'll want to be listening, as I certainly will, to Lucille Ball and a very exciting story called Dime a Dance. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Ladd. Alan Ladd is currently working in the Paramount picture And Now Tomorrow. Don't forget, then, next Thursday, same time for Lucille Ball in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wine. R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
October 1940. Suddenly, peace was a fraud. From overseas, the agony of the innocent massacred was rising, darkening the light of the world, making a mockery out of the wily stratagems of temporal political alliances. To me, the issue became a simple one: freedom. I wrote a play, and the distinguished actor Raymond Massey said, "Yes, of course I'll do it, anywhere, anytime." But the radio network said, "Sorry, we're not at war. We have no enemy. We still do business with all customers." So Mr. Massey and I flew to New York from California, pounded on tables until the microphones were given us in small surrender.
Every Man's Theater, written especially for radio by Arch Obler. Tonight, our star is the celebrated actor of stage and screen, Mr. Raymond Massey, in an adventure of our times, This Precious Freedom, the second of an exciting series of plays especially written for radio and brought to you each Friday at this time and over this station by Oxidol. And now, Mr. Obler to tell you more about tonight's program in Every Man's Theater.
This is a fictional story, a play about a tomorrow which would never happen here.
Morgan?
Yes, sir?
Can't you make this crate of mine go faster?
Sorry, Mr. Stevenson. We're bucking a pretty stiff headwind.
Come now, don't tell me the heavens are conspiring to keep me from getting back to work. Open her up, Morgan. I've had enough vacation.
Yes, sir.
That's better. You know, Morgan, I should think you'd be as eager to get back to the city as I am. After all, a young fellow like you, month up in the woods with nothing around but those overstuffed squaws. Well, I, for one, am going to be glad to get back in harness again. Of course, I'm not going to admit that to Mrs. Stevenson. I talked to her for the last 10 years about cutting myself off from civilization and having a real vacation, and...
Morgan, what's the matter? Oil line open.
By George.
All right, take it easy, Mr. Stevenson. We're okay. Just fasten your safety belt.
Where are you going to land?
The field ahead. Hold on. Don't be afraid.
Don't be a fool. I've been in forced landings before. All I want to do is to get down there fast. I've got to get to the city. I've got to get back to my business.
Yeah, guess there's no one home, Mr. Stevenson.
No one in the fields and no one to help us. Fine end to a vacation.
I guess we'd better try to flag a ride into town.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Someone coming. Well, how do you do? We just had a forced landing out in one of your fields.
What do you want?
But I'm trying to tell you. We had a forced landing out there in your field. Could I use your telephone?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I don't see what earthly difference that makes. All I want is to use your telephone. Why, you... Morgan, did you see that? Slam the door in my face.
Yeah.
In my face, infernal fool.
Mr. Stevenson, you know, that guy was awful scared.
This is the main road, isn't it?
Well, that's what the sign says.
Then where's the traffic? We've stood here for an hour. Doesn't make sense, that, on a main road.
Hey, wait, Mr. Stevenson. Here comes a truck.
Well, about time.
If he don't stop...
We'll make him stop. Driver! Driver!
Driver! Hey, driver, stop!
Driver, stop!
Stop!
Driver, my plane. I had a forced landing out here. Could you drive me into the city? Did you hear me? I'll give you $25.
Okay, jump in.
Morgan, you better stay here with the plane. I'll send someone back.
Yes, sir.
I hope you're a fast driver.
Fast enough.
Well, for a while there, I thought there weren't any trucks on the road anymore.
Not many.
But this is the main highway. Now it's practically empty. Why?
Mister, I'm just a driver.
Some sort of labor disturbance, eh?
You kidding me?
What are you talking about?
I'm not talking, mister. You are.
Look here, I've been vacationing up in the woods for weeks. I deliberately haven't read a newspaper or heard a radio in all that time. But now that I'm back, I might as well start taking it again. What's up? Well, why don't you answer me?
Mister, I'm just driving.
What is this anyway? All I want is a civil answer.
I don't know any answers, mister. You'll find them out for yourself.
$15, $20, $25. There you are.
Okay.
Well, I certainly didn't get any conversation for my money.
Are you getting off, mister?
Yes, of course. Manners certainly haven't improved while I've been away. Goodbye.
Paper? Paper, mister, paper?
Yes, of course, boys. Let me have one of each.
Huh?
I said one of each. Each newspaper.
Who are you kidding?
Say, what's come over everyone? Here, give me a Tribune, a News, Times, all of them. Well, don't stand there. I'm in a hurry.
Mister, don't you know?
Know what? What? Boy! Boy, come back here. Where are you going? Come back here. At least my office is still here. Door's stuck. Fine business. Can't get even into my own office. Well, open up. Open up. No one in there? Door locked. Where's my key? Nice business. 11:30 and they haven't even opened the office. That's loyalty for you. Didn't expect me back so soon, I suppose. Entire office staff decided to take a vacation. Well, what in the... Desk. Files gone. Office empty. Where in the...
Are you looking for something, mister?
What? Regan.
Huh?
Regan.
Who are you?
Regan, don't you know me? What's going on here?
Well, Mr. Stevenson.
What's happened to my office? Where are all my things? What's going on here? Don't stand there with your mouth open. Tell me.
Dead? I thought you was dead.
What are you talking about? Everyone knew I was going on a vacation. What's happened to my things? Where are all my people? Answer me.
You don't know?
Know what? Talk words, man. What's happened to my business?
Mr. Stevenson, I can't tell you.
What do you mean you can't tell me? You're the manager of the building. Who moved out my office? Where are all my things? Answer me.
You're hurting me.
Answer me.
You can't ask questions, Mr. Stevenson.
What?
Go home, Mr. Stevenson, please. Go home quick.
Jean? Where are you? Jean? Jean?
Looking for somebody, fella?
Who?
Stand still. Frisk him, Joe.
Yeah. Who in the devil?
Keep your mouth shut.
How dare you? Get out of my house.
Start walking, fella.
Walking? What do you mean?
Somebody wants to talk to you.
What? What are you? Police?
Sure. Start moving.
But why?
Mister, get going.
No. If you're police, where are your warrants? Yes, where are your warrants?
Here.
No, don't! Head. Room. Where? What?
What did he?
You all right?
Yes.
No. You better not try to stand up. Take it easy.
Are they police?
Yeah, in a way.
Someone made a mistake.
No mistake, Mr. Stevenson.
My name. You know it.
Yeah. And I used to do business with your company once. Always treated me fine.
Who are you?
Me? Oh, nobody. Just sort of clean up.
Where am I?
Well, Mr. Stevenson, there are some things I can't tell you.
Mistake. Horrible mistake. I'm John Stevenson. I'm a respectable citizen. My wife. I've got to get in touch with Jean. She'll be worried. She wasn't home.
Now, take it easy.
No,
Mr.
wait, the mayor. Yes, the mayor.
No.
He's a friend of mine.
Mr.
Got to get the telephone.
Keep
and tell the mayor
down.
what's happened.
If they come in here again...
Let them come in. I've got nothing to be afraid of. I've done nothing. Come into my house without a warrant. They've got no right.
Now, Mr. Stevenson, you don't understand. Please, Mr. Stevens.
Understand what? Tell me.
Things are different.
Different? What do you mean? What's it got to do with this? With me?
Mr. Stevenson, it's something I don't understand. Where have you been?
Been? Out of the city, in the woods. Don't waste time, man. Call up the mayor. Tell him...
But that won't do any good.
Why not? There's been a mistake.
There's been no mistake, Mr. Stevenson. I guess maybe you're the only one in the whole country don't know about
Talk
it.
sense, man.
Well, I'm trying to. I don't know exactly how to say it.
Well?
Well, first that part of the Constitution, they threw it out.
Part of... What the devil are you talking about?
That part of the Constitution. You know about rights. Threw it out. The way I got it figured out, when others ganged up on us, all them battleships and airplanes, well, there wasn't much we could do now, was there? Had to sort of, throw in the towel.
Are you trying to tell me that while I was away, there's been an invasion?
Invasion? Well, they ain't gone all the way. I mean, just this piece of the coast.
Get out of here.
What?
You heard me. Get out. Haven't I had enough today without listening to you, you crazy old fool?
But, Mr. Stevens...
Get out, I tell you. Listen, someone out there, get this crazy old fool out of here. If this is a jail, get me my lawyer. What am I being held here for? What are the charges? Get me my lawyer. Get me my lawyer.
So, you still insist on having a lawyer?
Certainly. If there's some criminal charge against me, I have a right to have a lawyer.
Right. What right are you talking about?
You're obviously some sort of police official. Well, let me tell you, a horrible mistake has been made. I'm no criminal. I'm John Stevenson, an ordinary businessman. Call Mayor Olden. He'll tell you.
He'll tell us nothing. The man is of no importance.
No importance? But the mayor.
The mayor of what? The Worms?
Worms?
The man is dead.
Oh.
But that, too, is of no importance. What is important to me is you and your activities.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Your so-called vacation trip. Whom did you meet?
Meet? What do you...
Don't ask questions. Answer them. You've been out of the city for weeks. Suddenly you return. Where were you?
On my vacation, of course. Is there any law against that?
For the last time, don't try to be clever with me.
Once and for all, will you tell me what the charges are against me? There's been some kind of terrible mistake, all right. But tell me what the charges are. Give me a chance to clear myself.
I have wasted quite enough time with you, Mr. Stevenson.
Let me post bond. Let me call my lawyer. You've no right to keep me here. My wife, she wasn't home when I was taken away.
Yes,
She'd be worried.
Yes, of course, your wife. Have you any idea where your wife is, Mr. Stevenson?
Why, home, I suppose. Yes, she must be there now. If you'll hand me the phone.
She is not home, believe me.
Why do you say that?
All right, Sergeant.
In there.
Jean, what are you doing here? What is it? Jean, stop crying. I'm all right. There's been some crazy mistake, but... Jean, why should you cry like this? You never cry. Jean, The children. Are they all right? Jean, talk to me. Stop crying and talk to me.
She knows better.
Better? What are you talking about? Jean, lift your face. What's happened? What's wrong?
Take her away.
No, she'll stay here. Jean, you tell me what this is about. Has everyone gone crazy? What? No, let go of her, you bastard! John! Let go of me! Bring her back here! Bring her back here! I'll kill you! Jean! Jean!
You will be quite calm now, eh, Mr. Stevenson? Yes, I'm sure you will. We have quite a technique for calming down unreasonable people, haven't we? So you still persist in talking? So, discipline. That is the first lesson you must learn in this new state of ours. Discipline. Always discipline. It is very strange, Mr. Stevenson. You've been here now over an hour, and yet there is very little fear in your face. I wonder why. Astonishment? Yes, a sort of astonished wonder in your face, as if you can't believe... Could you possibly be ignorant of the facts? This glorious new state that we are planting here. This fulfillment of the dreams some of us have had since the day we heard a voice telling us of our destiny. A dream that will come true. This will soon be our nation now, Mr. Stevenson. Ours, all of it. Your men are fighting, yes, but we will win. Wonder in your face? Yes. Sometimes I ask myself, can it be true? The wonder of it, yet no wonder of it. The plan, Mr. Stevenson, the plan, always it was there and always we followed it. We poured our propaganda in on you. Yes, we used your own weaknesses against you. We cried, let us speak, it is our right. How simple it was to use your own rights against you, so now you have no right, Stevenson. No one has right but we who are leaders. I was quite carried away, wasn't I? I must not forget to let you speak. We want to know many things. Every detail of your airplane trip, whom you saw, which of our enemies are hiding up there where you were. I warn you. Answer quickly, Stevenson. Who were your friends? Which of our enemies did you meet? Who were your friends? Whom did you meet? Where did you go? Whom did you meet? Where did you go?
Put him here.
Yeah. Dead yet?
No, not yet.
Dead yet? No, not yet. Who said that? I can't see. All mixed up. Vacation. Enemies of the state. Airplane. I don't know. All mixed up. No. Got to stop. Got to think. Oh, pain. No. Got to think things out. What's happened to me? What?
Our glorious new state.
We who are the leaders.
This will be our nation soon.
Voices in my head. All mixed up. Think things out. I've got to go crazy. From the start. Yes, from the start. Vacation. Coming back from my vacation. Landed plane.
Go away.
Yes, that farmer.
That guy was awful scared. Awful scared.
Yes, Morgan, you said that.
I don't know any answers. You'll find them out for yourself.
Yes, truck driver.
Mister, don't you know? Mister, don't you know?
Yes, newsboy, he too.
You can't ask questions, Mr. Stevens. Things are different. You can't ask questions, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, they said that. Everyone said that. Everyone talking to me, trying to tell me. I didn't know. I don't know.
This will soon be our nation.
It isn't true. No. It's all in my head. Jean. Jean. Where are you? Jean. Where are the children? Jean. Did I just cry out? Cry out? Why should I cry out? My name is John Stevenson. I have a business in the Central Building. I have a house in Arcade Street. I have a wife, 2 children, a boy and a girl. We have a good life. A good life.
Is he dead?
Not yet.
Dead? Dead? Dead?
Why do I keep thinking that? Who said it to me?
Dead? Dead? Dead?
Yes. I know. I remember. Going to kill me. I'm an enemy of the state.
Our glorious new state.
But it's so funny. John Stevenson, 832 Arcade Street, enemy of the state. I went on a vacation. I came home, and I'm an enemy of the state. Yes. My wife. The children, that's what he said. Everyone, enemies of the new state. No. It's madness. I'm me. I can do what I want. I can get up out of here. Yes, I will get out of here. I'm John Stevenson. You hurt me. Blood. No, I will get out of here. You can't accuse me and not give me a trial. You can't come into my house. You can't take away my business. I'm a free man. I'm an American.
This will be our nation soon. Ours.
How could that be?
Seeing as we weren't ready, there wasn't much we could do now, was there? Let's mind our own business. Nothing to do with us.
Who said that?
Let's mind our own business. Nothing to do with us.
I remember. I said that. Yes. All the time. I said that.
Men have no rights.
None of my business?
We spit on freedom.
None of my business?
Right is right.
None of my business?
Our leader, our people, our world.
None of my business? How could I? Why did I?
Don't antagonize them. We'll have to do business with them. Let them talk. Mind our own business. Don't antagonize them. We'll have to do business.
All the things I said.
Seeing as we weren't ready, there wasn't much we could do now, was there?
Our glorious new state!
Dead yet? He will be. Dead yet? He will be.
I do understand now.
He will be.
I wanted everything, and I didn't want to risk anything to keep what I had. What I had. What I had.
Your home is your kingdom.
Your own God is your God. Say what you want to say.
Write what you want to write.
Trial by jury.
Sanctity of person. Due process of law.
What I had.
John!
Gee, is that you? No, in my head. So dark. There's blood in my... So dark.
Dead yet? He will be. Dead yet? He will be.
Gene, I'll tell you something very funny. I'm not afraid to die. No. I'm afraid to go on living. If all this isn't really a dream, bad dream, then I don't want to go on living. Everywhere I'd turn, they'd be there.
Shut your mouth. You can't do that. Come with us. We accuse you. Shut your mouth. Give us that. Keep moving. Attention. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
No, I can't live with that. All my life, I lived with freedom. Gene, we didn't know it was freedom, did we? Living in our house, a good life. Our neighbors. Not hating anybody. And driving in the country with the kids wherever we wanted to go. And feeling sure of the future for the kids because whatever was wrong here, we ourselves could fix with work and with our votes and with what we knew was right in our hearts. I never said, this is freedom. But it was. It was. When they talked to me about losing it, I said, don't be fools. No one will take it from us. I thought freedom was like the air, always with me as long as I lived. I thought I didn't have to do anything about it. Gene, I was wrong. I've got the words now to say it. What I had wasn't a gift. It was a victory. and I can't live without it. Do you hear me out there? I won't live without it. To say what I think is right, to do what I think is right, that's the only life I want. It is life. I'll live for it. I'll fight for it. This precious freedom.
This is Arch Obler. May I present the leading actor of our play tonight, Mr. Raymond Massey.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this. At the opening of tonight's drama, Arch Obler said, "This is a play of a tomorrow which should never happen." I know all of you agree with me that this kind of a tomorrow must never happen. And it can never happen, as long as we all dedicate ourselves to live for the freedom of our fathers and the future freedom of our children.
Every Man's Theater, written especially for radio by Arch Obler.
In just a moment, Suspense with Ida Lupino.
Phew, what a night.
Yeah, it's a scorcher, Dad.
You're lucky we thought of coming to the firehouse. If we had to sit around at that hen party your mother's giving. Hello, Mike.
Hello, Ab.
Say, you fellas want to put out a fire tonight. All you've got to do is turn the hoses on and squirt them anywhere.
Yep, it's hotter than Hades. We're all sitting here listening to the radio.
Dad, I wonder if they're listening to the Autolite show.
What are you hearing, Mike?
We're just switching to Autolite. Besides, we like their batteries, spark plugs, and ignition systems around here.
Everyone does. And everyone likes their show, Suspense.
Oh, here's the show.
Suspense. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Miss Ida Lupino in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Today, everybody's switching to Autolite. And tonight, Autolite takes pleasure in presenting
Anton Leader's production of Ray Bradbury's remarkable story, Summer Night, starring Miss Ida Lupino.
Is the line still busy? I just don't see how it's still busy.
Oh, it isn't the line, Miss McCauley. It's the circuit. I've been simply swamped all afternoon. I haven't been able to get a call through to the police station for over an hour, and the mayor's office has been busy.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry to trouble you, but it's terribly important.
Well, if you want to hang on, Miss McCauley, I'll try again in a minute.
Oh, all right.
It's been this way ever since the news got out about finding poor Lavinia. You heard about it, I suppose.
Yes.
Oh, just a minute, Miss McCauley. I got another call. Yes, this is the operator. No, I'm sorry. That line is still busy. Yes, I'll call you just as soon as I can give you a connection. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss McCauley, but you see what I mean? Oh, dear.
Oh, Miss Welsh, by the way...
It was bad enough last week when they found that other poor girl, but this time the whole town is on its ear, and I can't say that I blame them, what with a maniac loose and nobody knowing who it is.
I meant to ask you, Miss Welsh. Are they sure that Lavinia... I mean, that it was the same thing as the Webb girl last week?
Why, yes. Why, I thought you knew.
I just knew she'd been found.
Oh, goodness, yes. There was never any doubt about it. Whoever it was, he used a knife just like on the other girl. And then there was that same crazy cross on her forehead, made with orange lipstick. That's why they're calling him, the lipstick killer.
Oh, yes. Yes, I thought it must be that. But I wasn't sure. I didn't know.
Oh, yes, they're looking all over the state for him by now. But, of course, they don't have much to go on. And the chances are that he's right here in this town anyway. Oh, I'll try to get your call for you now, Miss McCauley.
Thank you.
Oh. I'm sorry, Miss McCauley. That circuit is still busy.
But it can't.
Well, why don't I call you back when I get through? It shouldn't be very long.
All right. But please try to hurry it. It's really important. Terribly important. While I was waiting for the call, I went to the front door to start locking up. It was coming on evening. A warm summer evening. And ordinarily, up and down the street, the windows would be open. All but mine. And you'd hear the sound of a piano or a radio drifting out onto the still summer air. And people would be sitting in swings and hammocks on their front porches, enjoying the coolness at the end of the day. But not on this day. Not this evening. I locked my door, too. I went around the big, gloomy old house, checking all the windows, just like the others. Not that I needed to, really. They'd been locked ever since Father died. And he went away. All in that one terrible week nearly 4 years ago. Yes, they'd been locked, and I hadn't left the house more than half a dozen times, and nobody had come here. Why should they? I didn't want to see them. Nor they me. I was the town's queer one. But all that was going to be different now. From now on, everything was going to be very, very different. Yes?
I've
Hello?
got your body now, Miss McCauley. Go ahead, please.
Oh.
Hello?
Oh, Helen, is that you?
Yes, who's this?
It's Anna. Anna McCauley.
Why, Anna. Why, what a surprise.
How have you been, Helen?
Oh, just fine. There's nothing ever the matter with me. But how are you, Anna?
Oh, I'm well. I've been living rather quietly these last few years.
Yes, I know. I'd heard.
It's been a long time, hasn't it, Helen?
Why, yes. I haven't heard your voice for, how long has it been?
Nearly 4 years.
Has it?
3 years and 11 months this week, to be exact.
Oh, that long has it? Well, it doesn't seem possible, and we were such good friends before.
Helen, I hope you don't think. Those last few times you called and I didn't answer.
Oh, darling, of course not. I knew how you must be suffering, your father passing on so suddenly that way, and you'd always been so close. I wouldn't have even bothered you at such a time, only that we'd been such good friends, and I thought maybe I could help. And then, of course, I heard later anyway that,
Yes. Yes, I suppose you must have heard some rather strange things about me, Helen.
Oh, not strange, dear, no. But we all knew you wanted to be alone in your grief, and we respected that feeling naturally.
I know. But sometimes I've been afraid people didn't quite understand, though.
Of course they did. Well, darling, now that you're back in the world again, so to speak, you must come over and see me. I'm staying with my mother now, but you know that anyway.
Yes. Helen.
Yes, dear.
Helen, it wasn't just an accident, my calling you this way.
Well, I should hope not.
I want to ask you a favor. A tremendous favor.
Why, of course, darling, anything.
I want you to come over here to the house.
I should say I would. I'll try to make it Friday or early next week at the latest, just as...
No, I don't mean just sometime, Helen. I mean now. Right now. Right this minute.
Now?
Yes.
But, darling, I don't see how I can. I don't know what Mother's plans are.
Helen, you know I wouldn't ask if it wasn't serious.
Serious? What do you...
Please say you'll come.
Well, I'll try.
No, don't just try, Helen. Come. You've got to come.
Oh, darling, what is this? What can be so serious?
Maybe I'm being silly, but I think it's more than serious, Helen. I think it may be a matter of life and death.
For suspense, Autolite is bringing you Miss Ida Lupino in Summer Night. Autolite's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
You know, Dad, boy, Mom would sure get a kick out of this.
Out of what, Billy?
We leave home because she's got the house full of women, and so far there aren't anything but women in tonight's Autolite show.
Well, if she's listening, we'll certainly hear about it when we get home from the firehouse. Oh, say, Mike, what's over on that workbench?
But over there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, them's old batteries. We're replacing them with new Autolite stay-fulls.
When your spark plug stutters. When your battery putters.
Switching to Autolite, eh, Mike?
No, we've been using Autolite for over 10 years now. You know, when you got to get out of here in 7 seconds after the alarm sounds, you got to have the surest, safest batteries there are. When we got to go, we go.
Yes, the new Autolite Stay Full battery is a great battery. Needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. This greater liquid reserve practically eliminates one of the major causes of battery failure. Car owners tell us it's the greatest battery ever built. The greatest battery ever built. Money cannot buy a better battery for your car.
Yep, that's real battery know-how. Once water goes into an Autolite stay-full, it's like going into a camel. The drinks are few and far between.
Yeah, and even on nights as hot as this, you don't find the Autolite stay-full at an old oaken bucket.
So, friends, see your friendly neighborhood Autolite battery dealer and order the new Autolite Stay Full battery for your car. It needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Remember, folks, Autolite means battery, stay full battery. Autolite means spark plugs, ignition engineer spark plugs. Autolite means ignition system, the lifeline of your car.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Ida Lupino as Anna in Summer Night. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
A matter of life and death, I told her. I knew Helen would come to see me after that. It would be strange seeing her again. Not that we'd ever quarreled. She never even suspected, of course. But after that day when he went away with her, I'd simply put her out of my life and never thought of her again. Or to be strictly truthful, I thought of her a great deal. But in a rather different way than I had before when she'd been my best friend. And now she was coming to my house again. After all these years. It should be interesting. Quite like a surprise party for both of us.
Anna, darling.
Helen, come in.
Oh, it's so nice to see you.
It's good to see you again, Helen.
Why, you haven't changed a bit. You don't look a day older. Now, tell me all about it. I can't stay but a few minutes. Ted Barton drove me over. You remember Ted.
Oh, yes.
And he's got to be back before 7, but never mind that now. Darling, what is the matter?
Helen, I'm frightened.
Frightened? Of what?
I'm afraid I'm going to be killed.
Going to be killed?
Yes, tonight.
But, darling...
You see, I used to know poor Lavinia. I used to know her quite well. And the other girl, well, I didn't know her, but it happened to her right near here, in the little woods just beyond the track.
Anna, please, dear, what on earth makes you think anything like that could happen to you? You're perfectly safe if you don't go out. Lock the door.
No, I'm not. I'm all alone here, Helen. And there's been someone prowling at night.
A man?
Last night he tried to get in.
Are you sure?
I heard him trying the doors, the windows.
Well, did you call the police?
No, I was afraid to. Oh, Helen, I didn't know who to turn to but you. Everyone thinks I'm crazy anyway.
Oh, Anna, dear, that's ridiculous. Well, we'll call them right now.
No, it'll be all right after tonight. I know it will. Please, I just want you to stay with me tonight.
Stay with you?
Please, Helen, just this one night. I can't ask anyone else. I don't have any friends anymore.
But, darling, I don't even have any nightclothes.
Oh, I've already thought of that, Helen. I have everything you need for tonight.
Well, I don't have anything for the morning. No face cream, not even a...
Why worry about that now? Maybe neither of us will even be here by morning.
Oh.
So she said she'd stay. Went out and told Ted Barton. Ted Barton. It was typical of Helen. Only 2 weeks back from Cleveland, and already she had the county's most eligible bachelor squiring her around in his car. But that was going to be different, too. I fixed a little supper for both of us, and then we tried all the doors and windows. And then there was nothing to do but sit and talk to her until it was time to go to bed.
No more, thank you.
Afraid it will keep you awake, Helen?
I'm afraid I won't need coffee to keep me awake. Anna, is it true? I mean what they say about these murders.
Is what true?
Well, I mean...
You've been out in the world, Helen, more than I have lately. You should know more than I.
Well, all I meant was... Well, you seem so frightened. I thought you might have heard something special.
No.
Is it true about the lipstick?
Why not?
Oh, it sounds so crazy. I thought it might be just something the newspapers made up.
With a cross on their forehead. In lipstick. Orange lipstick.
Anna, you do know something.
Don't be ridiculous, Helen. How could I?
But lipstick, Anna. Do you suppose perhaps it isn't a man at all? It's a woman. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Did I do that?
No. Well, come along, Helen. It's time to go to bed.
Oh, yes. I suppose we might as well.
You don't mind sleeping in the same room with me, do you?
No, of course not, dear. Oh, shouldn't you leave on a light downstairs?
No. Didn't do any good last night.
Oh. Well, I must say I don't blame you for being a little frightened, staying here all alone. Rather a gloomy old place, isn't it?
Oh, I don't think so. It's always been like this. It's the way Father liked it.
What about your mother?
I hated my mother.
Oh, Anna.
Well, it's true. Why not say it?
That's your own mother.
What does that matter? Everyone has to have someone to hate, Helen. Enough to kill them sometimes.
Oh, and I don't think that's true. How can you say that everyone...
Well, this is our room.
Why, it's...
What?
It's charming. It's so... it's so different from the rest of the house.
Yes. This was to be my bridal room, if I'd ever married.
Darling, I didn't know... Well, I didn't know you'd ever thought...
It was a long time ago. What's the news of Charles?
Charles? Well, there just isn't any. You knew we were separated, didn't you?
Yes. What was the trouble, Helen?
Oh, I don't know. After the first year, he simply became impossible, that's all. You remember, even as a child, he was sometimes wild.
Strange. Oh, yes. Yes, he and I were always the queer ones.
Why, whatever do you mean?
Strange, different, a little apart from all of you somehow. Not quite right, I think they say about me now.
Oh, Anna, you're imagining that. No one ever said such a thing.
No?
Of course not.
What about Charles?
Nothing. He just left, that's all. Haven't even heard from him in 6 months.
Are you sure it was all his fault, Helen? Perhaps if he married someone else.
Oh, you know there was never anyone else for Charles. That's the funny part of it. Of course, he liked other girls. He liked you.
Yes.
Well, you're certainly lucky he didn't marry you. I don't know what happened towards the end. It just went from bad to worse. It got so I hated the very sight of him.
I told you. Everyone had to have someone to hate.
Oh, I didn't really mean
Are you sure, Helen? Haven't you ever hated anyone?
Oh, perhaps as a little girl I thought I did.
You hated me, didn't you?
Why, darling, I never...
There were some times when I hated you, too.
Oh, I don't believe it. Children can't really...
Can't they? When an ugly little girl like me sees a pretty little girl like you getting everything she wants all through her life.
Well, not exactly everything.
You could always twist the teachers around your finger. Later it was the same with the boys. And finally, Charles. Just because you were pretty.
Oh, maybe I was a little prettier than you, dear, but you were always a clever one.
Yes. Yes, I was the clever one.
Well, I suppose we really should go to bed. Why, Anna, look at this. I didn't know you used lipstick.
I don't. It's just one a young cousin of mine left here several months ago.
Oh, well, that's funny. Do you know what color it is, Anna?
What color is it, Helen?
It's orange.
No. Helen wasn't very clever. It amused me to watch her trying to think. Putting two and two together. And not being able to because she was afraid of her own conclusions. Because she was essentially a hypocrite, like everyone else. If she hadn't been, It might have saved her life. It was some time in the middle of the night. I don't know exactly what time because it didn't matter. But Helen was sleeping as soundly as a silly child when I went over to the side of her bed and began to shake. Helen, wake up. What is it? Shh, don't make a sound.
Anna, what's the matter?
He's in the house downstairs.
Who?
I don't know. Whoever it was last night, he's gotten in somehow.
Are you sure?
I heard him. I've been listening for the last 10 minutes.
Oh, Anna, what are we going to do?
We've got to get out of the house before he starts upstairs.
But how can we? He'll hear us. We'll be caught.
We'll go down the back stairs and out through the kitchen. We can go through the back lot, over the tracks to Judge Brown's house. It's not far, but we've got to hurry.
Oh, Anna, I'm frightened. What if he hears us?
We won't if we're careful and if we hurry. The door between the kitchen and the front of the house is locked.
Are you sure he isn't in the kitchen?
In the front, I tell you, I heard him. Now get up, Helen. We've got to go right now.
All right.
Hold my hand.
Yes.
While I unlock the door, the back stairs are just to the right after we get out in the hall.
Oh, Anna.
Come along. Hold on to my hand and try not to make any noise. I won't. Here are the stairs. Just follow me.
Yes, all right.
Watch out. That's the last step.
Yes, I got it.
We're in the kitchen now. Can you see anything?
No, it's too dark.
Stand right there. Right where you are and don't move.
Where are you going?
There's something I want to get before we leave.
Anna, please. What are you doing?
I've got it now. A knife. Here, take my hand again.
All right. A knife?
This way.
Oh, I don't think I can for a minute.
Come along, Helen. In a little while, it'll all be over. As we hurried down the path, I kept thinking of her there behind me. So frightened now. I had to keep myself from laughing out loud. It was really funny. She'd always been so confident before. At school and later at the parties we used to go to. She'd been the confident one and I'd been frightened. While she slowly poisoned my life. While she quietly and deliberately stole everything I'd ever wanted. Even Charles. But it was different now.
That must be the 2 o'clock local. On the other side of town.
Yes.
Which way now?
Straight ahead. To the grove of trees.
Anna, isn't here somewhere that they found that girl?
Yes. Why?
Oh, Anna. I can't go through there.
Helen, come along. Don't be silly.
Do we have to?
Of course we do.
Anna, what was that?
What?
Didn't you hear it?
No.
I was positive I heard something.
Now who's imagining things, Helen?
Oh, let's hurry.
No. We're going to stop here.
Stop? But why?
Can't you guess? Even now, Helen.
Oh, Anna. Oh.
She didn't make a sound. I think she'd fainted even before I struck. She died without ever realizing why I did it. I made the cross on the forehead with the orange lipstick. It seemed such a silly thing as I was doing it. But of course I had to. And then I dragged the body off the path and started home. At the railroad tracks, I turned south a few yards to where they crossed the river and tossed the knife and the lipstick over the bridge. And watched them disappear into the muddy stream below. Not that it was really necessary. No one would ever think of questioning me. They would all, of course, assume that the lipstick killer had struck again. And then suddenly my heart was in my mouth. From the path ahead of me, cutting sharply across the moonlight, was a shadow. The shadow of a man.
Can I help you?
I
didn't mean to frighten you. I just thought you must be in some kind of trouble to be out of... Oh, Anna. It's Anna Macaulay.
Charles. Oh, Charles. You did frighten me.
Well, if you insist on running around town at 2 a.m. in your night clothes.
Oh, Charles. Charles, is this really too much of a coincidence? Why, I didn't know you were anywhere near Boone Center.
Theoretically, I'm not. Just passing through. Business trip. Missed the 2 a.m. local. So I thought I'd kill the time waiting for the milk train by looking the old burg over again. What's your alibi?
My what? Oh, well, that's what I meant about a coincidence. I was looking for Helen.
For Helen?
I don't wonder you're surprised, Charles. But it's really very simple. First, there were these, well, what the newspapers have been calling the lipstick murders. I suppose you've heard about it.
I've read something about it. Yes.
Well, I suppose I was silly, but I got terribly nervous, living alone in that big house. I asked Helen to stay with me. And then in the middle of the night, she got frightened and said she couldn't stay another minute and rushed out to Judge Brown's house.
How typical of Helen.
Yeah, well, then after I thought about it, I got worried about her and went to look for her. But I guess she must have gotten there all right. I didn't find her anywhere.
You're not alone in that big house now, are you, Anna?
Why, yes, I thought you knew, Charles. My father died.
Oh, I'd forgotten.
Well, silly to be standing here, isn't it? You've got to wait for a train. Why don't you come back to the house with me? And I'll fix you some coffee or something. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yes, that would be nice. That would be very nice.
I could hardly believe my good luck. Charles, of all people. It was as though he'd come back to me. Almost as though he'd known and come back to me just at the right moment. So there we were, making coffee in the kitchen, talking over old times. Oh, dear, where is that opener for the evaporated milk? I never can find it.
Oh, here. I'll open it with my knife. Just make a couple of holes in it.
Ah, isn't that a rather dangerous weapon to carry around, just to make holes in tin cans?
Oh, it has other uses.
There we are.
That tastes good.
Charles, I was terribly sorry to hear about you and Helen.
Me and Helen?
That you'd separated, I mean.
Is that what she called it?
Well, she said that you'd left her.
Helen always had a quaint way of putting things.
Didn't you? You don't still love her, do you?
Love her? Didn't she tell you where I'd been?
I know. Not exactly.
I've been in a home, Anna. A rest home, as they call it. It was Helen who put me there.
Put you there?
I'm afraid committed is the word. You see, Helen thought I was crazy.
Oh, Charles.
I only got out a couple of weeks ago. I imagine they're still looking for me.
You escaped?
I had to.
Oh, Charles, how dreadful for you.
As a matter of fact, I've been looking for Helen. There was something I wanted to give her.
But couldn't you find her?
No. I thought I had a couple of times. But it wasn't Helen after all.
What was it you wanted to give her, Charles?
This.
Lipstick?
Yes. A frightful color, isn't it? Orange. Are you sure you're not Helen?
I heard the doctors talking a little while ago. They say I won't live through the night. But I don't care. Oh, it's been such a glorious day. The happiest since I can remember. People have been calling on me whom I haven't seen for years. They say I saved the town. I must have screamed out. I don't remember. So they caught poor Charles. And for the first time in my life, I'm a really important person. I wonder when they'll find Helen.
Thank you, Ida Lupino, for a splendid performance on Suspense.
In just a moment, we will again hear from Miss Ida Lupino.
Gee, what a show. I was sweating and it wasn't from the heat either.
What a show. Please, that's what...
Gee, Dad, a fire.
Out of the way, son. Where's the fire, Mike?
Well, it's 28 today.
They were out of here in 7 seconds. Almost before they stepped on the starter.
Mike sure wasn't fooling about those Autolite stay-full batteries, was he, Dad?
No, sir.
Talk about pistol pack in action. Switch to Autolite stay-fulls, and boy, you got it.
When your spark plugs, stutter. Now don't you try to putter. Switch to Autolite. When your starter's just a grinder, why Why, it's a battery reminder. Switch to Autolite. Keep your auto right. Just switch to Autolite. Autolit. Switch to Autolite. For spark plug life and action. For a battery whose attraction is ignition satisfaction. Switch to Autolite.
And now, here again is Miss Ida Lupino.
It's always a great pleasure to appear on Suspense. And as a listener, I'm looking forward to some outstanding programs on this new Suspense series with stars like Charles Lawton, Agnes Moorehead, Van Johnson, Madeline Carroll, and Ann Southern. And next week, I'll be tuned in to hear Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in a gripping suspense story entitled Deep into Darkness. I know you'll want to hear it, too, on
Suspense.
Ida Lupino may soon be seen in Darrell F. Zanuck's 20th Century Fox production Roadhouse. Tonight's suspense play was written by Robert L. Richards from an original story by Ray Bradbury. The music was composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in Deep into Darkness. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
No, Mary, I've made up my mind. I am not going into that studio and broadcast tonight.
Oh, Jack, let's not stand out here in the hall arguing. Everybody's looking at us.
Let them look. If you think I can do a show tonight after making a monkey out of myself on that Quiz Kids program, you're crazy.
That was Wednesday. People have forgotten all about it.
Oh, they have, eh?
And besides, you're a comedian. You're not supposed to have any brains.
Oh, you're just trying to make me feel good. There I was with those little kids, and I couldn't answer one question. And me, 34 years old. I couldn't even answer a simple question like, where's the Taj Mahal?
You could have built the Taj Mahal since you were 34.
Go ahead, rub it in. What a blunder. After all the years I spent in show business, I had to stick my neck out and ruin everything. Oh, well, that's life for you.
Pardon me, Mr. Benny. May I have your autograph?
You don't want my autograph, girlie. I'm washed up. Thanks, just the same.
Oh, Jack, you have to dramatize everything.
I do, eh?
Supposing you did miss on a few questions. You're not supposed to be Einstein.
I'm not supposed to be Phil Harris, either. My goodness. My cousin Boo Boo would have been as good as I was on that program, and all he knows is I tell you, Mary, I'm not going on the air tonight.
Oh, for heaven's sake. If you're so ashamed of yourself, why don't you go out and join the Foreign Legion?
You might think that's a gag, Mary, but the Foreign Legion isn't such a bad idea. Can't get over it. Imagine not getting that one question about the Taj Mahal. I knew the answer, but I opened my mouth and nothing came out. Not only that, a fly came in. Oh, well. Nothing I can do about it now.
Jack, hurry up. The program starts in 30 seconds.
Well, I won't be on it.
Now, Jack, Benny, stop acting like a big baby. He'll be right in, Don.
Mary, I'm not going... Stop pulling me. Mary, let go of my arm.
Come on, Jack. Remember, you're a trooper.
A what? Oh, yes, that's right. Once a trooper, always a trooper. The show must go on.
Quiet, Jack. We're on the air.
Okay. Gee, I hope I'm good tonight.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with The Vine Street Vigil. housewife knows that in cooking and baking, you get the best results if you follow specific recipes instead of just guessing at the measurements and ingredients. And it certainly pays to be very specific. When you're ordering the foods that go into those recipes. That's why it's always a wise thing to ask for Jell-O whenever you're buying a gelatin dessert. If you ask for this swell dessert by name, you can be sure of getting every single time all those good things that Jell-O has come to stand for. You'll get Jell-O's brilliant colors that always look so gay and inviting. And you'll get Jell-O's grand, distinctive flavor. A flavor as refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself, the very ultimate in rich dessert enjoyment. So when you ask for any of those famous 6 delicious flavors, remember, ladies and gentlemen, to specify the name Jell-O. Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. And those big red letters on the box tell you that here's a mighty delightful treat. America's favorite gelatin dessert, Jell-O. The Vine Street Vigil, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we bring you one of the most brilliant minds in America today. A man whose meek and humble appearance conceals the brain of a genius. A man who appeared on the Quiz Kids program Wednesday night and didn't know the Taj Mahal from the Empire State Building, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I can't blame you for ribbing me tonight. Those Quiz Kids really gave me the old 1-2. I was never so humiliated in my life.
Well, I wouldn't take it so hard. After all, Jack, it's nothing to be ashamed of.
Oh, it isn't, eh? Well, let me tell you something, Don. Everybody's snubbing me. I met Barney Dean on the street the other day, and he wouldn't even speak to me.
Barney Dean? Who's he?
Just throw a cigar away in front of the Regent Hotel. You'll find out. I can't understand it. We've always been such good friends.
Well, that's the way it goes.
But I'm not complaining, Don. I had it coming to me after that showing I made Wednesday night. I can take it, though.
You can take it?
Yes.
Then why did you try to hang yourself Thursday morning?
Oh, for heaven's sake, I was hanging up a little laundry. I fell off the ladder and got tangled in the clothesline. That's all.
Then explain that note you left. Farewell, cruel world.
Oh, that must have fallen out of my scrapbook. That's a note I wrote one time when Clara Bow wouldn't go out with me. She got mad because my garter got caught in her wristwatch during a Charleston contest. We were disqualified. Anyway, Don, when Mary saw me, I was just hanging up a few socks.
On Thursday? I thought you always did your washing on Monday.
I couldn't do it Monday. I gave a reception for Lady Mendel. What do you want me to do, ask her to run the ringer? She came over to my house to meet the Quiz Kids.
Then why didn't you do your laundry Tuesday?
You know darn well that Tuesday is my day to go out and catch dogs in Beverly Hills. I was elected to the office, and it's my duty. Now, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Say, I heard you on the Quiz Kids program last week.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, you sure were smart.
Smart? I didn't even open my mouth.
That's what I mean. Don't talk, brother, unless you got a lawyer with you.
You're a little mixed up, Dennis, but thanks anyway.
You know, Mr. Benny, when I was 8 years old, I was just as bright as any one of those Quiz Kids.
You were?
Yeah. What happened to me?
I'm sure I don't know.
Some say one thing and some say another.
Well, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Dennis. You've got a good voice. What more do you want? You know, Don, as a rule, I'm pretty hard-boiled, but even though those Quiz Kids made me look like a nickel, I can't help liking them. They're so sweet and unspoiled.
By the way, Jack, are they still living at your house?
Yes, Don, but they're leaving tonight.
They'd better check out before 6 o'clock or they'll be hooked for another day.
Listen, Mary, at a lot of hotels, the guests have to come to be out by noon. So don't run down to Beverly Hills Tourist Haven. Rotary Club every Wednesday.
I thought the campfire girls met on Wednesday.
Only in the winter. But honestly, fellas, those kids really made a hit with me. Gosh, they were wonderful company. I may be a bit sentimental, but I don't know. I'm going to miss the patter of little feet running around the house. It'll be so quiet.
Why don't you put shoes on the mice?
Oh, stop. No use being sentimental around here. Say, Dennis.
Yes, please?
As long as Phil isn't here yet, how about your song? What's it going to be?
I'm going to sing a brand new number called Once Upon a Summertime. And this is the first time it's ever been done on the air.
Well, a newie, huh? Let's hear it, Dennis.
Okay.
Hold it a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. Wait a minute, buddy. Here's a dime for you.
Oh, goody. Now I get my curls out of hock.
It's all that zombie needs is curls.
Say, Jack, this wire's from Waukegan.
Oh, from home, eh?
Yeah, it says, you certainly disgrace the family on the Quiz Kids program. Personally, I'm disgusted with you.
Disgusted with me? Who's that from?
Cousin Boo Boo.
Well, how did Boo Boo ever find out about telegrams? He must have seen the picture, Western Union. Sing, Dennis.
The story I'm about to tell isn't very new. A lot of people know it well. Now I know it too. It's a load off my heart, nothing more. So don't stop me if you've heard this one before. Once upon a summertime, not so long ago, there were two in a love affair. One of them didn't care. What happened, I'll never know. For once upon a winter time, this affair turned cold. And because of a change of heart, this story had to be told. It lasted through September, October, and November, and I still If I love some other time, I'll know what to do. I'll find someone who loves me through summer and winter time too. Through summer and winter time.
That was Once Upon a Summertime, written by Jack Brooks and Norman Barons and sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, that was not only a great number, but your voice was really heavenly. It was positively ethereal. All right, Don. Ethereal.
Oh, Jack, it's so ridiculous.
Don, Dennis's voice was positively ethereal. Now go ahead.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you're in the market for a real treat, be sure to buy a package of Jell-O.
Keep going.
Remember, folks, Jell-O is not ethereal, it's a dessert.
There.
Well, what does it mean? I don't get it.
Don, cereal is a pun on the word cereal. Jell-O is not ethereal. Now continue. This is the cue part.
Okay. Why don't you run down to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for any one of the 6 delicious flavors?
Keep going, Don.
Oh, this is so silly. So look for the big red letters on the box. Darn you, Jack Benny, I'm going home.
What? Well, I'll be darned, he left. I must have wounded his big fat vanity. He's so temperamental lately.
Well, I don't blame him. Did you write that commercial, Jack?
Yes.
Well, it thoroughly stunk.
Mary, those are all clever ideas and should be tried out. You know, I got a marvelous one for next week. Look, as soon as Dennis finishes his songs, we'll... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. What's the matter with Don? I just seen him walking down the hall.
Oh, he's mad at me.
The guy's screwy. I said hello to him, and he says, I'm sick of you, too.
He did, eh?
Yeah, you know, the guy was lip-sync.
That's lip-sync. Not lip-sync.
Well, he did it with his lips.
I don't care what he did it with. The word is lip-sync.
All right. Have it your way. Hiya, Mary.
Hello, Phil. Say, Phil, how are you and the boys going over to the Paramount Theater?
Mary, we're a riot. You ought to hear the laughs I get with my gags.
I can imagine.
Get this one, Jackson. When I first walk out on the stage, I say to my guitar player, I say, hey, Frankie, who was that lady I seen you with last night?
Uh-huh.
And before he can answer, I hit him right in the kisser with a blueberry pie.
Why, Phil Harris, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Throwing a pie in a guy's face is the oldest comedy bit in show business.
With blueberries? You think of the custard.
Oh, I see. You modernized it, huh?
You know, I can't imagine people laughing at that kind of stuff nowadays.
Neither can I.
Oh, you can't, eh? Why, after the first show, the manager came backstage and told me I was terrific. He said, Harris, you ought to have your own radio program.
He did, eh?
Yeah, but don't worry, Jackson. I'm loyal. I'm with you for years.
Well, thanks. Now, if I was loyal, you'd be all set. Let me tell you something, Phil. I used to be in vaudeville, but I never stooped so low as to throw a pie at anybody. That's real hokum.
What about that corny piece of business you used to do in your violin act?
Corny piece of business.
What was it, Mary?
Jack used to play by the waters of the Minnetonka, and for a finish, Barney Dean would squirt him in the face with a bottle of seltzer.
Yeah. Now the guy won't even speak to me. But, Mary, that was a very clever tie-in. You see, the song I was playing was about water. So Barney Dean squirted seltzer water on me. That was the idea.
Remember the time you played Among My Souvenirs and he took your watch?
Well, that was just for a gag. I got it back later. Anyway, I'll never forget one day when Come in.
Hello, boss.
Oh, hello, Rochester.
I got the quiz kids out in the car. They're all ready to go to the station.
Already? I didn't know it was that late. Say, Phil, the kids are going back to Chicago tonight, and I promised to take them down to the train. So you carry on with the show, will you?
Okay. Hey, Frankie, go out and get a blueberry pie.
You don't have to do that here. Just play some numbers. Come on, Mary, you ride down with us. So long, Phil. See you later, Dennis.
So long, Mr. Benny.
The kids are in the car, eh, Rochester?
Yes, sir. And, boss, listening to those kids talk is really an education.
It certainly is.
You know, I told them the salary you were paying me, and they took my weekly earnings, multiplied by 52, and gave me the square root of my annual income.
The square root, eh? What was it?
Believe me, boss, it ain't worth rooting.
That's too bad. Now, listen, Rochester.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
I've got your papers ready to sign. You leave in 10 days.
What? Oh, I meant to get in touch with you about that. I'm not going.
Well, it's pretty late for that, Mr. Benny.
I'm sorry. You'll have to forget the whole thing. Come on, Mary. Darn it, I meant to write him a letter.
Who is that, Jack?
The recruiting officer for the Foreign Legion. You know how depressed I was. It's all off now, though.
I'm sure disappointed, boss. I got a gal in Morocco.
Well, you weren't going. Well, there are the kids. Come on, Mary.
Okay, Bojack.
Hello, kids. Here's Uncle Jackie to take you to the train. Now, I'll sit up in front with Rochester. And, Mary, you get back there with the kids. Move over, Gerard. You know, Rochester, I don't like that horn. It sounds too cheap and tinny.
Uh-huh.
That didn't come with the car. Where do we get that horn, Rochester?
That ain't no horn. It's an old atomizer.
An atomizer?
Yeah, don't you smell that Toujours L'amour every time I squeeze it?
Well, that's one on me. An atomizer for a horn.
That's nothing. Our spare tire's a life preserver from the Albany night boat.
Oh, yes, I fell overboard one night. It's lucky I had that on. Everything comfortable in the back seat, kids?
Yes, Mr. Benny, it's fine.
Yeah, fine.
Good, good. You know, Uncle Jackie's going to miss you, little rascals. But you certainly had me on the ropes last Wednesday night.
We sure did.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Do you still feel like hanging yourself, Mr. Benny?
No. I'm all right now. But you kids certainly made a monkey out of me. Gosh, I didn't know anything.
Cousin Boo Boo is sick about it.
Never mind. Well, Claude, are you going to miss California?
I certainly am, Mr. Benny. I believe that Horace Greeley put it very succinctly when he said, "Go west, young man."
Oh, he did. He put it very... Yes, sir. You know, Horace Greeley was a great inventor.
Why, Mr. Benny, Horace Greeley wasn't an inventor. He was a newspaper editor.
Oh, he was, eh? Well, if you're so smart, what paper?
The New York Tribune from 1841 to 1872.
I'd give $1,000 if I could learn to keep my mouth shut. Anyway, I wouldn't be surprised if Horace Greeley did invent something.
That's down to Mickey. He'll know.
All right, Gerard. 1841. I'll check on that.
Hey, boss, there's Mr. Wilson walking down the street.
Oh, yes. Pull up alongside of him.
Okay.
Oh, Don, would you like to ride down to the station with us?
I'm not speaking to you.
Okay. Keep going, Rochester. Poor guy, his tongue is still twisted. Well, Richard, you're rather quiet back there. Did you enjoy your visit with Uncle Jackie?
Yes, Mr. Benny, but I'm sure sorry I didn't get to see Carmichael.
Oh, yes. I was quite anxious to see your polar bear, too.
Me, too.
Well, kid, you certainly missed a treat. Carmichael is just about the cutest thing you ever saw. Soft, white, silky fur. Loves to play. And he's just as gentle as a lamb.
Then what happened to the gas man?
You just drive the car. And Rochester, watch out. Watch out for that bump up ahead.
The what?
That bump. Oh, hang on, everybody. Rochester, will you please watch where you're driving?
You're at the wheel now.
Oh, my goodness, get over here. Mary, are the kids all right?
You better call the roll.
Okay. Claude?
Here.
Richard?
Here.
Gerard?
I'm Gerard Garrow. I'm 8 years old and I go to the Radwell School.
Don't give your billing. Just answer. Well, thank heaven the kids are all right. Be careful now, Rochester.
Careful.
Still don't like that horn. Try to get something unusual. Something that sounds different.
Why don't you get your cousin Boo Boo to go...
Just keep my relatives out of this, will you? Well, kid, it won't be long now before you'll be on that choo-choo.
Choo-choo? What's that? Oh, that's baby talk for locomotive.
Baby talk, eh? I said choo-choo till I was 29 years old.
You didn't stop drooling till you were 30.
Oh, quiet. Hey, Rochester, we're near the station, are we?
Pretty soon, boss.
Oh, Gerard, I think we ought to straighten things out with Mr. Benny now, don't you?
Let Richard do it.
Do what? What is it, Richard?
Well, Mr. Benny, we've been living at your house and we haven't paid our bill yet.
Your bill? Oh, forget it, kids. I don't want your money.
But, Mr. Benny, we ought to pay you. We lived at your house 2 weeks.
2 weeks and a day. But forget it, kid. It's all right with me. I enjoyed having you. Really.
But, Mr. Benny, if we went to a hotel, it would have cost us money, so why shouldn't you get it?
Yeah. Why? Oh, forget it. Forget it. You kids were my guests. Let it go at that.
But, Mr. Benny...
Watch out, Claude. This can't last forever.
Mary, you know very well I wouldn't accept any rent from these lovable children. But when they get to Chicago and they feel like sending me a little gift, that's entirely up to them. Well, kids, here we are at the station. Pull up by the entrance, Rochester. We haven't got much time. Pile out, kids. Come on. Watch your step, kids. Watch it there. Take it easy.
Say, boss, should I put my red cap on and take the bags in?
Not so loud. There are a lot of them standing around. Come on, kids. Come on, Mary. This way, kids. Just got time to make the train.
Oh, look, there's Mr. Kelly, our quizmaster. Yes, and there are the other kids.
And there's Aunt Bessie.
Wait for us, Gerard. Don't run ahead. Everybody stick together. Come on. Come on.
Well, here we are on the choo-choo, as Mr. Benny puts it. Gee, he's a nice man. And he didn't even charge us for those 2 weeks.
He certainly fooled me.
Ready to go, boss?
Yeah. Gee, I hated to see those kids leave. You know, Mary, they got to be just like my own children. No kidding, I was crazy about them.
Oh, stop blubbering. You'll see him again.
Yes, but I was so used to playing with them and everything. What'll I do now? What'll I do when I come home evening? What'll I do in my spare time?
Let's look for the gas man.
Oh, quiet! Come on, let's go.
There's a dessert that's just as pretty as a picture, and you'll be so proud of how good it looks that you'll probably want to put a frame around it and hang it on the kitchen wall for family and friends to admire. But putting it on the dining room table instead, you'll find it tastes just as good as it looks. The name of this dessert masterpiece is Banana and Raspberry Mold, a really different dessert that's not only easy to get, but easy to make. Simply dissolve 1 package of raspberry jello in 2 cups of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 2 medium bananas sliced. Mold and chill until firm. Then garnish with sliced bananas and serve. And what a treat! A dessert that's as different as it is delicious. Incidentally, raspberry jello, like strawberry and cherry jello, has a new improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And that means it's better than ever. Discover its new goodness for yourself by making a swell dessert combination of luscious sliced bananas and rich red raspberry jello.
The next time you buy Jell-O, get Jell-O pudding, too. You'll
Hey,
find...
why all the whispering, Frank?
No, I'm not really whispering, John. I'm just holding myself in, because if I let myself go when I talk about Jell-O puddings, I get so excited I just can't talk straight.
Oh, now, Frank. Try it again now. Try it again. Go ahead.
All right. Jell-O puddings, ladies and gentlemen, are made by the same folks who make Jell-O, and like Jell-O, they're downright swell. For smooth, creamy goodness, Jell-O puddings are simply unrivaled. They're easy to prepare, just as Jell-O is. And they sell for the same low Jell-O price. So try these rich, mellow puddings in 3 flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch.
There, I told you could do it.
Get Jell-O puddings tomorrow.
Get Jell-O puddings... Oh, we're a little late. Good night, folks.
Remember, next Sunday, April 27th, this program will come to you on daylight savings time. Consult your local newspaper or movie and radio guide for current time in your community.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
We love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy, the College of Ivy and the town of Ivy, USA. Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy College, has all the troubles common to college presidents. They consist mostly of fiscal matters, financial affairs, and money. As he's often been heard to say, a man in his position must be 1 part babysitter, 1 part mediator, and 98 parts panhandler. But Dr. Hall has at least one advantage over his scholastic opposite number. He has a wife named Victoria, formerly a glittering ornament of the English Musical Comedy Theater, and now the epitome of what a tired man should come home to.
Ah, what a lovely room this is. Not an old grad in sight. Vicky, are you here?
Yes, dear. Oh, you look tired, Toddy. Had a rough day.
Oh, not too awfully bad. I have pledges of $151,000 toward the new gymnasium.
Well, that's wonderful. $150,000 seems like a great deal of money.
Yes, it does. Until you remember that these are pledges, not cash.
I suppose there is a difference.
There is indeed. The same difference that exists between the sudden slight illness of a wealthy uncle and the reading of the will. Is Penny ready with the tea?
Right here, sir, and some of your favourite biscuits, too.
Thank you, Penny.
Penny?
Yes, Mum.
How many times must I tell you cookies, not biscuits? We are now in the United States of America, and we speak Mr. Truman's English, not the King's.
Yes, Mum. I'll keep trying, Mum. Lifts is elevators, trams is streetcars, lorries is trucks, and a duke is a prize fighter's fist. Cookies, she says.
Oh, stop grizzling, Penny. Here you are, William.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought Penny over here with you, Victoria. The way she makes tea should cement British-American relations for years to come.
Yes.
Yes, and the way she makes coffee would dissolve the cement overnight. Has anything happened today?
Well, let me think. There was a young man named Gray who wanted to see you. He came 3-4 times. He seemed rather emotionally upset.
Emotional upsets are not infrequent among college-age young men, Vicky. They are psychic growing pains.
Ah, that's probably Mr. Gray. You'd better take care of his growing pains and call me when he's cured. I'll be in the kitchen. Tonight I'm making the coffee myself.
A gentleman to see you, Dr. Hall, Mr. Malott.
Mr. Malott? Malott? Well, he couldn't be the... Ask him in, Penny.
Right in here, sir.
Hello?
How do you do? Penny, please take the things away, will you? Unless I can offer you a cup, sir.
No, thank you. Dr. Hall, I'm Mike Malott.
Yes, I've seen your picture in the paper. What did you wish to see me about?
Well, Dr. Grapevine says you're out after some dough for a new gym. Is that right?
The grapes on your vine are a little overripe, Mr. Malott. It's rather common knowledge. What about it?
I want to give you some.
May I ask you a question, Mr. Malott?
Sure. But I warn you, Doc, I've been questioned by experts under brighter lights than you got in here. Go ahead.
What business are you in?
Well, that's a fair question. I got a string of dry cleaning joints. That's on top. On the bottom, I make book.
Bookmaking is not a legal operation, Mr. Malott.
Legal or illegal, Doc, depends on locations. Horse booking is against the law in this country. In England, it's legal.
Well, then I suggest you make your donation to Oxford. That's in England.
I ain't got a kid in Oxford.
You have a kid attending Ivy College?
Yeah, son.
I didn't know that.
Well, not many people do, Doc, and I want to keep it off the record. He's a good boy. I want to see him get the breaks that I didn't get when I was a kid. In a cold water flat, laying on a cheap mattress with a piece of billiard cue, waiting for the next rat to come out of the plaster.
Mr. Malott, I fully sympathize with your intention of giving your son the advantages you lacked.
I'm not asking for sympathy, Doc. I'm asking for a square deal for the kid, that's all.
Ivy College does not sell square deals, Mr. Malott. We have here the sons and daughters of rich men, poor men, beggar men, thieves, doctors, lawyers, and merchants of almost everything. I doubt if anyone here expects more of a square deal than he is entitled to through hard work, decency, and a certain civilizing contact with his fellows.
How do they get this contact?
I should think that would be obvious. In classes, fraternities, sports. And...
Yeah, but Eddie ain't getting it.
Why isn't he?
I don't know. He's got a nice personality, but no nice friends, only stooges. I want to get him into a fraternity, and don't tell me that ain't for sale.
I do tell you that.
Now, wait a minute. If this school gets, say, $250,000 toward a new gymnasium, you mean nobody can pull hard enough to get a boy into a fraternity?
Mr. Malott, I'm afraid your somewhat violent training has distorted your social viewpoint.
Huh? Break that down.
I shall. You, Mr. Malott, have had too much experience with special privilege. You've spent too many years purchasing crooked policemen, aldermen, judges. You've made yourself a power in the land through money, through fear. You are a totalitarian. If your son wishes to... Does he, by the way, know that you are here in his behalf?
If he knew it, he'd slug me.
Good.
What?
Well, I say good because now I'm interested in Eddie. Eddie who, by the way? I gather he is not using your name.
Oh, Gray. Eddie Gray.
Well, I'll talk to your son, Mr. Malott, but I'm afraid I must refuse your donation to our gymnasium fund.
You mean my money ain't good enough, huh?
Oh, money has no status of its own. It's merely a medium of exchange. The only question that arises is, what would we be expected to exchange for it? In this case, special privileges to one Eddie Gray. However, I am impressed by any boy who has the integrity to poke his father in the nose for attempting to buy him into the good graces of his fellows.
You don't accept the donation, huh?
Not yours, Mr. Malott. Well, that's my personal reaction. I may be overruled.
Uh-huh. Well, okay. Wellman thought you might take that attitude.
Wellman?
Yeah.
You mean Mr. Clarence Wellman of our governing board?
Mm-hmm. He really wants this gymnasium, you know. Well, thanks for the conversation. You don't have to go to the door with me. I won't steal anything on the way out.
The only thing I have which you might want can neither be stolen nor sold, Mr. Malott. Good day.
I'll be seeing you.
$250,000. Hall, I'm afraid your vaunted integrity will someday get you a fine position running a filling station.
Would I be too inquisitive, Toddy, if I asked what Mr. Malott wanted?
Oh, so you recognized him, eh, Vicky?
I recognize his voice. I've heard him in the courtroom, in newsreels. I never forget a voice. He's, arrogant, isn't he?
He has the arrogance of purchasing power. A man who has lifted himself by his own bootleg, if I may perpetrate a mild pun. Vicky.
Yes, dear.
See if you can get a student named Eddie Gray to come over and see me, will you?
Certainly. Eddie Gray. Well, that's the boy who's been trying to see you all day.
Yes, he's Mike Malott's son.
No.
I'm anxious to talk to him. His father is a sterling character, devaluated. I want to see how far the devaluation has gone.
curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
There's a story behind those words, a pleasant story that may suggest something equally pleasant to you. So before we return to the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, here's a curious artist to tell us about the masterpiece he discovered aboard a steamer.
I'm a portrait painter, and other people's faces are my fortune. So it isn't surprising that studying faces has become almost second nature with me. Just last month, for instance, during my trip to Bermuda, I was in the lounge pretending to read a magazine, but actually watching a man drink beer. As the beer passed his lips, you could see his expression change from pleasant anticipation to complete satisfaction. But the more I watched, the more distracted I became. Instead of just observing the man's expression, I found myself wondering what it would be like to taste a beer that could give so much satisfaction. I took the trouble to look at the label on the bottle. The man was drinking Schlitz. I'd heard about Schlitz, of course, but I'd never tasted it. So I called the waiter and ordered a bottle. I discovered that Schlitz was more than a work of art. It was a masterpiece. Here was a beer so fine and so distinctive that the complete picture of its goodness could only be painted by tasting it. As I sat there drinking my glass of Schlitz and enjoying every drop, I happened to glance into the mirror. There was that same look of satisfaction I'd seen before. Only this time, I was wearing it. As an artist, I'd doff my beret, if I had one, to the beer that can command such a reaction. No wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That surround us here today.
And now back to Ivy, where Mrs. Hall is asking a question.
Would you prefer to be left alone with the boy, William, when he gets here?
On the contrary, Vicky, I wish you'd stay. After all, one of the reasons I married you was so that I could utilize your understanding for young people. Or did you think it was just because you were beautiful, charming, and I loved you very much?
Well, I really don't think you had very much to say about it, Toddy. The minute we met, I decided to marry you. And with typical British tenacity, I followed through. Any regrets?
Oh, no. I've liked it from the first. And not only for the usual reasons, love and affection and admiration and all that, but historically, our marriage has perspective.
It has, dear?
Yes, England has always been married to America. Oh, they may bicker a bit, criticize each other's manners, argue over the paycheck, but let one of them hear a burglar in the middle of the night and they start helping each other look through the bureau drawers for the family revolver. Which, for some reason, they never keep loaded. Yes, I always think that... was that the doorbell?
Yes, it must be Mr. Gray. And you do want me to stay?
Oh, please. You can be maternal while I am in loco parentis.
Well, whatever that is, dear, I'm sure you'll do it very successfully. Mr. Gray... Yes, Penny?
A young gentleman to see Dr. Hall, Mum.
Well, bring him right in, Penny.
Yes, sir. Just step in here, please, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mrs. Hall.
How do you do?
Hello, Doctor. I'm Edward Gray.
I'm sorry I was out when you called before, Gray. Won't you sit down?
Thank you, sir.
Well, I think we've met before, Mr. Gray. You were kind enough to carry some books out to my car at the bookshop last week.
Oh, that was all right. I was just in there killing a couple hours anyway, buying some magic stuff.
Magic stuff?
Parlor magic, Doctor. It's kind of a hobby.
Oh.
Look, I'll show you. Here's a deck of cards. Take one. Any one.
Very well. This one.
Okay. Now put it back in the deck. You remember the card?
Yes, it was the...
No, don't tell William. Go ahead, Mr. Gray.
Okay. Now I shuffle the deck, fire a pistol, which I just happen to have in my left hand. And if you'll look up, Doctor, I believe that's the card you selected fastened to the ceiling with a thumbtack.
Well. That's, very interesting. Well, how did you do that?
Oh, William, please. One never asks a magician to reveal a trick.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was very well done, Gray.
Thank you, sir. I have a lot of time to practice. I don't belong to any of the organizations around here, so... Well, that's why I wanted to see you.
Why, what do you mean?
I think maybe I ought to leave Ivy.
Well, it seems a little drastic, Gray. Have you discussed this with your faculty advisor?
No, sir. My faculty advisor is Professor Bolton, and he's a droop. I mean...
Oh, don't apologize, Mr. Gray. I think he's a bit of a droop myself.
Gee, you do?
Victoria, just maternal. Exactly why are you unhappy here, Gray? You've been getting good marks.
Oh, I don't have any trouble with studies, Doctor, but the guys, I mean the men and girls I'd like to go around with, well, I seem to attract just the free ride kids, if you know what I mean.
May I make a suggestion, Eddie? If I may call you Eddie?
Oh, sure, Mrs. Hall.
Get rid of that big, shiny convertible. Send it home. Get a broken-down jalopy.
Jalopy is the word, my dear. Its origin is obscure, although etymologists believe there is some slight connection with the Mexican word jalop, which is a purgative tuberous... excuse me. I didn't mean to be pedantic. You were saying?
Well, I was telling Mr. Gray to get rid of that big, flashy car. Also, Eddie, your clothes are too good. Too obviously expensive. How do you expect to be one of the gang when you ride around looking like a Maharaja?
I think Mrs. Hall has a definite point there, Gray. A lot of Ivy students are working their way through school. How do you think you look to them in your $200 suits and your $5,000 car? Why, good heavens, I resent you myself.
Gosh, I never thought of it like that. I've always had that stuff, and I wasn't trying to throw it around.
Eddie, will you do something for me?
I don't think there's anybody in the school that wouldn't do anything for you, Mrs. Hall.
Oh, thank you. The Junior Follies is just 6 weeks away. And we need you.
Me? You need me? Oh, gee, what for?
Well, we're rather desperately in need of a good act in one.
In one what?
In one. It means in front of the curtain, while they change the scenes. And if you'll do a magic act for 10 or 12 minutes, you'll be one of the most popular men in the school.
But, hey, I'm not good enough for that
Well,
yet.
you have 6 weeks to brush up, Gray.
Well, you said yourself you don't know what to do with your spare time.
Well, Oh, but look, I'll just have to have something to say, won't I? I can't just stand up there and throw rabbits around.
Well, can you meet me in the auditorium at, say, 3 tomorrow? Have your class then?
Oh, sure, but for this, I'll cut it. How about my patter?
The word is pronounced pater, my boy, and I think he'll be very pleased when he hears the truth.
William, no.
What, dear, what?
He said patter, not pater. Patter means a monologue.
Oh.
All good magicians have a line of patter, Eddie, and I can write you one this very evening that can't possibly fail.
Oh, gee.
Please watch me closely, and you will notice that as I perform this feat, my hands never leave my arms. You know the sort of thing. Tomorrow, then.
Oh, it's a deal, Mrs. Hall. Thanks a lot, Doctor. This has been wonderful.
Yes, I found it rather interesting myself. Let me know how you get along, Eddie. Good day.
Bye, sir.
Bye. Bye.
Vicky, if you pull this boy out of his sensitive isolation and make him one of the crowd, it'll be a magic act of which you may well be proud.
Oh, nonsense, dear. He's really a nice boy. A lot of pride. He'll be all right. And if he makes a fraternity, then maybe you can accept his father's donation to the gymnasium.
Oh, I think not, Vicky. I don't want to seem a stuffy moralist.
I'll get it. Dr. Hall's residence. Who? Oh, yes, Mr. Merriweather. Yes. Of course, I'll tell him. Yes, he'll be here. No, not at all. Goodbye.
Mr. Merriweather.
Yes. He and Mr. Wellman have something they want to discuss with you. 3 guesses, dear.
This is a certainty. Mr. Merriweather and Mr. Wellman have been asked, or have volunteered, to make me change my mind by coercion, persuasion, blackmail, or blunt instrument.
And can you, offhand, think of a blunter instrument than Mr. Wellman?
Oh, dear, no. Nor a duller one.
Oh, I hope to goodness they're not going to stay long. Dinner tonight is specially for you. Lentil soup.
Ah, lentil soup. With little bits of sausage swimming about in it. Wishing they were being eaten at Luchow's instead of Hall's, eh? You remember Luchow's on 14th Street, Vicky?
Of course I do, Toddy. You took me there the night I landed in New York. Lentil soup, Wiener schnitzel, strawberry pancakes. And I was the slim young actress with the new wardrobe who was about to open and give them tears.
Personally, by the time we'd walked all the way to Central Park, I was hungry again. Someday, Vicky, I shall endow the city of New York with a special Central Park bench, the Victoria Cromwell Memorial Bench for the exclusive use of lovers.
And you can put a little brass plate on it that says, if you sit here and it gently rains and you stay anyway, you have the blessings of William and Victoria. Better put your hat on, Toddy. It's raining.
Oh, it isn't raining very hard. Feels rather good. Refreshing. But I don't want you to catch cold.
Oh, I won't, dear. I've walked miles in fog worse than this.
You won't miss London and England too much, will you, Vicky?
If I was still Victoria Cromwell, I'd probably miss it terribly. But as Mrs. William Todhunter Hall, geography doesn't seem very important. Who means more to me than where?
Let me put my coat over your shoulders a little more. There. And your hands are getting wet.
I know. But if I put my gloves on, I can't look at my ring.
I'm afraid it's a very little ring.
Darling, it's the biggest thing that ever happens. I love it. And I love you. And May I borrow your handkerchief? Thank you.
Oh, we'd better go. Your cheeks are getting wet.
Not from the rain, Toddy. I always weep when I'm happy. I think you should know it now, because I expect to be doing a lot of it.
I hope you'll never have to weep for any other reason, Vicky. Where your tears are concerned, I'm all for private ownership of water power. Oh, my dear, you're so...
Well, now, what's all this?
Oh, hello, officer. It's a lovely evening, isn't it?
No, it isn't. It's raining.
Oh.
Why don't you go home? I'm paid to stay out in it, but you're not.
I'm being amply compensated, officer, so don't worry about us. My wife and I like the rain.
Oh, your wife? I thought you were sweethearts. Well, guess I don't have to worry about you two carving your initials on the bench. Good night to you.
Good night, officer. Oh, cynical fellow. Doesn't think husbands and wives can be sweethearts. I think we should teach him a lesson.
How, Toddy?
Have you a jackknife? I'm going to carve two hearts entwined on this bench. WTH loves BC. I think I...
Toddy?
Oh, what's a little thunder? It isn't raining hard enough to...
Toddy, it isn't thunder. Someone's knocking.
Well, let them knock. Our first night in New York and...
William, dear, there's somebody at the door.
At the door? What door? Central Park hasn't any... Oh, the door! Our door! Oh, yes. Yes. Well, maybe it's a good thing. I might have carved our initials on the piano.
Toddy. Toddy, you are an incurable daydreamer.
Yes, I'm afraid I am, Victoria. Incurable and incredibly lucky.
Lucky why?
Because, my darling, few daydreamers can return to an actuality one half as pleasant as mine.
Mr. Merriweather and Mr. Wellman to see you, Doctor.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Merriweather.
Oh,
Mr.
Wellman.
Wellman.
Merriweather.
Please sit down, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mrs. Hall. Won't keep you but a few minutes, Doctor. You probably know what we're calling about.
Yes, I think I do.
It's about an offer of $250,000 toward our new gymnasium, Dr. Hall. Am I correct in believing that you refuse to accept it?
Quite correct, Mr. Wellman.
Personally, Doctor, I don't think you'd turn down a sum of money like that without some very good reason. Clarence here and some of the other board members are pretty upset about it. Upset, did I say? Gad said their ulcers were jumping like popcorn.
The Board of Governors had a right to be upset, Merriweather. As badly as this college needs $250,000, it's ridiculous.
Yes, we know, Clarence. It's a lot of money, but money isn't everything. It's almost everything, I'll admit, but let's give Dr. Hall a chance to explain. How about it, Doctor?
Oh, it's very simple, Mr. Merriweather. To me, at least.
Well, to me, it's a downright...
Be quiet, Clarence, you witch burner. Yes, Doctor?
Gentlemen, when an institution dedicated to shaping the characters of future citizens accepts money from a dubious source, it must also be prepared to accept the accusation of undue influence.
I couldn't agree with you more, Doctor.
And I couldn't disagree more, Merriweather.
The source of this donation is not important when you consider the benefits of a new gymnasium in this college.
Excuse me, Mr. Wellman.
Yes, Mrs. Hall.
Mr. Malott warned my husband that you wouldn't care for his attitude.
He was right, I don't.
Victoria,
And
dear.
I'm sure he had no intention of disturbing any friendly relations that you might have with Mr. Malott.
What friendly relations? Is that hoodlum a pal of yours, Clarence?
Certainly not. Don't be an idiot, Merriweather. I know the man only in a business way.
Business? What business would you have with Malott?
Oh, it was a long time ago and not important. I had stock in some cleaning establishments, and Malott used his influence. That is, we had a little labor trouble.
Is this general knowledge, Mr. Wellman?
No, I don't think so. I hope not. But the point is...
The point is, Clarence, that you're a dead duck. What a juicy item for the papers. College official uses influence to take donation from ex-gangster friend.
Good gracious, man. You don't think...
They'd hang you from the chapel steeple and you know it.
That's bad money, Mr. Wellman. You can't take it. I'm sorry if you disagree.
He doesn't disagree. Neither will anyone else on the board when I explain it to him. You're right again, Doctor. I don't know why we can't seem to learn that. Come on, Clarence.
Very well. About $250,000.
It's a lot of lettuce, but there's too much oil in the dressing. Good night, Doctor.
Good night. Good night, Mrs. Hall.
Good night.
Good night.
I think you handled that very well, William.
It was Merriweather who handled it, my dear. Merriweather and you.
I?
My dear girl, now don't look so innocent. That sympathetic remark of yours about not wishing to disturb the tender relationship between Wellman and Malott, that was blackmail. Sheer, downright, beautiful blackmail. And, yes, Penny?
Dinner is served, sir, and will you be in this evening?
Yes, Penny.
No, Penny.
What, dear?
We're going for a walk. We always go for a walk after lentil soup in the park. Now, let me think. Where did I put my jackknife?
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
My dear, there are times when I think that you should be president of Ivy College.
Why on earth should you think that?
There's a popular belief that the female of the species is devious, indirect, and entirely intuitive. Personally, I find the methods of your sex appallingly straightforward. I once wrote a 2-line verse on the subject.
Well, tell.
I called it Advice on Practical Plumbing, but it contains a rather atrocious pun. It went something like this. For that difficult task, just go to your bench and select for the job an adjustable wench.
I think that's very amusing, dear. And if you'll excuse me, I'll go and adjust myself for dinner.
Certainly, darling. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Herbert Butterfield, Willard Waterman, William Conrad, Gil Stratton Jr., Ted Osborne, and Gloria Gordon. Tonight's script was written by Don Quinn and Walter Brown Newman. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Next, hear We the People over most of these same NBC stations.
Hollywood Star Playhouse. Tales of suspense, thrills, adventure by Hollywood's finest writers with Hollywood's top stars. portions of this program are transcribed and is brought to you by the Headache Help, which reminds you to...
Three ways.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Herbert Rawlinson. Welcome to the Bromo Seltzer Hollywood Star Playhouse. Two high-powered rifles flashing in the Burmese wilderness, bringing together a beautiful and vital young woman and a powerful young man who is brooding over an incident that has changed and darkened his life. Here is the situation that reaches a furious climax. So hold on to your nerves and listen to Cornell Wilde as Tom Druce the Hunter in a story called Venom.
For all the long Burmese afternoon, I'd sweat and blistered under the sun. For 3 hours, I'd had my eyes glued to that tiger path, and no tiger. It was when I finally looked up to flex my stiffened neck muscles that I saw the other hunter. Only he wasn't hunting. There, in the thickness of the Burma brush, a hunter was fishing, and not a stream within 10 miles. That was my first thought. My second thought made the flesh creep on my arms and made my hair stand on end. I put down my Winchester and picked up my binoculars. And there it was, Armand Lussac all over again. At Armand Lussac's rather horrible business. Except that Dr. Lussac was now dead. And that other fisherman in the forest was a woman. A woman with a long pole that had a wire loop dangling from it. A wire noose that she was trying to drop around the ugly, swollen death's head of a king cobra. There was a look of fascination in her face. The excited madness with which some people invite danger. Behind her stood a powerful-looking Kachin tribesman with a sawed-off shotgun at the ready if something should go wrong. Something did. From a sudden nowhere, the yellow and black apparition scudded across the tiger path, and I dropped my binoculars and scooped up my Winchester and let go at 30 yards. Got him! I jumped up and hobbled as well as I could on my bad right foot to reach the dead tiger. The woman got there first. There was nothing wrong with her right foot.
That was exciting, wasn't it?
Yes, I suppose it was.
I just caught the flash of his hide through the grass and took a snapshot.
You fired, too?
Of course.
You seemed pretty busy there. I was watching you.
Oh, I'm pretty handy with a rifle.
Yes, you are.
I couldn't let a tiger lope by and not kill him. There'd be no point.
Excuse me, but my shot hit, too.
Yes, but my shot killed.
Oh?
Can't you see? The side he had toward you has a shoulder wound. My bullet found the brain. What are you using?
A .375 H&M Magnum.
Well, that's your trouble. It may be too much gun for you.
It is too much gun for me. Didn't used to be, but it is now.
Why?
Why, I can't brace against the recoil with this foot I've got now.
Foot? I didn't... Oh.
I thought you'd noticed.
No. I'm sorry.
Oh, I manage, but my pride won't let me give up this gun. Your Kachin gunboy is calling you.
Oh, I forgot about Sebar.
What's the matter with him? He's kneeling there on the ground holding his hand.
Sebar! We better get to him, and fast.
We waded through the high grass back to where the Kachin was kneeling, in a strange, fearful humility, gripping his left hand until it had turned the color of slate.
Sebar, what's the matter?
Naja.
Cobra. He's been bitten by that cobra. Show me, Sebar. Where?
Tip of his thumb. Turn your back on a cobra when he's ready to strike and you're dead. You should have known that.
Give me your gun.
Why?
It's a larger caliber than mine.
But what for?
This man's been bitten by a large cobra. He hasn't very long if we don't act soon.
Well, you've got cobra antivenin in your kit.
No, I haven't.
What?
Your gun. We're wasting time.
Do you mean to say you expose yourself and the people who work with you to the danger of snakebite without having snakebite antidote with you?
Will you give me your rifle?
What for?
For the only thing that will save Sebar's life. Surgery.
Surgery.
Be quick now. Your rifle.
Yes. Take it.
Turn away if you're squeamish.
Don't worry.
Theobald, hold up your hand. Theobald, do you understand what I say? Hold up your hand.
He's terrified.
No, he doesn't understand too much English. Will you hold up his hand? And hold it?
Yes.
Do it.
Go ahead.
Now.
Get it over with. Don't play at it. He's fainted.
So much the better. Now help me apply a tourniquet and dress the wound.
The girl dressed the dreadful wound almost without help from me. I watched her with cold fascination as those beautiful, slim hands did their grim work. Somehow this cool, efficient woman drew me and repelled me. Half against my will, I was impelled to offer a compliment. Inane as it was under those stark circumstances. You're very skillful.
Thank you.
And most efficient.
Thanks.
And you've very beautiful hands.
Thank you. They've been photographed, you know.
I don't wonder.
Many times. Odd that you should notice my hands. Because my husband always said he fell in love with my hands first.
Oh, your husband.
He even had a sculptor do my hands for his studio.
What does he think of the work you're doing?
He's dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was a man here 2 years ago doing your kind of work, a herpetologist collecting poisonous snakes.
That was my husband.
Armand Lussac was your husband?
Yes.
Why, I knew him well. I'm Tom Druce.
Tom Druce?
Well, yes, he must have mentioned me in his letters.
Tom Druce. I might have known, finding you here in this same jungle. And with that limp.
What do you mean, you might have known, and that limp?
You knew my husband was dead.
Why, yes.
You would. Killer.
What?
Drop that gun. Drop it.
No.
I shoot faster and better than you do. Drop the gun.
If I do, you'd kill me.
Yes.
And you'd have no feeling about it either, any more than you have about a tiger or a native gun boy.
You're a murderer.
Why do you think I killed your husband?
Don't deny it.
He was my friend. He saved my life once.
Drop the gun.
I'm sorry.
Then I'll shoot you anyhow. You!
You see, you don't shoot better than I do. Not really.
Very dramatic. Shooting the gun out of my hands.
Well, we have a problem. It seems you think I murdered your husband.
I know. I mean to kill you for that.
Exactly. The problem is I can't give you a gun and turn you loose so that you can ambush me and murder me, and I can't turn you loose in the jungle without a gun either.
A very humane attitude for a man who murdered his hunting companion.
Well, let's say you happen to be a woman.
And deadlier than the male.
Well, nevertheless, I can't leave you to die, but I don't want to be killed either.
Dilemma.
Quandary.
Well?
I don't know. What were your plans before I appeared?
To locate and capture alive somewhere in this area a giant hamadryad, the largest cobra my husband ever saw. And to find and to kill Tom Druce.
Mm-hmm.
My husband wanted to capture that cobra. Now I want to catch it and bring it home alive.
In memoriam.
You may laugh.
I'll go with you.
Oh, you're ridiculous. And...
Yes, and crippled. Yes, but if I let you go, you'll try to kill me. If I go with you, I may be able to impress you with my innocence. It's worth a try.
Why is it?
Well, it may keep me alive, and your hands aren't all that's beautiful about you.
Jungle gentleman.
There's this condition. We can't go too far.
Your game leg?
I was thinking of the monsoon rains almost being here. But the leg figures, too. I used to be tireless, walk for days. I hate to be like this. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, then. 2 days in the jungle looking for my giant specimen. You'll have the guns.
Naturally. What happens to Thebor here?
He'll be all right. We'll send him back to the village. And we'll be off.
If it kills me.
It might. Jungle gentleman.
Bromo Seltzer, famous for fast headache help, is bringing you Hollywood Star Playhouse. Tonight starring Cornell Wilde in Venom.
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? How do you do? This is your old friend, Norman Brokenshire. You know, neighbors, an ordinary little headache can often spoil a big day for some people. No need to, though. When Bromo Seltzer fights a headache so fast, all 3 ways, yes, sir, you get fast relief from that headache with Bromo Seltzer. At the same time, too, Bromo Seltzer will soothe the upset stomach and the jumpy nerves that may team up with that headache. What's more, you'll like the pleasant taste of Bromo Seltzer. It's so sparkling, so refreshing. Neighbors, do me a favor. Next time you get a headache, give Bromo Seltzer a trial. Try it on this guarantee. You must be satisfied or your money back. You'll see, where others fail, Bromo Seltzer works. Bromo Seltzer is on sale at all drugstore fountains and counters. Don't for a minute be bothered with a headache. Get fast, pleasant, 3-way help with
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Now, Act 2 of Venom, starring Cornell Wilde.
Diana Lusac moved ahead of me through the jungle. I hobbled after her with both rifles. Oh, she was beautiful, all right. And she knew it. Beautiful, compelling, and inscrutable. And convinced that I had killed her husband. But why? Then I saw something moving thickly under some leaves ahead of her, and I dragged her back with all the speed and balance I could muster. Careful, girl.
I see it.
Cobra?
Can't tell yet, but it's a big fellow. Let's have my pole and my noose.
And be careful about it.
Yes.
Easy.
Be ready with your rifle, just in case.
He's moving under those leaves again.
Oh, he's not a cobra.
No, Tick Palanga!
Tom!
Tick Palanga! Tick Palanga. He's dead.
You didn't have to blow down the jungle.
A Russell Viper.
Well, what of it? The country crawls with them.
A cobra can't bite through clothing, but that...
You're positively white.
He's dead now. Let's move on. Well, thus passes the first day, and I'm weary.
You want to quit?
If I did, I wouldn't let Armand Lusac's wife know it. She's good-looking. Lovely hands.
Well, I take care of them, even out here. Why do you hate me?
Well, why do you think I hate you? What makes you think I killed your husband?
Never mind.
I do mind. I don't hate you. I don't exactly trust you, but that's all.
I'm sorry about that, Tom.
Tom?
I'm sorry you don't trust me because, as you know, the monsoon sends animals to higher ground like this.
What the...
And that the country reeks with things this time of the year.
Why you...
And I'm sorry you don't trust me, Tom, because one of the things Burma reeks and crawls with this time of the year is right behind your back.
Look, if you're
Don't move, Tom. Don't move and don't turn around. Don't even raise your voice.
Why?
Just
what do you...
push your rifle toward me, that's all.
Give you my rifle. Do you think for a
minute...
minute...
Do it, Tom, without question, without turning or making any sudden movement, because there's a huge king cobra behind you. And if he makes up his mind to strike, he'll get you on the back of the neck and you won't live 5 minutes. Quietly, because besides being the deadliest snake in Burma, the cobra is absolutely an hysterical creature. Flies into a frenzy over nothing. There, I've got the gun. Now, to straighten up and slowly, Slowly get a bead on him. Steady, Tom. He's weaving, and I've got to keep on talking and keep on talking. Keep your nerve, Tom. I'm getting a bead on him. He's weaving, he's swaying. Keep on talking, Diana. And the Lord said unto Cain, I think it was Cain, where is Abel thy brother? And he said, steady, Tom. I know not. Am I my brother's keeper?
Diana.
You can turn around now.
Good Lord.
8 feet of murder with its head shot off.
Good Lord.
The gun of yours nearly spun me around.
I suppose I ought to thank you.
If you like.
Why did you do it?
I'm a show-off. I like to show off my hands. They look so well around a rifle, don't you think?
Tell me.
I say you murdered my husband. You say you didn't. Maybe you didn't.
Maybe.
I wouldn't ask this question if I didn't have a gun in my hands. You'd laugh at me, and I don't like for you to laugh at me.
Why not?
Never mind.
What's the question?
Can we be friends?
That's what I came with you for.
Good. Tomorrow, if we don't find the Hammond ride we came for, we'll go back to the village. I'll just settle for any big cobra we can catch alive.
Good.
With that monsoon on the way, we should be getting home. Shouldn't we? Tom?
Even with the impending monsoon sending the wildlife instinctively to high ground, we didn't find the giant specimen we'd come for. We did take an enormous, thrashing, hissing brute of a hamadryad. That is, Diana got him while I stood by with my Winchester, spouting an icy sweat while she noosed that murderous reptile. A magnificent woman in her way, and in her possessed, fanatical way when she was taking her chances with those evil killer snakes. She was scared, all right, only she enjoyed her fear. I didn't quite like the look in her face as she dropped the wiggling cobra into our hamper and latched the top. I didn't like it, but I admired it. Watching her, I had the fascinated feeling that I, too, was danger to her, something to angle for and catch in a noose, alive. Then we headed for the Catchin village, hurrying to beat the monsoon. My foot was giving me the devil, but I insisted on carrying the hamper, heavy with slithering death. We arrived at the Catchin village in the evening. A Catchin drum was beating steadily somewhere.
What's the drum about? You know these Catchins better than I do.
Well, it's just my guess, but it sounds like installation of a new tribal chief.
Oh. Well, this is my hut.
I'll see about getting one for myself tonight. See you around,
Tom. How's the foot?
Killing me, thanks.
Hadn't we better talk?
What about?
Perhaps about us. You and me. Armand?
Armand? I thought it was about decided that I didn't kill your husband.
That's why we ought to talk. And, there'll be moonlight in the glade tonight.
I'll call for you around moonrise.
I'll wait.
See you around.
Tom? Maybe you didn't kill Armand.
I didn't.
It'd be all right then for you to kiss me.
All right. It would be great.
Moonrise.
It was exciting, and for a moment my blood raced. Then we parted, and she picked up that hamper with its wicked cargo, and my blood chilled again. A strange woman. The old retiring chief got me a hut next to Diana's, and for an hour I sat smoking, thinking, wondering. Then an ivory light swam into the sky over the teak trees. I took a last drag at my cigarette and stood up, favoring my right foot. It hurt. It hurt, and it made me mad. I didn't want to be that way. I finished the cigarette and ground it into the earth of the hut, and then... It had to be Diana, and it had to be only one thing. I raced to Diana's hut, my bad foot sending shocks of lancinating pain up my leg almost to my armpit. I hobbled into the hut with its dimly burning lamp and stopped in cold horror. Diana was cowering in a corner, gripping her left wrist, and her beautiful hand was white in the gloom. The lamplight glittered in her eyes that were glazed with fear and madness, staring at the mangled thing on the dirt floor, the huge cobra, dead, shot to shreds, and the empty repeater on the floor. A moment later, Thebor, the cash and gun boy, ran into the hut, the shotgun in his hands and ready, until he, too, saw the shattered cobra on the ground.
Missy, she...
He got out. He got out of the hamper. He got out.
How bad is it, Diana?
Terrible.
Missy.
He hung on me, hang on like bulldogs. I couldn't shake him loose. It was horrible. Chewing, hanging on.
Tell us what to do. What shall we do?
My kit. Antivenom, my kit.
You haven't any, don't you remember? You haven't any snake serum.
Yes, I have. My kit there on the bench. Hurry.
Diana, are you sure?
Yes, hurry. Serum, syringe, blade, suction. Hurry.
Diana. I can't. No, if you have antivenom now, Diana, you had it when Thebor was bitten. Diana! Why didn't he get it then? Why did you shoot his thumb off instead? Thebor was a great warrior with his people. He was to be chief. Now he has no right thumb for his spear. There's no strength in a warrior's right hand without a thumb. He won't be chief, Diana. Those are great matters with these people. Thebor only dimly understands what we're saying, but if you or I or Thebor go to that kit and find antivenom, he'll understand. He'll kill you, Diana. Diana, he'll blow out your brains with that shotgun.
Well, then send him away. Send him away.
I'm not sure he'd go now. And I'm not sure I want to send him away.
Please, I'm beautiful. I love you, please.
Now I understand. Now I know. Diana, once when your husband, Armand Lusac, and I were hunting together, I stepped on a tikpolonga, a Russell's viper. Sure, terrible death, unless serum is used. But your husband, Armand Lusac, had no antivenom, so he said. Word of honor. One thing would save my life, he said. Surgery, he said. He had his hunting knife. No time to be lost. No anesthetic, of course. Later, I was grateful for my life. Grateful! Foul, corrupted creature that he was. I understand now. He had serum, just as you had serum, but he preferred to operate, to cause pain, to mutilate. Sadists, monsters, both of you! Both of you! No wonder you and dear Armand saw so much in one another. Carrion birds of a feather, that's what you are. I didn't kill your husband, but I know now why you thought I might have. I didn't kill him, but he must have operated on someone who later found out there was antivenom in his kit.
Help me, Tom, help me. I'll make it up to you. Help me.
I'd like to, darling, but there is no antivenom in your kit, is there? There are 3 alternatives, Diana. You can die in a very unsightly fashion from cobra bite. Or you can go to that kit for antivenom and have Thebor blow your head off. Or you can submit that beautiful photographed hand of yours to surgery.
Oh, no!
Surgery as you understand it here in the jungle. Shotgun surgery.
Send Thebor away.
I can't.
Please.
He's suspicious now, and I'm scarcely a match for him, am I? With this artificial foot of mine. No, Diana, it's between you and Thebor now. Goodbye.
Tom!
3 alternatives, Diana.
Tom, help me! Come back! Tom, come back! Tom!
I left them there. Diana and the powerful, frowning Kachin. I walked slowly across the moonlit clearing. Slowly. Slower. I stopped. My right foot was giving me the devil. I sat on a rock, lit a cigarette, and I waited, smoking, thinking how beautiful she was, how desirable, how fascinating and corrupt. Waiting, wondering. And I wondered which of the shotgun alternatives Diana Lusac had chosen.
Thanks, Cornell. That was a performance that really kept our hair standing on end.
And I'd like to thank Lorene Tuttle. Lorene, you were wonderful, as you always are.
Those are my sentiments, too, Cornell. In just a moment, I'm going to introduce Dorothy McGuire, the star of next week's play. Now, here is Norman Brokenshire.
Say, did you ever notice how many things happen in threes? Right now, I'm thinking of a headache and the upset stomach and jumpy nerves that often team up with it. But you don't have to worry about that when you have Bromo Seltzer handy. No, sir, for Bromo Seltzer is especially compounded to fight a headache all three ways, and to fight it fast, too. So next time a headache strikes, try Bromo Seltzer. See how fast it works in helping the headache's pain, also how it soothes the upset stomach and the jangled nerves that may come with it. You'll like the sparkling, refreshing taste of Bromo Seltzer, too. It's on sale at all drugstore counters and fountains. Caution, use only as directed. And, of course, if a headache persists or recurs, see your doctor. Keep a bottle of Bromo Seltzer at home and another bottle where you work. Yes, remember, don't just fight a headache one or two ways.
Fight headache three ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer,
Cornell Wilde can soon be seen in the RKO production, Sons of the Musketeers. Tonight's play was written especially for Mr. Wilde by Milton Geiger, with music composed and conducted by Jeff Alexander. The entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. And now here is the star of next week's thrilling story on Hollywood Star Playhouse, Miss Dorothy McGuire.
Around you everywhere, there is sound. But where you are, there is silence. Oppressive, destructive silence. The more you fight it, the more you fear. And when you lose the struggle with silence, you lose the fear. But in its place you find terror. Even as I did, in a story called Sound Off, My Love.
Thanks, Dorothy. And we're certainly looking forward to hearing you next week. On tonight's program, all characters and incidents were fictitious. Any similarity to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Portions of this program were transcribed. And now this is Herbert Rawlinson saying good night for all of us here in the studio and for the fast-acting headache help in the familiar blue bottle.
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Watch that sail, Cruzat. You'll upset us in this wind.
You wish to handle the boat, Charbonneau.
No, but I want you to stop taking chances. My wife and my baby are aboard, and I cannot swim.
Stop worrying, Charbonneau. Cruzat is playing that sail as expertly as he does his violin. He'll get us extra miles today.
Less hauling and pulling when the wind dies away, Charbonneau. Who's that? Want to play the fiddle tonight?
Oh, that's up to Captain Lewis, Windsor.
I'll make you a bargain. Get us 25 miles and you can play, the men can dance, and I'll order a dram issued to each man. Scanner, quiet.
What's that antelope, sir?
Antelope?
There, in the river.
A good fat buck, sir. Can I send the dog after him?
You would kill the captain's dog, Windsor?
Don't worry about Scannon, Charbonneau. You pulled an antelope out of the river once before you joined the expedition. All right, Scannon, go get him.
I don't know about you, Captain, but I'm tired of buffalo meat every night for supper. Will you look at that dog swim?
Suppose the current switched him downstream to the opposite shore.
That's Scannon. He'll come back to the boat. If he doesn't, we'll go help him.
Look, he's got that antelope.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 4, Into the Unknown. April 26, 1805. It was 3 weeks since the Corps of Discovery left their winter quarters near the Mandan villages in what is now the state of North Dakota. Favorable winds had brought them over 300 miles up the Missouri into more unsettled country, unexplored by the white man.
That night we made camp opposite the mouth of a river which poured swiftly into the Missouri. Billy Clark identified it as the Yellowstone from descriptions given us by the Mandan Indians. Along with the buffalo meat provided by George Dreyar's rifle, we had antelope for supper provided by Scannon, who lay by the fire.
Yes, Scannon.
You sure you wanted to have that, George?
He earned it, Captain Lewis. No longer am I, George Dreyar, the best hunter in this corps. Oh, by the way, from now on, it will be wise to keep the dog close to you, sir. We are in grizzly bear country. Scannon might make the mistake of going after one of them.
He might. Right now, he's not afraid of anything.
Excuse me, Captain Lewis, but Cruzat says we came 30 miles today.
28, by my reckoning.
28? Thank you, sir. Anyhow, Cruzat wants to know if we should get out his fiddle.
28's more than 25, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Tell Sergeant Ordway to issue a drink to each man.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're letting them dance tonight?
They need fun and relaxation. The minute the wind stops, they'll be pulling the boats upriver, and they won't have enough energy left to dance.
You're right, Meriwether. George, the Indians say grizzlies are the most dangerous of all animals. The Mandans go in bands to hunt them. Riflemen should do the same. A grizzly can keep charging even with a dozen shots in his body. Only a ball to the brain stops him dead.
I suppose we'll have to go after a few of them in the interest of science. We'll need some specimens for Mr. Jefferson. At least the bones and the skin.
The grizzly I saw this morning was at least 8 feet tall, and I guess his weight is about 1,000 pounds.
Excuse me, Captain Lewis, but I brought a dram for George Dreyar.
Thank you, Windsor. Thank you. Where's mine? Where's Captain Lewis?
But Captain Lewis said issue whiskey to the men.
Officers aren't men?
Well, yes, sir. I mean, no.
You know, Windsor, officers can be human. Bring us some, too.
Yes, sir.
I hope they're having a good time.
You can tell that by looking at them. Billy, it's kind of miraculous the way they can forget both past and future ordeals for the joys of the moment. The next day was without wind, but the current thrust at the boats with undiminished power. Billy Clark ordered men on the oars and the poles, and stout lines, some of rope and some of elkskin, were run from the prows of the boats to the shore, where men strained on them to pull the boats upstream.
All right, men, put your backs into it.
Because we all shared the work equally, I put my back into it, too.
Watch it, Captain. A prickly pear up ahead.
I know, Windsor.
All right, heave! Heave! Ho! Back into it there, back into it. Heave!
I went through the prickly pear because it was the only path a man could follow and still keep the power of his legs and back into the tow rope. I felt the thorns jabbing through my tough buffalo hide moccasins, and I almost indulged myself in the luxury of crying out in pain. Instead, I arched my muscles against the rope across my shoulders, and within a couple of hours I had forgotten the pain in my feet in favor of the pain in my lungs.
All right, men. Tie the boat. Take yourselves a rest.
Windsor and I tied our boat and then flopped to the ground. Immediately, he got out his knife and began digging the thorns from his feet.
12 of them, Captain. Well, I sure hope the next stretch is muddy.
Yes, I got you beat by 5, Windsor.
17? You better hope it's muddy, sir.
The following day, I stayed on shore to verify certain geographical features described by the Mandan. Noting signs of bear, I armed myself with rifle, knife, and my espontu, a short spear hatchet issued to all infantry officers. I followed the Missouri to where a small stream tumbled into the main river from the north. Inland a few miles, it would be broken by rapids. If it was the stream the Mandans had named the Medicine River. I came across a buffalo cow. Not knowing how far away the rapids were, I decided to provide myself with food. It was a good clean shot which dropped the beast in her tracks, and I moved toward a potential lunch, supper, and breakfast. Then I heard the grizzly in turn. The sound of my rifle had angered the huge creature, and he was lumbering toward me. I swung my rifle upward, only to remember that I had fired it and had not reloaded. I ran as fast as I could through the... The bear was about to run me down. I angled toward the rapids, death of a different kind if I should plunge into them. In desperation, I dropped my empty rifle and presented the oncoming monster with the lethal end of my espontu. For some unaccountable reason, or perhaps it was the intervention of God, the grizzly stopped, looked at me, turned, and ran away. I reloaded my rifle and moved on upriver. Once more, I sensed something stalking and caught a backward glimpse of a large panther-like animal. I shot him dead, and then came upon a vast area taken over entirely by prickly pear. I had verified the river, I told myself. No use tearing my feet apart. I started back toward the main park. It was very late at night when I reached the sleeping camp, toting buffalo meat for myself and whoever else might want some for breakfast.
Who goes there?
Lewis, Meriwether Lewis.
Come on in.
Buffalo meat.
You look worn out.
I am. I verified the Medicine River and was attacked by a grizzly.
You got him, obviously, or you wouldn't be here.
He caught me with an unloaded rifle, but he changed his mind and ran away. After cornering me, too. I think perhaps the Almighty stepped in on my side.
Meriwether, you are a lucky man.
I know.
Had supper?
No.
Well, let me fry you one of those buffalo steaks.
You know, Billy, I think I'd rather fight 2 Indians any day than 1 grizzly.
I know I would. Big ones, anyway.
I guess they all are when they're after you.
Before I put on the meat, how about a dram?
I could use one.
Well, I'll have one with you.
I tossed a few sticks on the fire and watched the flames twist and dart and grow as they seized on the wood. As I do occasionally, I blessed the unknown human who first stumbled upon the secret of making fire millenniums and millenniums ago. Fire and the wheel, the 2 prime discoveries of man.
2 thimbles in a bottle. Pour, Meriwether.
With pleasure. Billy, fire or the wheel, which is the greater discovery?
Neither. Whiskey. Well, here's to your kind-hearted grizzly bear.
With one swipe of a paw, he could have eliminated me. Here's to the paw he didn't raise.
The hardest animal in the world to kill, and you with an unloaded rifle.
Even if it had been loaded, I'd have had to hit him in the eye to drop him with a single shot.
George Juilliard did it once.
No, I thought of that on the way in. I realize now what a tremendous feat that was.
Master Hunter.
I came to another conclusion about the grizzly. The thing that makes him so dangerous isn't just his physical ability, it's his unpredictable nature.
You mean his intelligence?
Yes. You have to be intelligent to be unpredictable. I suppose he turned away because he didn't like my human smell.
No, it all points up one great need for men like us, men who go wandering out in the wilderness.
What's that, Billy?
A third or fourth great discovery or invention, a dependable, practical, repeating rifle.
For days, adverse weather conditions continued, and we were forced to use the tow ropes constantly. Every man in the Corps limped about on sore and lacerated feet. Then, on May 14th, we were awakened by a breeze caressing our faces.
Feel that, Meriwether?
Praying it turns into a wind.
Come on, everybody. Everybody up. On your feet. All right. Let's go.
By the time we pushed off from the shore, the breeze had quickened. Our sails filled, and we scudded along upriver.
Any suggestions about playing sail, Charbonneau? Mon Dieu, Cruzat. Surely you can increase our pace. Surely you can extract more from so brisk a wind.
The wind held. By noon, we were sure it would hold the rest of the day and maybe longer. And Billy and I broke a rule which we had followed until this moment. We both went ashore at the same time to catch up on the botanizing.
That's a fine day. I'll have no trouble with the boats.
With this wind, we'll have to walk a good 10 miles to catch up to their evening camp.
Hey, Meriwether, look. I've never seen a grass like this. If it is a true grass.
Sheath leaves. I'd say it is family Graminia, all right, but this particular variety is new to me, too. We better take a few specimens. Billy, it's a big white boat. They're in trouble.
What's Charbonneau doing at the tiller?
Into the wind, Charbonneau, into the wind!
He can't hear you.
We both continued to yell and ran down to the edge of the water, although those in the boat were too far away to pay us any heed. It was a frightening sight. Charbonneau made no move to control the helm, and the boat, at the mercy of the wind, capsized.
Most of our medicines are in that boat.
Then a fortunate gust of wind righted the large canoe, and Cruzat, pointing what certainly must have been a wet pistol at Charbonneau, made him take the tiller and obey instructions.
Look at Sacagawea.
Calmly, the Shoshone woman held her baby in the crook of one arm and used her hands to scoop up and save articles which threatened to drift away from the partially flooded boat. While the men bailed, Cruzat browbeat Charbonneau into beaching the craft. We ran down to the boat in time to keep Cruzat from attacking Charbonneau.
Here, dog, I will break your head wide open.
Try it, Fiddler, try it.
Stop it. All right, that's enough. That's enough. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Captain, but you're right.
You men, Fields, Lafarge, Shields, McNeil, unload the boat. Put out the gear to dry.
Windsor, start a fire.
Yes, sir.
Cruzat, I want to know what happened.
Well, sir, I was in charge of the boat. I supposed either you or Captain Clark told Charbonneau to take the helm.
Rouillard had it all morning, didn't he?
Yes, sir. I assigned you to your post, Rouillard. Why didn't you resume it after the noon meal?
Well, Charbonneau acts like he belonged there. He said it was his turn at the tiller.
After this, nobody assume anything without verifying it. Is that clear?
Yes, Captain.
Yes, sir.
Charbonneau, did I say anything that gave you the idea I wanted you with that tiller?
No, sir.
Then why did you do it?
Well, sir, boats fascinate me. I want to be in them. I want to steer them. I'll be all right except for a fear of the water.
If you ever touch the sail or the tiller of a boat again without orders, I'll have you shot.
The wind increased, but of course we were compelled to spend the afternoon drying the contents of the boat instead of sailing briskly upriver. Luckily, we lost only a few items, all medicine. And by night, we had repacked everything and covered it against what proved to be a thunderstorm. We camped under a thick stand of trees. While fires were made and supper started, we were protected against sudden onslaughts of rain by the interlaced canopy of branches overhead. It had been a frustrating day, and the moment the evening meal was over, the men sought out their blankets. Feeling wakeful, wondering how much we would have to endure before reaching the Rocky Mountains, I took the first watch. The camp was heavily asleep. I remained under the biggest of the trees where Billy Clark, George Drouillard, Cruzat, and several others were sleeping. Scannon lay near me. Scannon, be quiet. I want to wake the whole camp. The dog pushed to his feet. He stared at me, the tree, then back at me, as if he were trying to tell me something. Now the men about me were beginning to get up. I'm first Scannon, and then me.
What's wrong with that dog, Captain?
I think we'd better get clear of the tree. Fast.
All the way, George. You're not in the clear.
Yes, sir. We reached safety just in time as lightning struck the tree, which came crashing to the ground. The noise awakened the entire camp. For a moment, while the others rushed to surround us, we who were directly concerned were silent. Then Cruzat managed to speak.
Thank heaven we all got clear.
It was Scannon. He kept at us until we moved.
You mean that dog knew?
Some dogs have a perception like a sixth sense.
From now on, Scannon gets the choice of the meat that I shoot.
The big dog stood there looking at us, his tongue lolling and his tail wagging. I showed him my approval by scratching his ears, and so did Billy. But the others just wanted to touch him, as if he were some sort of magic talisman.
The next morning, there was no rain, no wind. Back to the tow ropes again. Meriwether, hobbling on the sorest feet in the group, stayed ashore, moving slowly toward an upriver bluff he was determined to climb for a panoramic view of the area. Along about midday, when we had to stop to switch those at the oars with those at the tow ropes, we were near the foot of the bluff. Meriwether was on top of it, tottering a bit on his bandaged feet.
Below! Down below! Those who can, come on up!
Cruzat, Windsor, and I made the climb, and we weren't disappointed. Many, many miles to the west, we saw the shining, snow-capped crests of a rugged, youthful range of mountains.
Look at that. Those are the Western Mountains, huh?
Indians call them the Shining Mountains, or the Rockies.
Looking at them gives a man some hope. We are getting there.
I hope we don't have to pull the boats over them.
Wait, did you feel that? Is there a wind coming up?
Yes, I feel it too.
All right, come on, let's get back to the boats. Let's use that wind, get a few miles closer to those snowy monsters.
The evening of June 2nd, we reached a place where another river joined the Missouri, forming a sort of rough Y, with each fork approximately the size of the other.
Looks like a problem to me, Meriwether. We're to follow the Missouri, but which is the Missouri?
At this time of night, I don't know. Let's wait till morning.
It's going to be a hard decision, night or morning. Let's bolster morale by asking Charbonneau to cook supper.
Whatever weaknesses Charbonneau had, they had nothing to do with his culinary skills. Well-filled stomachs made us sleep easily, and we awoke to a morning which showed us our dilemma of the two rivers in bright sunshine.
Whether both forks look about the same width, I judge they're about equal in volume of water. Either one could be the Missouri.
We need to do a little reconnoitering.
Most of the men are footsore and exhausted. We'll have to keep reconnaissance parties at minimum strength.
5 or 6 each.
If you agree, I'll explore the South Fork with York, Sergeant Gaz, George Shannon, and the two Fields boys.
It's a fairly healthy group. I'll take Sergeant Pryor, Shields, Windsor, La Paz, Cruzat, and Brouillard. Might be a good idea if Sergeant Ordway moves camp to the spit of land between rivers. The men can rest and make new moccasins.
Good. How far upstream do you want to go?
Let's figure a maximum of 4 days.
Well, that should tell us something definite.
We assembled our respective patrols, and a few minutes after Billy Clark had started along the South Fork, I led my 6 men along the banks of the North Fork. This river seemed to be flowing in almost a north-south direction, through open, plains-type country.
It's the Missouri, Captain.
It looks like that.
Same old Missouri mud.
And the same old prickly pear along the opposite bank.
Then you all think it's the Missouri because the water's muddy.
But the bottom, too, it's earthy and soft.
If it is the Missouri, how do you account for the north-south direction? The way to the Pacific is west.
Sooner or later, it will turn west, sir.
I wish I could be as certain as you are. George, you and Sergeant Pryor better move on ahead and shoot us some dinner.
Yes, sir. What is your pleasure? Buffalo, elk, deer, bear, or waterfowl?
How about prairie dogs?
What, you mean that, sir?
You better get a few just in case there's nothing bigger available.
Yes, sir.
As it turned out, Pryor and Brouillard shot elk along with the prairie dogs, but fussy appetite or not, I found I preferred the latter. By the third day, I became convinced that the North Fork could not be part of our route to the Pacific. I know you all believe this river's the Missouri, but you're wrong.
Well, then what is it, Captain? The one that the Mandans talked about, the river that scolds all others?
No, we passed that one back 100 or so miles.
Captain Luis, I will swear this is the Missouri.
We'll take one last look. From the top of the cliff up ahead, if the river doesn't turn west, we're going back to camp. Pryor, you and Shields and Brouillard stay here and build a raft. We can save time by floating back to camp.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Windsor, let's go.
Yes, sir.
We started up a slope that was cliff-like in its steepness. Gasping, we reached the halfway point of the ascent, where the ground leveled off a bit. To the left of me was a deep chasm. When I felt myself going, I drove my pontoon into the side of the cliff and hung on. Slowly, I pulled myself back to safety, only to hear Windsor cry out.
Help, Captain! Help!
Windsor had slipped too. He was lying on his stomach with his right arm and leg clawing at the air. The moment the strength in his left arm waned, he would plunge to his death. I eyed him, pretending a confidence I certainly didn't feel.
Help me, Captain. I'm going to fall.
No, you're not. Do as I say and you'll get clear. Use your right hand to reach your knife. Right hand, I said.
All right. I got it.
Now, dig a toe hold for your right foot. That's it. Put your right foot in.
Yes, sir.
Now, shove upward to the left with both feet. Hard. Good. Rest a minute. Get your breath. And we'll find an easier way to the top.
Thank you, sir. I thought it was all over.
We made it to the top. Shading our eyes with our hands, we followed the progress of the river. It continued a winding course north with no significant turn to the west. Using a different descent, we returned to the river bank where the other four were grouped about a partially built makeshift raft, eyeing it dubiously.
He's no use, Captain. There just is not enough wood here to make a seaworthy raft.
On the way back to the main camp, a disagreeable trip because rain turned the earth into a particularly viscous mud beside the river. I spoke of the two rivers to the men. Each was convinced that this muddy North Fork was the Missouri. It's carrying a load of silt from the Canadian plains.
Silt from here, too, sir.
It could make its western turn beyond where we could see from that hill.
I stopped discussing the question because I knew that ultimately the decision would have to be mine and Billy Clark's. It was another command decision and a crucial one. An error in judgment, and we could be taken many hundreds of miles out of our way. And by the time we retraced our steps, it would be too late in the season to attempt the crossing of the Rocky Mountains. cold, wet, and tired. We reached the main camp 2 days late. After a warm meal and a chance to dry out, I was ready to attack the problem of the two rivers.
Men, move in here so Captain Lewis and I can talk to you.
Yes, sir. About the rivers, Captain Clark?
That's right. I think we all know that a wrong decision could possibly cause the failure of the expedition. At the very best, it could delay our arrival on the Pacific coast a year. Charbonneau, did you discuss it with Sacagawea?
Yes, Captain. We spent much time talking. When she was stolen from her people 5 years ago by the Gros Ventre raiding party, they stayed away from the rivers where they might find other Indians. They rode swift horses overland, clear to the Dakota country.
She remembers no talk among her people about these two rivers.
No, but it is her opinion that the muddy one is the Missouri. For what it is worth, that is also my opinion.
The 6 men who went with me also agree with that.
Well, simply because the South Fork is clean and clear with a pebbled bed. That's not the Missouri they've struggled with the past year, but it does happen to be the Missouri of the mountains before taking on a burden of plains country silt. And it does head west.
None of us wants to make a mistake, sir. None of us wants to fail any more than you. Since I got back from the reconnaissance with Captain Lewis, I've talked to everyone. 29 of us are in favor of the North Fork. 30 if you count Sacagawea.
Well, you may be in favor of it, Windsor, but that doesn't matter. The decision has to come from Captain Lewis and me.
Some of you may know that I have a fiancée back in Virginia, Miss Maria Wood. Very attractive young lady. I've just named the North Fork Maria's River after her, so it can't be the Missouri.
I don't mean to say that your opinions don't count, because without you, there would be no Corps of Discovery. What I do mean is that Captain Lewis and I have to live with the results of the decision, good or bad.
That's one of the penalties of being an officer. We both want you to get as much rest as possible today. Tomorrow we move west, up the Missouri, the clear South Fork that leads to the mountains.
The men thought we were wrong, yet they were determined to follow us. This loyal group was a far cry from the half-disciplined Corps of Discovery that set out from St. Louis over a year ago. Suddenly, I felt like a giant. Because of the men, we would make it. We would stand on the Pacific shore, and we would make it back to report our discovery.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 4, Into the Unknown, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Carl Swenson, Sebastian Cabot, Don Diamond, Stephen Bell, and Dal McCannon. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Roma Wines present Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud. Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you as star Miss Lucille Ball, who appears tonight as a Broadway lady, whom you may have often seen if you are a devotee of musical comedy. She is the third one from the left in the chorus line. And so with this little lady's narrative about the 10 grand, and with the performance of Lucille Ball as Miss Gigi Lewis, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Well, on this particular night, I'm standing in front of the Broadway Lindy's with my nose practically pasted against the window. It's late and I'm hungry. I've been pounding the pavements all day doing the rounds of the manager's offices. You'd think a good hoofer like I ought to be able to land something with all the shows on the big street. But here I am, standing like General Sherman's statue in front of Lindy's, looking at the pasted-up menu and mentally overindulging in a big, thick, juicy T-bone steak smothered with onions. That comfortable crowd inside there can toy politely with their chicken sandwiches and their shrimp cocktails for all I care. Just give me a T-bone smothered with onions. Here I am with 5 cents in my handbag, literally. Enough for the ride home in the subway, no extra charge for the empty stomach. Well, anyway, I could take my shoes off when I get in the subway. I turn around and give Lindy's one last sorrowful gander and then make for the subway entrance. It's just the time the shows are letting out. Plenty of people from the taxi set are taking the subway home these nights, being short on tires and gas. So I get in that Times Square jam that looks like 5 o'clock p.m. and feels like a Russian pincers movement on the Polish border. I'm getting shoved toward the turnstile, so I quick try to get my handbag open to reach for that lonesome nickel. All of a sudden, I feel something jerk out of my hand. My bag is gone. I try to yell, "Stop! Hey, hey, stop!" I twist around and see somebody, a little guy with short bow legs, running toward the stairs. "Stop that guy! Stop that guy! He's got my purse!" Hey, look, there he goes. Stop him! I'm trying to break out of the mob and after the purse snatcher, but I'm like the ace of spades being dealt off the bottom of the pack. When I'm finally in the clear a little, I see a tall guy running after that little guy who has my purse. They both disappear around the corner and up the steps. There's plenty of commotion in the crowd. You'd think there was $1 million in my handbag for all the fuss they're making. But I don't stop to think about anything except that I lost my fare home. I take out after the tall guy. When I get to the foot of the stairs, the tall guy's coming down again. And he's got my bag in his hand. He's smiling a big, wide smile at me, and I'm gazing gratefully up into his big brown eyes and noticing the way his hairline ain't receding any. Just the guy to go around rescuing ladies in distress. Regular Sir Galahad or somebody.
Is this yours, miss?
Yeah. Gee, how can I ever thank you?
Think nothing of it. Here you are.
What about the guy, the thief?
Oh, there was a cop on the street. He'll take care of him. What about you? You're all right, aren't you?
Oh, sure, I'm all right.
You look kind of pale. I guess it would have been pretty tough to lose your purse that way, especially this late at night.
Oh, I don't know why you bothered, really. Nothing but a nickel in it, anyway. I don't carry much with me when I'm out at night.
A nickel will get you home.
He's smiling at me again, and my heart's saying, "Oh, brother." We both start towards the mob at the turnstile, and I'm busy hoping he's going my way so we can sort of get better acquainted, you know.
Well, good night. Hang on to that pocketbook now.
Well, aren't you, well, good night. I'm caught in that mob at the turnstile again, and the train's coming in. Somehow, the way you do in crowds, I lose sight of him. And I gotta concentrate on digging out that nickel to put in the slot. I open up my bag and find the nickel all right, and then my heart almost stops. There in my my handbag sits a great big wad of bills, folding money, cash. I managed to get the nickel in the slot and get myself through to the platform and on the train, all the while hanging onto that bag as if there were 10 grand in it. $10,000. Gee, it could be that much. The roll is big enough. My head's going around in crazy circles. The doors close behind me and everybody in the car is rushing to find a seat. Over the noise, I hear some contented soul whistling. I grab a seat next to a fat man who's taking up most of it. I sit there hanging onto my bag, not daring to look inside. I tell myself I'm dreaming. There's not really a big roll of bills in there. Extreme hunger is giving me the DTs. How would I get a bankroll as big as your fist? What am I doing with money? Then I remember the purse snatcher. He must have put it there. But why? The fat guy next to me tries to drum up a conversation.
Nice night, ain't it?
Yeah, cold.
You the young lady what got her purse snatched?
Yeah.
Lucky thing you got it back, ain't it?
Yeah, very lucky.
I always say it ain't good for a young lady, especially a nice-looking dame like you, to carry a lot of money around when she's out nights.
Huh? What makes you think I got a lot of money?
Well, the way you carried on when that fella snatched your purse.
Oh, yeah. I'm showing this fat palooka by my attitude that I don't go for conversing. I'm sitting there looking straight at the wall ads, and the one across from me is a big photo in natural color of Miss Subway in 1944. A Brooklyn girl, all dressed up and dripping with furs, and probably wearing Chanel No. 5. Money. All the money I need. No more pounding the pavements and waiting in outer offices for some two-bit job in a show that's due to close opening night. Clothes. A fur, maybe. Chanel No. 5, maybe. An apartment downtown with a switchboard to announce people instead of a fifth-floor walk-up in the Bronx. Food. T-bone steak smothered in onions. Just walk right in and order it. Fun. Maybe go to a nightclub and... Say, though, maybe it's counterfeit dough. Maybe.
See those guys coming through? They're cops.
How do you know? They might be the Rover boys.
I can spot a plainclothes dick in a minute. They all look alike. They all got a certain purrs and noise.
Well, that don't prove they're dicks.
I don't know. Maybe it's the way they part their hairs.
Plain clothesmen. Looking for something, Hot money, maybe. So, suppose I'm found with it. How am I going to prove somebody planted it on me? I can see them laughing at that one now. That's a good one. Ha, ha, ha. She didn't steal the dough, honest. She just found it in her purse. Ha, ha. That's a good one. Lock her up, 25 years.
Well, good night, little lady. I'm getting off here. This your stop?
No, thanks. I go further uptown.
Well, good night. I'm certainly glad you found your purse.
Good night, fatso. The Rover boys pass on through, and I decide to sneak another look at my bag. I open it up very carefully. The bankroll's there, all right. Some of the bills are in big denominations, too. There could be 10 grand, and it looks like the real thing. But there's also something else, something I didn't see before, a piece of paper stuffed into the roll. I reach in and get it, looking around to see if I'm being watched. All I see in the car is sleepy people, so I unfold the paper and read what's scribbled on it. Get off at 161st Street and follow Yankee Doodle. That don't make sense. What's Yankee Doodle got to do with it? I get up and I'm making for the door when I hear it. And then I remember I've been hearing that whistling right along and didn't notice it. I back into the first empty seat and prepare to do some thinking. Somebody in this car wants that bankroll again. Could it be Sir Galahad? I just can't bear to think of him as a criminal type, but he was awful quick to go chasing after my purse. And he could have been in this car all along without me seeing him. I try to get a quick look around, but there's people in the aisles. And a dear little old lady is pushing her way forward. She sits down next to me.
I was sitting next to a man who kept snoring. Do you mind if I sit here?
No, not at all.
I didn't know there could be so much confusion in the subway this late at night.
Well, in New York, you get to confusion 24 hours a day.
Well, I guess I'm just not used to it, that's all.
Hey, you look like there's something wrong. What's the matter? Do you feel sick?
I'm all right. Oh.
Hey, she's passed out. Won't somebody help me? This woman's sick.
Yeah.
Look out.
Here, give her a slug of this. This'll bring her to.
Thanks, that's swell. Now, look, lady, just take a swallow. Won't hurt you. Go on, swallow it. That's it.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, really.
Forget it. How do you feel?
I can't imagine what happened. All at once, everything seemed to whirl around.
Sure you're all right now?
I'll be fine in just a moment.
Here's your medicine, mister. Thanks.
That's okay.
You're awfully kind. I didn't think people were so kind in a big city like this.
You better take it easy now. Where do you get off?
What's that?
Where do you get off?
Oh, 169th Street. That's where my sister lives. I'm visiting her, you see, and I just thought I'd go downtown tonight and see a show and have a good time. Evelyn told me how to go on the subway, and everything was fine until just now.
You're not hungry or anything?
Oh, no. It's not that. I have plenty of money. At least I did have.
Yeah? What happened to your money?
Somebody stole my life savings.
No, not really. Who'd do a thing like that?
Eh?
Who'd do a thing like that?
Thing like that? Oh, I don't worry about it, you understand. I'll get the money back.
How?
Well, don't you remember the old saying? It takes a thief to catch a thief.
I suppose so.
Yes. Well, that's just how I plan to catch the person who stole my money.
How much did you lose?
What's that?
How much did you lose?
Oh, lose. Well, I had been saving it all my life, and there was at least, $10,000.
Gee, that's too bad. Well, am I going to give it back to her if it turns out to be her money? How do I know she's not pulling a fast one? I remember that in shows, it's always the dear old lady who fakes a faint to get sympathy when she's really the brains of the mob. Yeah. I noticed she got a big gulp from the bottle while she had the chance. Well, supposing she is on the level, would I give her the money when I have it here? 10 grand? And me practically in the lap of luxury? Would I?
Oh, my.
Listen, do you know how to whistle?
What a strange thing to ask me. As a matter of fact, yes, I do.
Well, I'm awfully fond of whistling.
Yeah? Are you? Well, you know, I was judged the champion whistler of the Ladies' Auxiliary at church back home.
Well, isn't that nice?
Yes.
Won't you whistle something for me?
Oh, well, I couldn't. Not here. People would turn around and look at me.
Well, you already caused quite a stir when you fainted.
Oh, did I?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then, what would you like to hear?
Yankee Doodle.
Well, I'll try.
That's fine. But I guess it doesn't prove anything.
I beg your pardon?
I meant, how was it you say you lost all that money?
Oh, the money. The bank teller back home just ran off with the savings of practically everybody in town.
Oh, it happened back home, huh? When?
Well, now, let me see. Why, it must have been 5... No. It was just about 6 years ago.
Oh.
Yes, and why do you ask me?
Well, I just thought maybe I thought you might have just lost it tonight the way you talked.
Well, I hope I didn't alarm you. But I just keep knowing I'm going to get that money back someday.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
Oh, listen. Somebody else is whistling Yankee Doodle now. That's very fine whistling, too.
Isn't it, though?
Yes.
Yeah, and this time it's no old lady. I got an idea it's somebody who just possibly could have a slight case of murder on his mind.
Tonight, for suspense, Roma Wines bring you as star Miss Lucille Ball, whom you have heard in the first act of The 10 Grand by Virginia Radcliffe. Tonight's adventure in Suspense.
Far to the south of us is our good neighbor country, Ecuador, land of towering mountains, sweeping vistas. Let's imagine ourselves there now, dining on the roof terrace cafe of the exclusive Hotel Metropolitano in Guayaquil, Ecuador. Near us, an American has just complimented his hosts on the magnificent dinner, to which his host quickly responds, "Ah, yes, it is true that our foods are famous. But from your land comes a rare delicacy also, one which has spread the fame of your own California to many far corners of the world. It is this superb wine, so excellent that we in Ecuador import it from your United States. My friend, I drink to you in your own delicious Roma wine. Our Ecuadorian friend is right, for Roma wine's superb quality has won such favor in many far places that they import it, enjoy it as a rare luxury. But not so here in America. Here, millions know and enjoy Roma wines as an inexpensive, everyday delight, at meal times and when entertaining. So many, in fact, that Roma is America's largest selling wine, with no high import duties to pay nor expensive shipping costs. You enjoy these distinguished wines for only pennies a glass. Ask for Roma wines, which bring you old-world winemaking skill, plus Roma's own modern scientific controls and testing. That's R-O-M-A, Roma wines, America's largest selling wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage Lucille Ball in The 10 Grand, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Street. 161st Street.
Well, this is it.
Oh, must have been dozing. Is this your station?
Yeah, and the next stop is yours. Don't fall asleep and miss it now.
Well, I won't. You've been very kind. I do want to thank you.
No, think nothing of it. Well, good night.
Good night, my dear. Now be careful crossing the street.
Sure, don't worry. I'll be plenty careful.
Step to the rear of the car.
I get off the train. Stand for a minute on the platform looking around. I don't see Sir Galahad, but he could have gone through to another car and come out down the line. Several guys are on the platform, and they all hurry up the steps of the street. I go up, too. I look ahead at the block I have to travel. Then I hear it again, from the darkness of the street. I can't tell exactly where it's coming from, but I'm standing in the light, and whoever's after me has a pretty perfect target. I walk away, hugging my purse and shaking like 6 hangovers. I tell myself that pretty soon Yankee Doodle will grab me and take the money. Any second now. He wouldn't need to kill me. I haven't seen him, so I can't identify him. He could just take the money and leave. But suppose he enjoys killing people. Suppose he gets panicky all of a sudden and his finger slips on the trigger. Suppose he's a maniac. I think about screaming, but nobody'd hear me in time because screaming probably makes Yankee Doodle's trigger finger tremble. But why doesn't he do something? Why doesn't he take the money away from me and get it over with? Does he want me to offer it to him on a gold platter? Not Gigi. She's got a T-bone steak smothered in onions waiting for her if she ever gets out of this in one piece. But now I'm getting toward the next corner, and there's a dim street lamp on the other side. I see him. That's strange. He's been walking ahead of me all this time. Then I hear something else. Footsteps. Somebody behind me. I listen. That doesn't sound like the tread of somebody hurrying home to the little woman. That's a steady tread of somebody trailing somebody. I don't know how I know it, but I know it. There's Yankee Doodle up ahead, but here's also somebody behind me I don't like just by instinct. I'm sandwiched. I'm the ham between 2 slices of rye. I listen again. He's getting closer. By the time I reach the corner, he'll catch up with me. I try walking faster. He's walking faster, too. I turn around. I can see his dark shape behind me with a distant street lamp back of him. Then I see something else. Back away, across the street, is another man, walking fast. Now I got 3 of them. I'm in a triple-decker sandwich now. I want to scream. I want to yell help. But my heart's got all mixed up in my larynx somehow, and I know I'd never be able to project my voice past the next crack on the sidewalk. They're catching up to me fast. If this is the end, sister, this is it. I'm already imagining the cold steel on my back, and then... The 2 boys walk right on past me. Don't even give me a tumble. They're making time, and as the one on my side gets ahead of me, I see him nod to the one across the street. They're not tailing me. They're after Yankee Doodle. They heard him whistle, and they'll be catching up with him any minute now. I heave a big sigh of relief and consider a quick exit back to the subway with my 10 grand. I can just barely see the 2 of them as they come close to the next street lamp. They could be plainclothesmen, but I don't think so somehow.
In that case, they got an illegal desire to get something they think Yankee Doodle's got. Or maybe Yankee Doodle's the illegal part of the deal. Suppose he turns out to be Sir Galahad. It's pretty confusing, and I ain't happy about it either way. But something, I don't know what, makes me take after the two Rover boys instead of going my own way while I got the chance. I look up ahead. Yankee Doodle's a block away now, and he stops for a second under a streetlight. He's listening, I can tell that, even though he's too far away for me to tell if he's Sir Galahad. Then quickly he disappears into the shadows again. I'm trying to keep my heels from clicking too loud, but they sound like drum beats, so I take my shoes off quick. The Rover boys are up on the corner now, but I'm making it by the time they're halfway down the next block. The street lamp must have burned out along here because it's blacker than a Schiaparelli dinner dress. If only a police car would come by or something. Maybe Winchell would be cruising with the boys, yeah, and then he'd give me a plug in his column and it'd be easy for me to get a job. Oh, what am I thinking about things like that for now? Besides, there ain't a car on the street. There hasn't been one since I got off the subway. Suddenly, out of the blackness, a hand grabs my arm, another covers my mouth.
Be quiet. Don't scream. It's me. Yeah, let's get down in the stairway where they can't see us against the light. Now.
You didn't need to choke me.
They'll come back this way in a minute, as soon as they found out they'd lost me.
How'd you get here? I thought you was way ahead of them.
I was. I ducked in here and let them pass. Are you with me?
Why should I be?
It's my life or theirs.
So what?
I got your purse back for you.
Yeah, Sir Galahad.
You got my money.
It could be their money.
Yes, but it isn't.
Wait, they're coming back. I got an idea. I'll step out and say something, and you...
All right. Get up there quick. They're coming.
Well, hiya, boys. Fancy seeing you here. Nice night, ain't it?
Never mind, sister. We ain't got time to chat.
Well, you needn't blind me with that flashlight. I just wanted to pass the time of day.
Well, it ain't that time of day, so step aside and let... Hey, let me go.
Hey, he was trying to get up.
Let's make sure they're really out.
Are you kidding? They're both out farther than the 12-mile limit.
Then let's get away from here fast. Come on.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter? You don't want to be picked up around here, do you?
Well, I got to put my shoes on first, don't I? Say, do you know I broke my heel on that heel? So, here we are, 15 minutes later, sitting in an all-night restaurant after running practically 12 blocks and me forgetting all about the fact my feet was killing me a couple hours ago. Sir Galahad's breathing just like normal, but I'm still sounding like a pair of bellows trying to catch my wind. He's looking at me and laughing in a nice way, and I don't mind.
You know, what you need is a little regular exercise. It would get you in condition.
A nice, steady job hoofing somewhere will do that for me.
I wonder how long it will be before the cops find those guys.
Maybe you ought to report it first, just to be on the safe side.
No. It would be too dangerous. I have to get rid of the money first.
Oh.
No, I did not rob a bank.
Well, there's other illegal ways to get 10 grand.
Here comes the waitress. Better order, and then we can talk. Eh?
I can't believe I'm really going to get a steak inside of me instead of hot lead.
Wait until you see what the steak's like before you feel too happy.
Know what you want yet? Yeah, a long time ago. T-bone steak, rare, smothered in onions.
Make it 2, please.
2 T's, rare and buried. All right, shoot. What am I saying?
I'm a Greek.
Yeah?
I came over here when I was about 15. My father and mother are still in Athens. I couldn't get them out of the country when the Italians invaded. So I don't know where they are now.
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
Oh, I'm like a lot of people over here. I want to do something for my mother country, even though I am a naturalized American. So, in my spare time, I collect contributions from other Greeks living over here.
Oh, you mean for the Relief Society?
Oh, no, that's different. This money supports the Greek underground. It has to be gotten and sent very quietly because certain people over here would like very much to know who's operating the underground in Greece. You see?
Yeah, I'm beginning to. What about the Rover boys?
Who?
The 2 kids we lulled to sleep back there.
Oh, well, I can't prove it yet, but I think they're Axis agents. They've been following me ever since I left home this morning. Today was my day off, and I've been making the rounds collecting.
You did pretty well. How much is in that bankroll?
$10,415.
Oh, Oh, boy, you're quite a salesman.
I've got a good product to sell. Anyway, I thought I could shake those guys in the subway. But then when you got your purse lifted, I did a little quick thinking and decided the money would be safer with you for a while. And I do want to thank you.
Oh, that's all right. Always glad to help out. Well, I guess you'd like to have your 10 grand back now, huh?
You know, in Greece, they have a law that whoever finds money gets to keep 10% as a reward.
No kidding.
Yes. So the way we'd figure it, you get $1,041.15.
Say, that's wonderful. That's a great custom. I wonder why they don't adopt it in America.
Well, I guess America has a lot of things that Greece doesn't have. T-bone steaks, for instance.
Yeah, that's true. Well, here you are. I hope you get the dough into the right hands.
Thank you very, very much. Aren't you going to count out your 10%?
I got to contribute something to winning the war, ain't I? Say, miss.
You want me?
Yeah, what happened to them 2 T-bone steaks?
Oh, well, I'm sorry, but when I took your order for the steak, I forgot this was Meatless Tuesday.
Oh, no.
And so closes the 10 Grand, starring Lucille Ball. Tonight's tale of Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
Have you had the thrilling experience of enjoying a meal prepared and served with delightful Roma wines? Well, tomorrow evening, we suggest that when preparing your dinner, whether it be fish, meat, or poultry, just add a generous portion of your favorite Roma table wine, Sauterne, Burgundy, or Claret. Then simply put the same bottle, well chilled, on the table with the meal. You'll be in for a new experience in just how good even the simplest everyday foods can be when prepared and also served with superbly flavored Roma wines. Don't put off discovering how much these delicious and inexpensive Roma wines can add to the pleasure of everyday living. Remember, thousands make Roma wines their daily standby for greater enjoyment at a cost of only pennies a glass. Ask for R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, America's largest selling wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Lucille Ball. I always enjoy my appearances on Suspense, and tonight I'm particularly proud because Mr. Spear has just counted up, and he says that tonight I said more words per minute than any actress he has ever had on the show. Well, here's just a few more, and I hope you will give heed to them. Don't let tomorrow go by without buying an extra war bond.
Lucille Ball appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers at the White Cliffs of Dover. Next Thursday, same time, we will present the best-selling novel, The Walls Came Tumbling Down, and Mr. Keenan Wynn will be your star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. the Lux Radio Theater brings you the great Gildersleeve, Una Merkel, and Beulah Bondi in The Show Off. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The night Fibber McGee and Molly introduced a new character into their show called Gildersleeve, I'm sure no one could have foreseen the fantastic success story to which we add another chapter tonight. Mr. Gildersleeve made a great hit with Fibber and Molly's audience and soon had a radio program of his own. Then came a series of pictures at RKO. And tonight, we've cast him in one of the great comedy hits of the American theater. It's George Kelly's famous play, The Show Off. And to show off the great Gildersleeve in a proper setting, we've co-starred him with Una Merkel and Beulah Bondi. You'll find another name on Gildersleeve's birth certificate, Harold Perry to be exact, but Mr. Perry has been swallowed up by Mr. Gildersleeve to the great enjoyment of the American people. In The Show Off, he plays Aubrey Piper, a gentleman with a talent for getting into trouble. Witness the case of his brother-in-law's invention, which you'll hear more about in just a moment. Some inventors are remembered by everyone. The names of others are lost in the fog of time. The airplane, the electric light, the wireless, any school child knows who was responsible for them. But nobody knows who invented the wheel or who invented soap. Yet someone did invent soap hundreds of years before it reached the level of perfection that's called Lux toilet soap. I leave it to you. How many modern inventions would you give up before you do without soap? In research for a picture about Cleopatra, which I made a few years ago, I discovered that she had several ladies in waiting whose job it was to help her keep beautiful. But all the wealth and power of the ancient Queen of Egypt didn't serve her half as well as the queen of any American home is served by a cake of Lux toilet soap. But now the show goes on with the show off. And here's the first act, starring the great Gildersleeve as Aubrey Piper, Una Merkel as Amy, and Beulah Bondi as Mrs. Fisher. It's 8 o'clock on a Wednesday evening, and Amy Fisher is aflutter with excitement. 8 o'clock Wednesday is a big moment in Amy's life, for at 10 after, a certain party will ring the doorbell of the little frame house near Philadelphia. Hurriedly, she dabs a powder puff at her nose, and then, hearing the front door open, she rushes to the head of the stairs.
Mama? Mama, was that the door?
Yes, it was. It was your sister.
Oh. Mama, when the bell rings, let me answer it. Hello, Clara. How's Frank?
All right.
Mama, did you see my blue bar pin? It was in my drawer.
Well, look in the drawer. I haven't seen it.
What's all the excitement, Mama?
Wednesday night.
Oh. Is that fella still coming here?
Oh, right on the dot, such as he is. It looks like a steady thing, Clara. You never in your life heard anybody talk so much. I don't know how Amy stands him. Your pop can hardly stay in the room where he is.
Well, doesn't she take him into the parlor?
She does, yes, but she might just as well leave him out here, because he's not in there 5 minutes till he's out here in the kitchen again talking about politics. You'd think he knew something about it. And the investment business. He's always talking about that, too. That's where he works, you know, the Billings Investment Company. He says he's head of the sales department. But I says to your brother Joe, I says, I don't know how he can be head of anything from the talk of him. Joe says he's a nut. But you don't dare say anything to Amy about him. Oh, no. She thinks he's heaven's gift to the Fisher family. And for all she knows about him, he could be a tramp in the park instead of with the Billings Company.
Well, that's where he works, though, Mom.
How do you know?
Well, Frank knows him.
You're Frank?
Uh-huh. He says he eats his lunch at the same place. They're at 15th and Arch.
And does he say he knows him?
Why, sure. He says he's seen him around there for a long time. Frank calls him Carnation Charlie. He says he's always got a big carnation in his buttonhole and carries a cane.
That's the one. He's always got it on when he comes here, too. I believe in my heart, Clara, that's what's turned your sister's head.
Oh, my.
Did Frank say what his name was?
Aubrey Piper, I think.
That's it, Aubrey Piper.
Sounds more like a place than a man's name. What does he do at Billings?
He's a clerk.
A clerk. I knew it. Head of the sales department.
Hello, Clara.
Oh, hello, Pop.
Well, has that nut arrived yet?
Not yet, but he will.
I hope to heaven he stays in the parlor tonight. I want to read my paper. And if he slaps me on the back once more, I'll kill him. That laugh of his. Enough to drive a man crazy. What's that?
Must be Joe. He's down the cellar trying to fix the radio. Joe? Is that you?
Yeah. Give me a hand with a set, will you, Pop?
No, I thought you was going to keep it downstairs.
There isn't enough light.
Okay, thanks, Pop. Well, has that screwball come in yet?
Well, he certainly is a big hit with this family.
Laughing Louie. He's a first-class pest, that guy. Every time I'm working on something, he sticks his nose in it. What are you doing? What are you doing? You know that formula I've been working on to prevent rust? He got his nose into that the other night, too. Next time he does it, he's going to get socked.
Oh, there he is now. Amy?
Put out the light in here and shut the door. Maybe he'll think we've gone out.
Well, I've got to go.
Well, go out the back door if you don't want to be here all night.
Amy! Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, Pop.
Goodbye. Be quiet now. If he hears a voice in here, he'll pop in here like a jumping jack.
Just a minute. Aubrey. Hello, Aubrey.
Greetings on you, little girl. How's every little thing? Hitting on all three?
Come in, Aubrey.
Right on the job, Amy. 10 minutes past on the dot. The pride of old West Philly never misses. No, sir.
I'll take your hat, Aubrey.
Anything to please the ladies. Here you are. And the boy rode off with many thanks and many a backward bow.
Oh, come on in the parlor, Aubrey.
1 second, little gal. One little favor. Never again will I trouble the belle of old North Philly. How about a drink of the old Aqua Pura, huh? That's water to me.
Of course, Aubrey. I'll be right back. Make yourself comfortable.
Don't you worry about me, little gal.
Amy, shut that door. Well, what's the matter, Mom? I just want to get a drink of water for Aubrey.
Listen, Amy, I don't want that fella popping in here. Good evening, ladies and gents. Yeah.
Oh.
Stay right where you are, folks. Right where you are. Going right out on the next train. How are you, little mother? Evening, Pop. Hiya, Joe.
Hello.
Amy, step on the gas with the old Aqua Pura. Man's got to have a drink. How about it, Pop? You'll stay with me on that, eh, Pop?
Oh, listen, I don't like to be slapped on the back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I want to tell you this is a very pretty little picture of domestic felicity. Father reading, mother knitting, and little old Joe Edison Fisher there working 18 hours a day to make the rich man richer and the poor man poorer. What about it, Popcorn? Am I right or raving?
Oh, will you let me alone and keep your hands to yourself? I never saw such a pest in my life.
Well, what's the matter with Popsy Wopsy? Little off his feed, eh, Mother Fisher?
Here's your water, Aubrey.
Thank you, my dear. Blushing as she gave it, looking down at her feet so bare in her tattered gown. Yes. How's that, Mother Fisher? Can't beat that little old Willie Shakespeare, now can you? No, sir, I'd like to tell the brothers that little old Shakespeare party shook a wicked spear. Yeah. Well, here's laughter, ladies. And Mr. Marconi, my best regards to you. Very nice indeed. And a sweeter draught from a fairer hand was never quaffed.
Oh, you.
Well, Mr. Joseph, what are you doing? What are you doing, Joseph?
I am fixing something.
At it again, eh? The young inventor himself. Well, Mr. Joseph, I want to tell you you're wasting your time. When you're all through, they'll offer you 20 cents for it and sell it for $20 million, take it or leave it, sign on the dotted line. Yes, sir. That's exactly what they did to little old yours truly here. 20 Lincoln Anacondas for a formula that would have solved the greatest problem before the industrial chemical world today.
What kind of a formula?
Why, a formula to prevent the rusting of iron and steel. A solution of vanadium and manganese to be added to the metal in its molten state instead of applied externally.
Where did you hear that?
Hear what, my boy?
About a rust preventative using vanadium and manganese?
Little idea of my own.
Yeah. You heard it right here in this room. I was talking about it last Sunday.
Oh, you thought of it too, eh? Well, just goes to show you, Joe, great minds run in the same...
Oh, shut up. You give me a swift pain.
I love that boy. Yes, Mother Fisher, that little boy of yours has got some great ideas. I was speaking to some of the men who work under me just the other day, Mother. I said, gentlemen, the inventive genius in this country is... Where are you going, Mother?
I got a touch of the same pain. Good night.
Must be an epidemic around here.
Oh, Aubrey. Aubrey, let's go in the parlor, shall we?
Yeah. You know, Amy, sometimes I get a funny feeling that your folks don't like me. Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep, so beware, well, little high, I guess.
Oh, yes, Mother, do you want something?
I just wanted to tell you that it's nearly 12 o'clock. We're all going to bed around here.
I was just about to take my reluctant leave, little mother.
Well, I don't want to hurry you.
Not at all, not at all. In fact, the recent outburst was in the nature of a farewell concert. The little old song at twilight, you know, Mother Fisher, to soothe the savage beast. Yeah.
Come on, Aubrey. I'll walk to the gate with you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's a beautiful night, all right.
Oh, isn't it?
Look at that moon up there, Amy. Is that a moon or is that a moon? I say it's a moon.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah. You know, it's times like this when a man gets to thinking, Amy.
Does he, Aubrey?
Yes, sir. That old moon up there makes you think a lot of things. A man's got to be pretty careful.
Oh.
But when a man's knocked around the world like I have, a man gets pretty wise. When a man meets the right girl, a man knows he's met the right girl. Do you follow me?
I think so, Aubrey.
Amy, do you think a married couple can be happy on $100 a week?
Oh, Aubrey, yes, I do.
Be nice if they had it, too.
Aubrey, is that how much you...
Well, more or less. Right now, it's a little less. But I'm thinking of putting over a deal, Amy, just between us two, you know.
I don't think it makes any difference how much a man makes. I think when a girl cares for a man, loves a man, that's all that counts. The only important thing in the world, or should be, even if he doesn't have a dime, don't you?
Well, I got 2 nickels.
No. I mean, don't you think about love?
Oh, sure. Ever since I was 14, Amy. Yes, sir. It's a little old Cupid dart that counts.
And after all, you can't buy happiness, can you?
Definitely not. So they say. Well?
Well?
Amy, what do you think, huh?
You mean about...
Yeah, what do you say? Is it a go? Say yes, Amy. Say you'll pool your coffee ration with me.
Aubrey, you mean will I marry you?
That's the general thought I'm trying to convey.
Oh, Aubrey, yes, I will, Aubrey, any time you say.
Amy Piper.
Oh.
I'm not going to let you do it. I won't stand for it.
Oh, Mama, stop it. I'm going to marry him, and that's all there is to it.
But you don't even know him. You don't know what he does or how much he makes or anything about him.
I don't have to. I know I like him, and that's enough.
All right. But remember this, Amy. Be sure that he keeps you, and you keep him. And don't be coming around here for your pop to keep you.
Mama, don't make me laugh. Aubrey's got a wonderful position. He makes plenty of money.
Who says so?
I just know from the way he talks. He makes at least $100 a week.
Who ever heard of a clerk making $100 a week?
A clerk? Where did you hear that?
From Frank Highland.
What does Frank Highland know about it?
He knows Aubrey Piper, and Frank says he's a clerk down there just like 5 million others.
Oh, that just shows how much he knows about it. Aubrey told me he makes $100 a week, and what's more, he's going to swing a great big deal pretty soon.
The only thing he'll ever swing is that cane he carries. Amy, dear, I'm warning you once and for all.
Oh, Mama, why don't you let me make my own life? You took who you wanted, didn't you? And Clara took the man she wanted. Well, I'm going to take what I want, and I want Aubrey Piper.
You
like a raise, eh, Piper?
Well, that's the general idea I was trying to convey, Mr. Williams.
What for?
Well, the way I figured is this. A man's going to get married. Well, when a man gets married, he's got to have enough to support a wife, right?
Right.
And I figure about $100 a week, maybe a little more.
How much do you make now, Piper?
35. Not very much, Mr. Williams.
No, it isn't. But this investment business isn't what it used to be either.
Yes, sir, but...
35 is all you're worth, Piper.
But, Mr. Williams...
From what I've seen of your ability, it's more than you're worth.
Yes, sir.
Now, would you like 35 or nothing at all?
No, sir.
What makes you think you're entitled to a raise?
Well,
You don't have to get married, do you?
No, sir.
Then put it off for a while.
Yes, sir, but
That's all, Piper. That's all. Goodbye.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, Piper.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Huh?
Look, how did it go? Where did you get the raise?
Oh, the raise. Oh, yes. We talked it over, the boss and I. He's going to sleep on it. I hope he has nightmares.
Oh, gee, pretty lucky, Piper.
Well, there's nothing to it if you got the right approach, Fred. I got in a good word for you, too.
Yeah? Oh, gee, thanks.
Well, I'll go to lunch now. Got to feed the old furnace, you know. See you around, Fred.
Yeah. Hi, Aubrey. What'll it be?
Hi, Sam. I'll have a ham on rye and a chocolate frosted. And don't spare the ice cream, Sam.
2 scoops?
Oh, 2 scoops, sure. What do I care?
That's a nickel extra, Aubrey.
Slap it in there, Sam. You know Piper, the old sport himself.
Sure. 1 ham on, 1 frosted, scuba double.
Aubrey.
Amy, what are you doing way down here?
Aubrey, I have to speak to you.
Say, I'm glad you came, Amy. You know that deal I was talking about? Well, it didn't go through, honey. I mean...
Aubrey, listen.
So I was just thinking maybe if we could postpone getting married.
Aubrey, I've got to tell you, darling, it's awfully important. I've done it, Aubrey.
Done what?
I've done it. I've left home.
You left... Oh...
Oh, I just had to. I couldn't stand it anymore, and I just told Mama. I said, I'm leaving, Mama, and that's that.
You told Mama, huh? Oh. Well, I was just going to tell you, Amy, that deal, I mean, where are you going to live?
I don't know. I haven't even thought about it. I burned my bridges, Aubrey.
You burned mine, too. Oh, well, I guess we better get married pretty soon then, huh?
Oh, Aubrey, do you suppose we could?
Oh, sure. You just leave everything to me.
Oh, Aubrey, that'd be wonderful. And it doesn't really make any difference, does it? I mean, we were going to be married anyway, and, well, you make so much money and all, and, oh, Aubrey, tell me it's all right.
Oh, it's fine, Amy. It's fine. Just a minute. Hey, Samuel.
Yeah?
Cancel that extra scoop, will you?
Act 2 of The Show-Off, starring the great Gildersleeve as Aubrey Piper, Beulah Bondi as Mrs. Fisher, and Una Merkel as Amy. 6 months have passed, and the romance of Amy and Aubrey has blossomed into marriage. Amy is too proud to admit it to her family, but she has discovered, as wives sometimes do, that her mate is more talk than action. He's not the head of his department, nor does he earn the expected $100 per week. And now, in the Piper kitchenette, the financial question has again reared its ugly head.
Bills. Aubrey, what are we going to do?
How's the coffee coming along, Amy? Boy can't be late to work, you know.
Aubrey, listen to me.
Sure, what's on your mind?
Aubrey, we've just got to get some money. We can't go on like this any longer.
Why not? We've been getting along fine.
Have we? Look at this. We owe $30 to the butcher, $23 to the grocer, $8.10 to the milkman, and the janitor was here about the rent again.
I'll speak to him on the way out.
On your way out is right. He's going to throw us out Friday.
You mean he's threatened us? Why, he can't get away with that. I'll break the lease. That's what I'll do. How about a piece of toast, honey?
Aubrey, he can get away with it. We've got to pay up or get out.
All right, we'll get out. I never liked this place anyway. The bathtub gurgles. Have you got any peanut butter?
Aubrey, how can I make you understand?
Listen, honey, do me a favor, will you? Forget about it. Everything's going to be fine.
Is it? How?
You just keep your eye on the boy from West Philly, that's all. Now, I didn't want to mention this, but I'm working on a deal right now that'll put us right up there on top. Where's the jelly?
What kind of a deal, Aubrey?
Never mind, you'll see.
But I want to know.
Well, it's a little idea I've had in the back of my head for a long time.
What idea?
It's pretty technical, Amy.
Aubrey, tell me, what is it?
Well, It's a rust preventative. A combination of magnesium and vanadium added.
Oh, Aubrey, that's Joe's idea. That's the thing he's been working on for years.
Oh, beat me to it, eh? Well, the more power to him.
Oh, Aubrey.
Good evening to you one and all. Hello, Mother Fisher.
Oh, hello. It's you, is it?
What's the good word, Mother? Been siphoning out any gas tanks lately? Where's Amy? Is she here?
No, ain't she home?
No, I just came by there.
Well, she ain't been here today.
Yeah, she was saying this morning she thought she'd go out and look for a house today. I suppose she hasn't got back yet. I wanted to take her to the movies. I got the loan of Harry Albright's car.
Did you say she was out looking for a house?
Yeah, we got to get out of that place we're in. The Acme Machine people have bought the whole block. They're going to put up a new factory there.
How soon do you have to get out?
Friday. I mean, as soon as we can find another place.
Well, I'm afraid you won't find it so easy to get a place as reasonable as that again in a hurry.
I don't want a place as reasonable as that. I want a real home, Mamma Mia. Something with ground around it. Where I can do a bit of tennis in the evening.
Well, if you do, you'll pay for it.
That's exactly what I expect to do, Mother Fisher. Not giving you a short answer, of course. That's exactly what I expect to do. And no more of the old first-of-the-month business for this growing boy. He's all washed up, signed on the dotted line. I'm going to buy, Mother.
Buy? Buy what?
A house, Mother Fisher. A real little home. You ought to go out along the boulevard some Sunday. Some fine little buys out there.
Well, there's no danger of your going out along the boulevard except for a walk.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people out that way, Mother. And a man's got to live someplace.
Well, if he's wise, he'll live where he's able to pay for it. Besides, you haven't got any furniture for a house, unless you don't mind sitting on the floor.
The matter of furniture nowadays, little Mother, is a very inconsequential item.
It still costs money, don't it?
Money. That's something that never worries me.
I know, but it worries me.
Yeah.
How are you going to buy furniture when you haven't got any money to even buy a house?
Don't fret, Mater. There's things in the wind. Things in the wind.
Well, there ought to be. There's plenty of it.
Plenty of what, Mother?
Plenty of wind.
Yeah. Well, right there with the old sense of humor, eh? Well, I guess I'll mooch along.
Yes, mooch.
Oh, say. If Amy calls, tell her I got the loan of Harry Albright's car. Fred Myers and I will meet her in front of the Rivoli at 8 bells.
I suppose you mean 8 o'clock, don't you?
Give the lady a cigar, Professor. Well, cheerio, Mrs. Whistler.
Who?
Mrs. Whistler. Man's dream of an ideal mother.
Oh, shut up, you fool. Go on, mooch.
Yeah. Cheerio, gal. Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep.
Hello, Aubrey.
Well, Jojo the dog-faced boy. How's the lad?
Oh, I'm okay, fine.
What's the matter, Joe? You look excited.
Well, I am, in a way. Look, Aubrey, can you keep your mouth shut about something?
You can trust me, Jose. Sphinx Piper, my friends call me.
What?
Sphinx.
Oh.
Well, Joe, what's the big secret?
Well, I sold it.
Sold it? Sold what?
My invention, the rust preventative.
No.
Yeah. I was down at the Miller Grant office all day. I went over the whole thing with him, and we're going to tie it all up Monday morning.
Nice work, Mr. Joseph. I hope you got yourself a good slice of the old moolah.
I think it's all right. They're going to give me $50,000 for it.
50,000. Well, not bad, not bad. First offer, I suppose.
First and last. I'm grabbing it.
Don't be a sucker, Joe. Give them the old hard-to-get treatment. They'll come through with twice that.
Oh, no. This is too good to fool around with. Anyway, I'm satisfied. You know, we can do a lot with that money.
We certainly can.
I was talking about the family.
Oh, the family. Yes, of course. That's what I meant. But I still think you could get more, Joe. What you need is somebody to go in there and talk to those guys. Somebody to...
Cut it out, will you? I'm satisfied. I'm sorry I mentioned it to you at all.
Hey, Aubrey, what do you say?
Right there, Fred. Well, best of luck, Joe, my boy.
Don't forget now. Don't say anything about it.
Mum's the word, Joe. Mum's the word.
Hey, Aubrey, I thought you said you knew how to drive.
What's the matter, Fred? We're getting there, aren't we?
Yeah, but I hate to think what Harry's car's going to be like.
Don't you worry about the car, Fred. Everything's under control.
Yeah, so I hear.
Got a slipping clutch, that's what it is.
Hey, that's a red light. You better stop.
Huh?
Oh, boy, Aubrey. You're about the world's worst. I think I better get out and walk.
Oh, we'll be there any minute. Just let that little old light give me the go-ahead, Fred, and we'll be zipping on our way. Here we go.
Hey, watch it. What's the matter? Look out for that car. Look out. Look out! Did you see that guy? He cut right in front of me.
Listen, Aubrey, that was a police car.
A what?
A police car. You slammed right into a police car.
All
right. Keep moving there. Move along. Hey, you.
Good evening, officer. Had a little brush here. Nothing serious, I hope, eh?
Oh, no. You just knocked 3 of our wheels off, that's all.
I'd like to take a sock at that dope. Where is
Now,
he?
take it easy, Mike. You go along and have that arm fixed. I'll take care of this fella. Go along now.
All right, but you better report about the car.
Don't worry, Mike.
Did that other gendarme get hurt?
Oh, no. I think it's just a little matter of a broken arm. Nothing serious, as you say.
Broken arm? Well, how did that happen?
I'm not sure, but I think he was waving to a friend. He threw it out of joint.
Very good.
All right, let's see your license.
License? License. Oh, you mean my driver's license.
You know what I mean.
Oh, sure. Let me see now. That's not it. That's not it. Oh, my draft card. 4 PH.
PH?
Positively hopeless.
They ain't kidding either.
Yeah. You got me that time. Now, let's see.
Come on. Give me your license.
Well, officer, I'll tell you the truth. You beat me to it by 3 days.
What are you talking about?
Well, I've been meaning to get a license for some time. As a matter of fact, I was going down there for one next Tuesday.
Just a minute. Am I hearing things? Are you trying to tell me that you don't have a license?
You got me again, officer.
I've got you all right. Get out of that car.
Now, wait a minute.
I can't understand it. I waited at the movies for over an hour. If he wasn't going to come, he would have called here, wouldn't he?
Don't ask me what he'd do.
I'm beginning to get worried.
He says you've got to get out of that place you're in.
Yes, that's what I was doing today, looking around for something.
Did you see anything?
Oh, I saw a couple of places that were fair, but they want too much money.
You're not really looking for a house, are you, Amy?
Yes, if I can find one. Aubrey says he will not live in rooms any longer, and he doesn't want to pay rent. He wants to buy.
Amy, I thought you had a little sense, but you're nearly as bad as him.
You talk awfully silly, Mother. You'd think everybody that was married was living out in the street.
Well, that's where a good many of them would be living, Amy, only that somebody belonging to them is giving them a hand. You're everlasting borrowing as it is.
Well, I always pay it back, don't I?
You do when you get it, but that's not the point, Amy. It's that what you get one week don't last you till the next.
Oh, Mother, let me alone. If you're trying to make me say I'm sorry I married Aubrey, well, I'm not. I'm glad I married him, and I wouldn't change him for anyone else I ever met in my life. So there.
All right, Amy, but someday that man's going to bring trouble on us. I can feel it in my bones.
He won't bring trouble. And if he does, it'll be between him and me. You don't have to worry.
All right, Amy. Is that you, Joe?
It's me, Mom.
Oh, hello, Clara. What you doing here?
Well, I don't know. Isn't Frank here?
You're Frank?
He called up the house and said I better get right over here. It was something about Aubrey.
What about Aubrey?
Well, I don't know. I couldn't understand what he was saying. Oh, I hear you moving, Amy.
Yes, we are. We want a house.
A house? Oh, Amy, if you can't pay your rent where you are, how do you expect to pay more?
How do you know I'm not able to pay my rent where I am?
Now, don't you start a fight, Amy.
Oh, but I'd just like to know what business it is of hers, whether I can pay my rent or not. Nobody's asking her to pay it.
Oh, no? Well, your husband's been to Frank Highland twice already to pay it.
What? That's a lie.
It is not. He's asked him twice and got it, too. Till I put a stop to it.
Mama, make her take that back.
I won't. It's true.
Now, you hush up, both of you. I guess if Clara says it's true, Amy, she must know. And it just goes to prove what I said.
Oh, let me alone.
I told her that man would start trouble. Well, now, who should arrive?
Oh, buenas noches, little mother. Is Amy here?
For land's sake, what's happened to you? What's that bandage on your head?
Bandage? Oh, yes. Nothing to get upset about. Beginning to rain outside, Mother.
Never mind the rain. The rain didn't do that to you. I guess you ran into somebody, didn't you?
Don't get excited, Mama. Just a little misunderstanding on the part of the traffic officer.
You don't mean to tell me that you ran into a traffic officer.
Control now, little Mother. I assure you there's no occasion for undue solicitation. Good evening, Clara.
What happened to your head?
The veriest trifle, Mrs. Highland. Just a little spray from the windshield.
Where's that car you borrowed? Smashed, I guess, ain't it?
The car I borrowed, Mother Fisher, is now in the hands of the bandits of the law. The judicial gentlemen who collect fines from motorists. by ordering them to go one way and then swearing they told them to go another.
Never mind your fancy talk. I want to know who you killed, and where's the automobile that someone was fool enough to lend you?
The automobile, little mother, is perfectly safe, parked and pasturing in the courtyard of the police station.
So you got arrested?
Well, I accompanied the officer as far as the station house, yes. And while I was there, I told them a few things about the condition of traffic in this city.
I guess they told you a few things, too, didn't they?
Repeat the question, please.
Oh, shut up.
Yes.
What did they do? Fine you?
Well, they were all set to find me. But when I got through with them, they didn't have a leg to stand on. So they trumped up a charge of driving an automobile without a license.
Did they take the automobile away from you?
Nothing of the sort. They simply complied with the usual procedure in a case of this kind, which is to release the defendant on bond pending the extent of the victim's injuries.
So there was somebody injured?
The traffic cop that ran into me.
For heaven's sake, couldn't you find anybody but a traffic cop to run into?
I didn't run into him, Mother. You don't understand the circumstances of the case.
Well, I understand this much. They can give you 10 years for a thing like that, and it'd just serve you right if they did, too. Borrowing people's automobiles and knowing no more about running them than I do.
No time like the present to learn, Mother.
Well, you'll have plenty of time from now on if that officer's seriously injured.
He was faking a broken arm around there when I left.
Oh.
It's a wonder to me the poor goof wasn't signed on the dotted line. He ran head-on right into me.
Did they take the cop to the hospital?
I believe they did.
Oh, Aubrey, what happened to you?
Well, the little woman herself. Hi, Amy.
What is it, Aubrey?
Nothing in the world, baby. I had a little mix-up on Broad and Erie Avenue.
You didn't get hurt, did you?
Nothing but a scratch on the medulla oblongata. Just a little shake-up.
He nearly killed a traffic officer. That's how much of a shake-up it was.
You didn't, Aubrey, did you?
Certainly not, Amy. Your mother's raving.
The man's in the hospital. I don't know what more you want.
Is he, Aubrey?
You think I'd be here if he was?
You wouldn't be here only that someone was fool enough to bail you out instead of letting you stay there where you couldn't be killing people.
Are you out on bail, Aubrey?
They always bail a man in a case like this, Amy. They got my car on their hands. I just got to call around for it Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock.
I guess you just got to go down there to a hearing Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock and pay your fine. I guess that's the automobile you've got to call for.
How much did they fine you, Aubrey?
They didn't fine me at all.
They'll do that Tuesday.
Yeah, time will tell that, Mother Fisher.
How much bail did they put you under, Aubrey?
1,000 berries, Amy.
$1,000?
What?
That's regulation. Little chicken feed for the stool pigeons.
Did you say $1,000?
That's what I said, Mother Fisher. 1,000 trifles. I wouldn't kid you.
You wouldn't kid anybody that'd listen to you for 5 minutes. And who did you get to go $1,000 bail for you?
Don't be alarmed, little mother. I saw that the affair was kept strictly within the family.
What do you mean?
Your other son-in-law was kind enough to come forward.
Do you mean my husband?
That's the gentleman, Clara, Mr. Francis X. Highland.
Oh,
Ladies.
Aubrey, don't you think you'd better go to bed?
In a minute. I'm thinking, Amy.
Is your head hurting you?
I'm not thinking that hard. Besides, it's just a couple of little scratches.
Aubrey, what do you think they'll do to you down there Tuesday?
Now, don't worry about that, sweetie.
Oh, but they're getting awfully strict. What if that traffic cop is hurt bad?
Oh, it'll only be a fine for reckless driving, even if they could prove it was reckless driving. Then I can prove it was the officer's fault. So they'll be very likely apologizing to me around there Tuesday morning instead of fining me.
Oh, I wouldn't care if they only fined you, Aubrey, because I could go back to work until it was paid.
You'll never go back to work, kid, while I'm on the boat.
I wouldn't mind it, Aubrey.
Not while you're my wife, Amy. I'm the provider around here.
You don't think they might do anything else to you, do you, Aubrey?
Oh, they might try to take away my license.
You haven't got a license, have you?
That's where I fooled them.
Aubrey, what is it they send them to prison for?
Look, Amy, everything's okay. I've got the whole thing worked out in my mind right now. All I've got to do is pay that little old fine, and I'm as free as the air. Why, it's a cinch.
How much will the fine be?
Well, I can't tell. Maybe that 1,000 berries.
$1,000? Where'll you get $1,000?
Now, stop it, honey. Look, I'll have that $1,000 Monday. It's a breeze.
$1,000 Monday?
Sure.
How?
Look, if a fellow was going to sell something for $10, see?
Yes.
And I knew it was worth at least $20, see? Well, if I went to the men who were going to buy it for 10 and I convinced them they ought to pay 20, well, I'd be entitled to a commission now, wouldn't I? At least 2%. 2% of the difference, sign on the dotted line, and I got my $1,000.
But, Aubrey, that would mean that you'd have to sell something for $100,000.
That's the ticket, Amy.
You mean that somebody's selling something for $50,000 and that you can get $100,000 for it?
Amy, it's a cinch. Well, what do you say, little lady? Mr. Miller ready to see me yet?
Let's see now. You're Mr. Piper, aren't you?
That's the name, little lady. Just tell him I'm here about Mr. Fisher's invention.
Oh, I told him that already, Mr. Piper.
Oh, thank you, little lady. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Oh, you go on.
No, you go on.
Miss Gray?
Yes, Mr. Miller?
I'll see Mr. Piper now.
Yes, sir. That door over there, Mr. Piper.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep, so be... good morning, Mr. Miller.
Morning, come in.
Piper's the name, Aubrey Piper.
How do you do? Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I've come to see you about the rust preventative.
So I hear. Well, where's Mr. Fisher? He was going to be here at 11 to sign the papers.
So I came at 10. The signing of the papers can wait, I think.
Oh? Are you an interested party in this deal, Mr. Piper?
Well, slightly, yes. I'm Mr. Fisher's business advisor.
Oh, I see. Well, he's a fortunate young man.
Oh, very fortunate. And that's what I like to see, Mr. Miller. A young man getting someplace, pulling himself up by the seat of his pants. Yes, Mr. Miller, it's the American inventive genius that's put this country where it is today. And I'm here to state that every right-thinking citizen has the duty, no, sir, the privilege, of doing everything in their power to help the growing boy along. Am I right or wrong? Shake it up, brother. Shake it up.
Just a moment, please.
Yes. Now, let's not beat around the bush. I'm a man of a few words, Mr. Miller, and I can see that you are, too. Now, what I like to do is come straight to the point, sign on the dotted line, wrap it up, and take it away. Now, you know what this boy has done? Just one little idea, you say. One simple operation. That's true, Mr. Miller, but we can't pass it off like that. Oh, no. Now, you're a businessman, Mr. Miller. Your time is valuable, and so is mine. So let's settle right down now. Here.
Just what are you talking about?
Mr. Fisher's invention. What else?
Well, you're a little late. We went all over this with Mr. Fisher last week. We're giving him $50,000 for it this morning.
Now you've hit it, Mr. Miller. Right on the old button. $50,000. A paltry, measly, contemptible... Shame on you, Mr. Miller.
What's that?
Think of it. Put yourself in this boy's place.
$50,000 is a very fair price.
Not for genius, Mr. Miller. Genius is priceless. And I'm here to stay...
Wait, please. Am I to understand that you'd like to call this deal off?
Now, Mr. Miller, don't you jump to conclusions. We want you to have this invention, but at a fair price.
All right, Mr. Piper, let's have your proposition.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. In the first place, we want $100,000 on the line as an advance.
Oh, really?
A check will do, but cash won't hurt. Number two, the Miller Grant Company will have to sell it at their own expense.
I see.
And number three, we want 1/2 the net on every gallon sold as a royalty. There you are, Mr. Miller. That's our proposition, and a fairer one you couldn't find. Am I right or wrong? Shake it up, brother. Shake it up.
Mr. Piper, I'm afraid you're wrong.
Yeah. Huh?
I said you're wrong.
Now listen here.
I'll do the talking now. Who do you think you are walking in here trying to bulldoze me out of $50,000? We made a fair price, and we were ready to stand by it. But I don't like the way you do business, Mr. Piper. And you can go back and tell Mr. Fisher that he can thank you for this deal falling through.
Now, what was that?
The deal is off. We won't give you a lead nickel.
Now, wait.
I'm sorry, Mr. Piper. Good morning.
But you can't do this.
Oh, yes, I can. There were no papers signed, and there won't be any papers signed. Now, get out.
Mr. Miller, you're making a terrible mistake.
Will you please get out?
Now, let's be reasonable, huh? We'll come down a little bit. Make it $75,000.
I told you I wouldn't...
Make it 60.
No.
55.
No.
53.
No.
52.
No.
51.
No.
You're a hard man, Mr. Miller. And just for that, we won't sell it to you at all. We'll take our product elsewhere. And you'll regret this to the end of your days. Just remember, whenever you hear the Fisher-Piper process, that you could have been in on the ground floor and you missed your chance. Good morning, sir. Oh, this is one of my bad days.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now, here's a question for the women in our audience.
If you could make your stockings last far longer just by doing one very easy thing, Would you do it? Of course you would. Then listen to this.
Recent tests show how to cut down stocking runs over 50%.
Yes, a famous laboratory, the United States Testing Company Incorporated, repeatedly washed rayon stockings different ways, then tested them on an almost human machine, a sort of mechanical leg that strains stockings the way you do in actual wear. Here's what they found. Washing with new, improved Lux cut down runs over 50%. Yes, the Lux stockings tested on the machine didn't go into runs nearly as easily as stockings washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. They lasted ever so much longer.
You see, new improved Lux saves elasticity, so stockings can take extra strain without breaking into runs so easily. And here's what girls find in actual experience.
Why, I got over twice the wear from my Lux stockings. Lux cut my runs almost in half.
That means a lot now that stockings are so precious. Better stick to Lux and avoid those enemies of stockings, cake soap rubbing and strong soaps. One special hint about rayons. They need 24 to 48 hours drying time. Get new improved Lux tomorrow. It's in the same familiar box, and your dealer has it right now. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Now the curtain rises on the third act of the show-off, starring the great Gildersleeve, Una Merkel, and Beulah Bondi. It's the morning of Aubrey's trial. In the corridor, just off the courtroom, the luckless show-off stands cracking his knuckles with nervousness. For the first time in his life, Aubrey is scared. With him is his benefactor, a sad-faced, sad-eyed man, his brother-in-law, Frank Highland.
And take it easy, Aubrey. Don't try to tell the judge his business. If he finds you, just keep your mouth shut. I'll take care of whatever it costs.
Gee, Frank, certainly is swell of you to stick by me like this.
Oh, it's all right.
If I can ever do anything for you, just tip me off.
Yeah. Things certainly been going awful lately. Did you hear about Joe?
Joe? No. What's the matter with Joe?
He had a deal all set for $50,000 for his invention. Went down there yesterday and they wouldn't even see him.
Well, what do you know? No explanation or anything.
No.
Well, just goes to show you. You can't trust those fellas as far as you can throw them.
Yeah. Wish I knew what gummed it up.
So do I.
Aubrey.
Oh, hello, Amy. Glad you got here, kid.
Hello, Frank.
Hello. Well, I'll see you later. I got to get some coffee.
No refills, Frank. See you in court. Well, honey.
Aubrey, are you nervous?
Nervous? Who, me? Yeah.
Oh, Aubrey, don't worry. It'll come out all right.
It's not only the trial, Amy. That isn't so much. I got something else on my mind, Amy. I've just discovered I'm a terrible heel.
Aubrey!
That's right. It's an awful blow to me after all these years.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Amy, listen. Remember that deal I was going to swing? That $100,000 thing?
Yes?
It didn't go through.
Oh, that's all right.
I hope Joe feels like that.
Joe?
Yeah, it was his deal, the invention. I crabbed it for him.
Oh, Aubrey.
All right, go ahead. Give it to me. I deserve anything I can get.
But how did it happen? How? It was all settled.
Well, yes, but I went there to talk for Joe.
Oh.
I thought I could bluff him into it, Amy, and instead of that, they bluffed me out. I was only trying to do a good turn, that's all.
I guess you can't help it, Aubrey. I guess it's just the way you're built or something.
Oh, honey, from now on, it's going to be different. I'm going to be a brand new heel. Man, you wait and see.
Well, what are you going to tell Joe?
Joe? Oh, you think I ought to tell him, huh?
Well, you've got to tell him. You've got to take your medicine, Aubrey.
All right. I'll face him. I'll face him like a man. Joe, I'll say. Joe, my boy. I'd rather face my draft board.
Well, when the trial's over, we'll go up to the house, both of us.
Okay, Amy.
Of course, that's just assuming that they'll let you out after the trial.
Aubrey Piper.
Yes, here I am. Who wants me, mister?
The state of Pennsylvania. Get in here.
Oh, brother.
Look, Clara, it's in the papers already.
About Aubrey?
You'd know it was about Aubrey if they didn't even mention his name.
Oh, what's it say?
Mad motorist fined $1,000.
That's him, all right. I suppose Frank had to pay it, too.
Aubrey Piper of 903 Lehigh Avenue was arraigned today before Magistrate Lister to answer to the charges of reckless driving, injuring a traffic officer, and operating an automobile without a license. Magistrate Lister heard a plea of leniency and fined the defendant $1,000. Look, there's his picture.
Aubrey's picture?
Oh, carnation and all. I'd like to get my hands on that fool. I'd tell him a thing or two. Disgracing the whole family.
Well, here's your chance.
Oh, hi, Clarabelle.
Come on in. Hello, Amy.
Hello.
Well, it's all over. The said and done. Sign on the dotted line. Greetings, Mother Fisher. You're looking very beautiful this afternoon. Pretty as a gangster's moll. Yes, sir.
Shut up.
What's the matter, Mother?
What'd they do to him, Amy?
Oh, nothing much.
I'll tell you what they tried to do.
You keep quiet. Nobody wants to hear what you've got to say about it at all.
Well, I told them down there what I had to say about it, whether they wanted to hear it or not. I told them plenty.
And then they fined you, didn't they?
A little.
Yes, they fined you $1,000. It's all right here in the paper. Mad motorist fined $1,000.
Is that what they called me? Why, I'll sue them. Let me see that. Not a bad picture, is it?
Oh, give me that paper. What do you want to do? Put it in your scrapbook?
Oh, Mama, let's not fight about it. We're in trouble enough right now. Let's forget it.
Oh, sure. Forget it.
Is Joe here, Mama?
No, he ain't.
Well, Aubrey wants to see him about something when he comes. Then we're going home. I'll go make a cup of tea.
Nothing for me, Amy. I couldn't eat a thing.
Who asked you to?
All right, Mother, all right.
Is that you, Paul?
It's me, Mom.
Oh, come in. You've got company.
Who is it? Oh, hello, Aubrey.
Oh, hi, Joe.
How'd you make out today, Aubrey?
Well, I'll tell you.
They fined him. He's lucky he isn't in the Hooskow right now.
Oh, that's too bad.
Joe, listen, I got to speak to you about something.
Not now, Aubrey. I'm pretty busy.
Yeah, but it's very important, Joe.
What could you have to say that's important? You know who he is, don't you, Joe? He's the mad motorist.
You cut it out, Mother.
What is it, Mom?
Right here in the paper, look. Oh, I never thought I'd live to see a thing like this happen.
You know, there's something else in tonight's paper, Mom.
What?
Just cast your eyes on this right here.
Well, what is it?
Philadelphia youth makes important chemical discovery. Mr. Joseph Fisher of North Philadelphia perfects rust preventative solution. How do you like that?
Joe, did they buy that thing from you?
$100,000, Mother. They signed for it this afternoon in the lawyer's office.
What?
Joe?
Oh, Joe, that's wonderful. Oh, I'll go tell Amy.
Wait a minute. What is all this?
Here, read it.
Joe, I can't believe it.
Let me see that thing.
They sent for me to come over there this afternoon about 2 o'clock, and they had their contracts all drawn up and everything.
What did you say about $100,000, Joe?
Well, that's what they paid for it this afternoon on account. Then they're to market it for me from their laboratories and give me half the net.
Net? What's the net?
Whatever's left after all expenses are paid.
But did they give you any of the money, Joe?
$100,000, sure.
Not in money, though.
Oh, not in dollar bills. No, they gave me a check for it. Well, Aubrey, what do you say?
Not bad. I guess we put it over, eh, Jose?
What do you mean, we?
Yes, what do you mean, we? Who cut you in on this?
Now, Mother, you never know.
Oh, shut up.
You know, it was a funny thing, Mom. When I first talked to the Miller Grant people, I was only to get $50,000 advance. Then they called it all off. But today they sent for me and said, okay, you win $100,000.
And they're getting away with manslaughter at that.
Keep still, you. You don't know anything about this at all.
I made them think I knew something about it.
You made who think?
The Miller Grant people.
What are you talking about, Aubrey? Do you know?
Certainly I know what I'm talking about. I went to see those people yesterday.
And what did you do up there?
I told them they'd have to double the advance if they wanted to do business with us.
And what business was it of yours?
Well, I'm Joe's relative, ain't I?
Who told you were?
Well, he's got to have somebody tend to his business, doesn't he, Mother? He's only a lad.
He doesn't need you to tend to his business for him. He tended to his business long before he ever saw you.
He never landed $100,000, though, Mother, till he saw me, did he?
Well, what did you say to them, Aubrey?
Well, Joe, I simply told him I was acting in the capacity of business advisor to you. And that if this discovery of yours was as important as you led me to believe it was, they were simply taking advantage of your youth by offering you $50,000 for it. And that I refused to allow you to negotiate further unless they doubled the advance, sold it at their expense, and gave us one half the net sign on the dotted line.
Holy smokes.
I don't believe it.
Well, I certainly have to give you credit, Aubrey. That's the way the contract reads.
I told it to him all right from the shoulder. Yes, sir.
Well, I'll have to give you a little present of some kind out of this, Aubrey.
You'll not give me any present, Jose. Give it to your family. They'll need it more than I will.
Joe, Joe, is it true what Clara said?
Sure it is. Here's the paper.
Oh, Joe.
But Aubrey gets half the credit. He swung the deal for double the money.
Aubrey, oh, Aubrey, it's wonderful, darling. You're wonderful. Everything's wonderful.
Nothing at all, Amy. Nothing at all.
Do you want some tea, Aubrey?
Tea? Yes, I might, Clara.
And a sandwich. I'll fix you something, Aubrey.
Sure, anything he wants, eh, Aubrey?
Well, thanks, folks. Can I help, Amy?
No, you just sit down there, Aubrey, and rest.
Rest? Oh, thank you. Oh, Amy, that newspaper there. Just hand me the financial page, will you?
Heaven help me from now on.
Ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday is the beginning of Boy Scout Week. This year marks the 33rd birthday of scouting in this nation, a third of a century of service. Every Boy Scout is working for his country now, helping to win the war. And tonight we join millions of other Americans in saluting their great work. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson, Gail Patrick, and Laird Krieger in The Maltese Falcon. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The Great Gildersleeve appeared tonight through the courtesy of the Kraft Cheese Company. Beulah Bondi will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Watch on the Rhine, starring Betty Davis. Heard in tonight's play were Paula Winslow as Clara, Jeff Corey as Joe, and Eddie Marr, Norman Field, Leo Cleary, Charles Kane, Arthur Q. Bryan, Ken Christie, Sharon Douglas, and Fred Mackay. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers.
Here's what Betty said.
Hasn't Jane got a lot of pep and charm?
But here's what Betty thought.
That woman gets in my hair. Where does she get all that energy?
Do you envy others because they have more pep than you? Maybe your trouble is plain vitamin deficiency. Vims may help you feel better than you ever thought you could. Vims have the 6-vitamin formula doctors endorse. 3 vital minerals also. Get that Vims feeling. It's VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vims. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents The Mel Blanc Show.
My lawnmower needs sharpening. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
My percolator top is cracked. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Oh, my stocking has a run in it. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
My wife's going to have a baby. I got to take her to Mel to the hospital.
Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, Joe Kern, Zookie, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and as the star in his own Fix-It Shop, Mel Blanc. Now, let's pay a visit to the town where Mel Blanc lives. It's like most towns in the United States, except for one thing. It's got Mel Blanc. That's what makes it a lot different. Well, let's drop in on Mel Blanc in his Fix-It Shop. It's a bright, sunshiny day, and Mel is busily working away on something.
Well, I sure straightened out that safety pin. Let's see now, what else is there?
Well, good morning, Melvin.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Cushing.
Mel, how come you didn't show up at our last zebra meeting?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Cushing, I'm not very interested in the benevolent order of loyal zebras.
Well, why not? After all, aren't you exalted ruler of the lower level?
Exalted ruler of the lower level. All it means is I'm in charge of sweeping out the cellar. It's okay for you. You're the mighty, supreme, mightiest, exalted ruler, potentate monarch, senior grade.
All right. At our next meeting, I'll see about changing your title. Oh, incidentally, we've got a new password.
Yeah? What is it?
Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga.
Ugga, boo, ugga? Well, what happened to the old one? Hi, mocha, si, hungary, heebie-jeebie, alligator, sweet cookie.
Well, you know that new member we got, that 75-year-old Mr. Simpson?
Yeah?
Well, he tried to say it and developed lower plate wobble.
Oh, too bad. I like the old one. I could say it faster than any other zebra. Oh, what do you got in this white box, Mr. Cushing?
In here? Oh, I've got Sally in here.
Oh, isn't it kind of stuffy for her?
No. No, Sally's the name of my fishing rod and reel. Yeah.
Oh, gosh, I never heard of a man calling a fishing rod and reel Sally.
Well, you should hear what I call her when she lets a big one get away.
Looks like the reel is a little fouled up.
Yes, well, that's why I brought her here, Mel. I want you to fix her up. You see, some of the boys at my real estate office have arranged a fishing trip at Lake Minnewasahaha.
Oh, I'm Okasai Hungary, heebie-jeebie, alligator, sweet cookie for... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were giving me the password.
Well, we've got to be very secretive about it because we've told our wives we're going on a business trip. Now, if they find out we're playing hooky, well, you've seen my wife, Mrs. Cushing.
Gosh, yes, I wouldn't want that to happen to me.
What?
Well, I mean, if she finds out about the fishing trip, she'd be awfully mad, and I wouldn't want that to happen.
Yes, well, that's the idea. Now, another thing, Mel. I want you to go out to the lake and go over Mary Lou.
Who's Mary Lou? Sally's sister?
Oh, no. She's the trimmest little motorboat that ever took to water. I want you to check her from stem to stern.
Aye, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, that's fine. And remember, Mel, don't tell a soul. And if you do a good job, perhaps you'll be made exalted ruler of the upper region.
Well, I don't like cleaning up the attic either. But don't worry about the fishing trip. I won't tell a soul.
That's good. You do a good job, and I'll use my influence to make you a big zebra.
Gosh, thanks. Oh, by the way, when do you want Sally? I mean the fishing rod.
Well, bring it to the corner of Market and Maple at 6 tonight. I don't want you coming to the office or the house.
Okay, 6 with Sally, and after that over to the lake for Mary Lou. Sounds like I'm taking care of a girl sorority.
Silly. By the way, Mel, here's a picture of the boat Mary Lou so you'll recognize her at the lake.
Oh, fine, thanks.
Well, so long, Melvin, my lad. Ugga, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Yeah, ugga, boo, boo. Ugga. I don't know. I still like Hi Mocha, Hungry, heebie-jeebie, alligator, have a sweet cookie better. Ugga, boo.
Hello, nephew.
Oh, hello, Uncle. Say, where have you been?
Oh, I was upstairs conducting my experiments on quantitative analysis with liquids.
Oh, you were experimenting with water?
Water? Brrr, what a horrible word. By the way, what were you discussing with that pompous real estate muckety-muck Cushing?
Oh, he's going on a fishing trip, and he doesn't want anyone to know about it. Imagine lying to your own wife.
Despicable, my boy, but sometimes very necessary. I remember my
I hope
wife...
I never have to lie to my girl, Betty.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, speak of the beautiful, and here she is. Hello, Betty.
Mel, do you know what day this is?
Yeah, Tuesday the 8th of October, and you sound like you're catching cold.
That's right. 5 years ago today, you gave me my engagement ring.
Gosh, it only seems like 5 years.
Remember how all the girls turned green with envy?
Yeah, now the ring is the same color.
Well, anyway, darling, I want you to come over for dinner tonight. We'll make it kind of special.
Special?
Yes, Father has promised to treat you like a human being.
Gee, that will be kind of special. I'll be glad to come. Oh, but.
Well, what, dear?
Well, you see, I have an important job to do, and it may take me all evening.
Oh, Mel, and I was planning such a lovely dinner. Fish.
Fish? Oh, well, that's nice, but, well, you see, this is a big job, and I promised
Well, I guess business should come first.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, honey.
We'll try to drop by for a minute anyhow, huh?
Yeah, I will, honey.
Okay, bye, dear.
Bye. Oh, darn it.
What is it, nephew?
Oh, Betty wanted me to come over tonight, but I can't. Well, at least it'll make her father feel good.
My lad, you shouldn't kowtow to Betty's father.
I don't kowtow. I mean kowtow to him. As a matter of fact, I'm going over there tonight. And if he says one harsh word to me, you know what I'll do?
What?
I'll listen.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
How often it happens, you meet a man and you think he's a nice fellow, but what? Well, you hate to say it, but it's that little breath of trouble. I mean, unpleasing breath. And the chances are this chap doesn't dream that a breath of trouble is tagging him, making him unpopular, hindering him in business, spoiling his fun. Without suspecting it, you may be the victim of unpleasing breath. So be on your guard against it. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, Betty is disappointed that Mel can't have dinner with her on their 5th engagement anniversary. What Betty doesn't know is that she's playing second fiddle to a rod and reel Mel is secretly fixing for Mr. Cushing. Right now, Mel has dropped in for a few minutes at Betty's house.
Hello, Betty. I thought I'd drop in for a minute.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mel. Daddy Mel's here.
What did you say, Mr. Colby? Yeah, it is a nice day, isn't it?
You know, Mel, Father was looking forward to this evening. He even promised to go to the movies with us.
Gee, that would have been swell. We could have stopped by for a soda and walked home in the moonlight, sat on the porch and held hands.
I didn't promise anything like that.
Oh, I mean Betty and me.
You know I gave up a date at the bowling alley for this anniversary.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Colby. I know you spend at least one night a week in the alley.
What?
The bowling alley.
Daddy, stop making Mel nervous. Honey, tell me about this big job you've got tonight.
Oh, the job? Yeah.
Well,
I have a date to meet, Willie Johnson about fixing a card table.
Well, why should it take all evening to fix a card table?
Well, after I fix it, we might have to play a few games to see if the table works.
So, what are you talking about?
Now, Daddy, let's not cross-examine Mel. Here, honey, here's some chocolate cookies I baked. Your favorite, all wrapped up for you.
Gosh, thanks, Betty. Well, now I'd better go. Good night, Mr. Colby. What'd you say, Mr. Colby? Yeah, it is a nice day, isn't it? Well, goodbye, Betty.
Goodbye, dear.
Betty, come here. Did I hear Mel say he was going to see Willie Johnson?
Yes, why?
That's funny. I met Mrs. Johnson at the market today, and she said her son Willie is in New York and is going to stay there.
Yes, but Mel said...
I'll answer that. Hello?
Oh, hello, Mel. Your uncle told me I'd find you at Betty's house. Now, just answer yes or no, because I don't want that big baboon Betty's father to catch on.
Okay.
Well, now listen. About our date, we have to change our plans. My wife gummed up the works.
Very interesting. I mean, yeah.
Now listen. My girl will pick you up on the corner of Market and Maple. And don't forget to bring Sally.
Sally? I mean, yes. Anything else?
No. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Goodbye.
So that's the way things are.
What was it, Father?
Boy, was I right about that innocent-looking boyfriend of yours. Come on.
Well, where are we going?
Market and Maple. And if what I think is true, somebody's going to get an ugga-ugga-boo over his head.
Over there all alone. Oh, this is silly.
Well, maybe it is. But we'll sit right here and see who he's waiting for. I don't think it will be Willie Johnson.
I wonder what's keeping Mr. Cushing. These cookies are good. Gosh, when it comes to sweet stuff, there's only one girl in the world for me.
Oh, yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo!
Are you yoo-hooing me?
Yes, come on over here and don't be so bashful.
Well, look, I'm waiting for someone.
Oh, come now. Come on over to the car.
Well, yeah, but...
That's better.
Have a cookie?
I'm Grace, Mr. Cushing's secretary.
Oh, and I thought...
Well, I'm not that kind of a girl.
That's good. I'm not that kind of a boy.
Mr. Cushing dropped by at the office, so I'm here to pick up his favorite fishing rod, Sally. Is it ready?
Sure. Here you are.
Oh, yes. And, about that job on the boat, that can wait till tomorrow morning.
Say, that's great. Look, will you do me a favor? Drop me off at my girl's house?
Of course. Get in.
Good. I thought I wouldn't be able to see her tonight. Now maybe I can.
Daddy, did you see that Mel and that girl?
Willie Johnson's getting better looking every day.
Meeting girls on the corner and on our anniversary, too.
Why, that fox.
You mean Wolf?
No fox, they work faster. Bullard, I'm going to break every bone in that boy's body.
Oh?
Oh, now what are you sniffling about?
I want you to do it. But I love those bones so much.
Oh,
Gosh, I feel like a heel lying to Betty last night. I promised Mr. Cushing to keep it a secret.
Oh, Melvin, my boy.
Huh?
Zookie wants to know if you need him today.
Zookie? Say, that's it. That's what I'm going to do.
What, nephew?
I'm going to send Zookie out to Lake Minnewasahaha to fix that boat. Yes, sir, and I'm going to spend all day with Betty. After all, Zookie knows engines inside out.
Yes, and it's a pity he leaves them that way.
Oh, it's nice working out here on the lake. In the shade of the old apple, it's in the shade of the old apple, it's cocktails for two. Hey, I like being on a boat. Yeah, I like the water. This is sailing, sailing over the sea, sailing, sailing over the sea. My stomach feels funny.
Well,
Hello.
how are you getting on with that engine? I didn't expect Mel to send an assistant.
Oh, it's okay, Mr. Cushing. Listen, I'll erase the motor. 120 horsepower. 80 horsepower. It's 20 horsepower. One jackass.
Now, hurry along. Hurry along. I want the Mary Lou to be right on the beam when the other boys get there.
Oh, sure. I dream of Jeannie with a light beat. I dream of Jeannie with a light beat. And may all your Christmases be white.
Mel left the shop looking for you this morning, Betty.
Oh, he did, Uncle Rupert?
Maybe that's him now. Did you answer it?
Yeah, all right. Hello, Mel Blanc, fix the shop.
Oh, Betty, this is
Yes. What is it, Zookie?
How'd you know it was me? Hey, will you tell Mel that I did what he told me, and everything's all right now with Mary Lou?
Mary Lou?
Oh, she was ready to blow a gasket when I got here. But now I got her purring like a kitten.
Zookie, are you sure you know?
Oh, yes. Just the same, Mel better come out and see Mary Lou the first chance he gets. Oh, goodbye.
Zookie!
Betty, my dear, what is it?
First Sally, now Mary Lou. How many girls has he got?
Oh, Betty, there must be some mistake.
And I came here hoping I was wrong about him. Well, I never want to see him again. Never. And you can tell him that, Uncle Rupert.
Nell playing around with the women? Why, I'd never have thought it of him. Who does he think he is? Me? Where the devil is that lad, anyway? Uh-oh. Here comes Dr. Crab, the dog doctor. Hello, Christopher. How's the good dog doctor today?
Consultant veterinarian, if you don't mind.
What's the matter with you?
Keep telling you there's nothing the matter with me. Got a catch in the throat. Please, could I have a pan of water?
Look, Christopher, we're having all sorts of trouble. I'm trying to locate Mel.
Oh, I ran across Mel in the park while I was walking my little terrier.
You saw Mel? Where was he going?
You know I'm worried about that little terrier. She came down with the shingles. How could she have gotten them shingles?
Maybe she had a priority.
That is not a joke. Oh, see Mel fix that leash for me. How'd he do it?
Oh, he just used a piece of tin.
What?
Tin. Like in Rin Tin Tin.
Oh, Rin Tin Tin.
Oh, goodbye.
Uncle Rupert, what are you talking about? What girls?
I don't know, my lad, but you'd better get over to Betty's house right away.
Girls. I don't know anything about girls.
Well, I can't have a man-to-man talk with you now.
Oh, but you know I don't have anything to do with girls. Except for Betty. I love her, so I don't think of her as a girl.
Nephew, I'd better take you aside and have a man-to-man talk with you right now.
Oh, how did I get into a mess like this?
The best thing for you to do, my lad, is pour your heart out to Betty. Tell her the only sin you've committed was that of being a man.
I refuse to tell her any such lie.
Mel,
Betty, what's the matter?
as angry as I am for what you've done, I had to come down here. You know that silver-handled cane you gave my father for his birthday?
Yes, and he never even used it.
Well, he's going to use it now. He's coming down here to beat you up with it.
Oh, you realize how much that cane cost? Oh, Betty, this is ridiculous.
Is it ridiculous with Sally and Mary Lou?
Oh, I haven't gone out with girls. Sally is a fishing rod and Mary Lou is a boat.
Oh, Mel, if you think I believe that, you must take me for an idiot.
Yes. No. Oh, look, if you don't believe me, ask the boat. Ask Mr. Cushing. It's his Sally. It's Mary Lou's fishing reel. Oh, what am I saying?
Melvin, here's that picture of the Mary Lou.
Oh, the picture. That's wonderful. Uncle, you saved my life. Look, Betty, this will explain everything. This picture was taken when Mr. Cushing caught the biggest trout of the season.
Huh?
Yeah, that's Sally in his hand, the fishing rod. And you see the name on the boat? Mary Lou.
What? Oh, that's what it does say. Oh, Mel. Oh, Daddy and I thought... Oh, Daddy.
Mel Blank.
Mr. Colby, why are you staring at me like that?
I'm looking for a spot that has the most bone.
Well, stop looking at my head.
Young man, when I get through with you, you're going to be the most horrible-looking mess anybody ever saw.
That's nothing. You always say I look like that anyway.
What? Come here, my boy. I'm not going to hurt you.
No. Oh, you missed me.
Not this time.
Oh, Mr. Cushing, am I glad to see you.
What's going on here? Somebody being initiated?
Oh, boy, am I glad you came. Quick, tell Mr. Colby about Mary Lou and Sally before he kills me.
Well, I don't know what all the trouble's about, but Sally is my fishing rod and Mary Lou is my boat, which I asked Mel to fix for me. And a very fine job he did, too.
Well, I'll be... Oh, Mel, why didn't you say so?
Well, I couldn't tell you. I promised Mr. Cushing to keep it a secret. That's what caused this whole trouble.
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, Mel, we didn't have to be secretive about the whole thing all along.
What?
No. It seems the trip was something the fellas arranged as a surprise party for me, and my wife was in on it all the time.
She was?
Yes. Mel, why are you staring at me like that?
Mel, put down that cane.
Mel, remember, I'm a zebra. Ooga, ooga.
We'll be back in a minute for a Zookie.
What? You
You never heard of a Zookieism? Well, hang around.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Look, let's face the facts. A little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, is no respecter of persons. Girl or woman, man or boy, teamster or tycoon, debutante or duchess. All are possible victims of unpleasing breath. Why, even you, though you don't suspect it, may risk your happiness, ruin your romance, even jeopardize your job because of unpleasing breath. So isn't it best to be on your guard, to watch out for that little breath of trouble? My advice is do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. Remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, we had quite a time when I tried to pull the wool over Betty's eyes. I hope it served as a lesson to you, Zuki.
Yes, Zuki. Every experience has a moral. Just what did you learn?
Well, I learned that you should always speak the truth. You should always speak the honest truth. You should always speak the truth. Silence is golden.
This is Bud Houston reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Represents Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. Mystery fans have often speculated on how the world's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes, would have fared against 20th century criminals. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle has told us that Holmes lived up to and possibly through World War I and then retired. And now, for the listening delight of our Mystery Theater audience, we present a story which brings Holmes out of retirement to attempt the solution of a baffling and perilous crime.
Hello?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes?
Go back to your bees and your roses in Sussex, old man.
I intend to. After I bring this case to a successful conclusion.
You're in over your head, Holmes. This is a different world. And if you want to smell your roses again, you'll quit right now.
Our mystery drama, The Naval Treaty, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Gordon Gould. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Wednesday on
on CBS television. For Annie Potts, it's in security. When her boss picks her to replace him, the rest of the security staff rallies around her.
I'll kill if he picks you.
So she throws a party to show her appreciation. But things don't work out quite as she planned.
Wally said he was sorry he couldn't make it. He's at home converting our den into a garage.
It's a guaranteed good time when you tune in to the rollicking comedy In Security. Wednesday at 8:30, 7:30 Central and Mountain on CBS television.
For over 3/4 of a century, Buick has enjoyed a reputation for having fine, luxurious cars. We're very proud of that. It's a reputation that grows every year. 1982 was no exception. There was the introduction of the new century and the small Buick Skyhawk. And while each Buick lives up to the name, there are refinements and improvements on everything from the full-size Electra down the line. You see, the Buick reputation isn't just something we ride on. It's something we build on.
They say their product is the highest quality.
But how can I be sure?
Well, they say it's a great value.
Well, how will I know until I try it, and then it'll be too late.
Well, there is another way. A way to stop buying blind and start buying smart. Read Consumer Reports. Consumer Reports tests and rates thousands of things you shop for. Foods, home care products, appliances, automobiles, and much more. Millions of Americans read Consumer Reports magazine every month for reliable brand name ratings.
Oh, Consumer Reports, of course. My neighbor's been subscribing for years.
Now you can, too. Just phone toll-free 1-800-528-6600 for 11 issues of Consumer Reports, plus the big 1982 buying guide, plus the 1983 buying guide when published, plus the 383-page health and drugs guidebook. All that usually costs $29, but now it's only $14. Call right away.
Was that 1-800-528-6600?
Right. 1-800-528-6600. Don't get taken. Get Consumer Reports.
Retirement is a much discussed topic today. At what age should a person retire? Opinions vary, but facts don't lie. Winston Churchill was in his 70s when he led England through World War II. Thomas Edison was advisor and consultant to the United States Navy during World War I when he was 75 years old. And Casey Stengel led the New York Yankees to 4 straight World Series triumphs when he was in his 70s. It seems that the answer to the question depends on the individual, and Dr. Watson would agree with me.
Holmes!
Watson, my dear old friend. It's a delight to see you after so many years. Come in, come in.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Did you enjoy your nap on the train?
Holmes, how in the world did you know I napped?
Simplicity itself, my dear chap. Tell me, was the cushion you used as a headrest comfortable?
No, Holmes, this is too much. You must have spoken to someone who traveled with me.
Watson, we've been separated far too long. Now, you're a man who is always meticulously groomed. Yet I perceive that the hair on the right side of your head is disarranged and indented. There are also a few red threads which are certainly not your hair. Now, since I know you came down on the Brighton Belle first class, you leaned your head against the window. Probably finding that uncomfortable, you took one of the red velvet cushions and used that as a headrest. Right?
Amazing.
Elementary, Watson.
You know, Holmes, I'm very glad to see that you're the old Holmes, as brilliant and as alert as ever.
You expected to find a doddering old man? Come now, Watson. All you had to do was look in the mirror. You're hale and hearty enough. Now, why the haste?
You remember Sanford Phelps?
Your old schoolmate, Sandy? Of course. Is he in some kind of trouble?
No, not he. But his son is in a frightful mess. His whole career at the Foreign Office is going down the drain. Sandy is desperate. Scotland Yard and even MI5 are completely baffled. Sandy asked me to see you and ask you to give him a hand.
I'm enjoying my retirement, Watson. But if you'd like me to undertake this task, I'm your man. Now, Watson, you said something about a letter which you were going to show me.
There may be no need for it now, Holmes. It was to be my last resort in the event that you refused to help me.
Nevertheless, I'd like to look at it.
It's very pathetic, Holmes. You read how the young man asks over and over for your help.
It's only a brief note from your old school chum, but a whole long epistle from young Percy Phelps. It doesn't tell us very much, does it?
Hardly anything.
As I give it back to you, you might note the handwriting. It holds some interest.
The writing isn't his.
Excellent, Watson. It is a woman's.
No, Holmes, this hand is surely that of a man.
No, a woman's. And a woman of rare character. Watson, my interest is already sharpened in the case. I'm looking forward to seeing this young diplomat who is in such devilish straits, and the lady to whom he dictates his letters.
Mr. Holmes and Mr. Watson, I'm so glad you've come. Percy has been asking for you all morning. The poor chap clings to any straw. His father and mother asked me to see you, for the mere mention of the subject is very painful to them.
We've had no details yet, but I see that you yourself are not a member of the family.
What? Oh. Yes, you saw the J.H. monogram on my shirt. Of course. For a moment, I thought you'd done something extremely clever. Joseph Harrison is my name. As Percy is to marry my sister Anne, I shall at least be a relation by marriage.
I see.
You'll find my sister in his room. She has nursed him day and night these past 3 weeks. Perhaps we'd better go in at once. I know how impatient he is. Step this way.
Oh, Mr. Holmes and Mr. Watson, I should recognize you two anywhere. I do hope you can help me.
We shall try.
I'll leave then.
Shall I go also, Percy?
Oh, no, Anne. I want you to stay if you can bear to hear the whole thing over again.
Well, I can bear anything that will help.
I suppose I'd better start at the beginning, Mr. Holmes.
It would save time in the long run.
Well, Watson may have told you, I'm in the Foreign Office. Through the influence of my uncle, Lord Holdhurst, I rose rapidly. When my uncle became Foreign Minister, prospects looked even brighter. I became engaged to my lovely Anne here, and 3 weeks ago, I'll never forget the date, the 23rd of May, my uncle called me into his office. I can recall every word of that conversation, every detail.
Percy, my boy, you've handled every matter I've entrusted to you with the utmost discretion, but this is by far the most important matter you've yet to deal with. This is an agreement between our country, and you will see the name of the other country when you copy the document. The agreement would never leave my office if it weren't absolutely necessary to be copied. I regret to say that some rumors have already leaked to the press. You have a safe in your office?
Oh, yes, sir.
Then take the agreement and lock it up inside there. You may have to work late tonight. I want no one in the office while you're doing the copying. Understood?
I do.
I cannot risk anyone catching a glimpse of it.
I understand.
Now, when you have finished copying, replace both the original and the copy in the safe and hand them both over to me personally tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
Then you may lock them in your safe now. I shan't rest easy until the original and your copy are back in my possession.
So, Mr. Holmes, I took the document. I did exactly as my uncle instructed. When the others had all gone, I took the document from the safe and began work. Without going into details, I saw at once that it was of such importance that at least 3 of the large powers would have paid fortunes to get their hands on it. I worked as quickly as I could, but it contained 26 separate articles, and by 9 o'clock I was feeling tired. A cup of coffee would help, so I rang the bell for the night watchman, who has a little room at the foot of the stairs and makes coffee for any of us who work overtime.
Is that the only bell in your office?
Well, no, there are a number of them to different offices, but I rang the night watchman's bell. To my surprise, it was a woman who came to my office.
You rang, sir.
Oh, well, where's the night watchman?
He's not too well, sir. Sir climbed the stairs for him.
And who are you?
Well, I'm his wife, sir. I'm also one of the cleaning women. Is there anything you want?
Well, yes, I'd like some coffee, please.
Well, I'll see to it that my son gets it for you, sir.
And that was the last I saw of her, Mr. Holmes, until much later.
You had never seen this woman before?
Oh, never.
Interesting. Proceed. What happened with the coffee?
Nothing. I continued to work until, feeling more tired than ever, I decided to go down myself and see what was keeping the night watchman. So I descended the stairs, passing the landing where another set of stairs runs at right angles to the main curving staircase.
Leading to where?
A side door opening on Charles Street.
Ah?
This door is kept locked, and only a few of us have a key.
You have one?
Yes, but I rarely use it. Oh, Mr. Holmes, if only I hadn't gone down for that stupid coffee. I should have stayed in my office. I should have stayed and finished. I should have stayed, or I should have taken more care.
Go on. You were on the stairs on your way to the office of the night watchman.
Wake up, man. Wake up. The coffee's boiling over.
No. What? Oh, Mr. Phelps, sir, I'm sorry. I was boiling the kettle and I must have dozed off.
Dozed? You were dead to the world.
If you are here, sir, then who's ringing the bell?
The bell? What bell is it?
The bell in the room you were working in. Your room, sir.
Mr. Holmes, a cold hand seemed to close around my heart. I ran like a madman up the stairs, the watchman following me. Well, there was no one in the corridor. No one in the room. Everything was exactly as I left it, except that only the copy I was writing remained. The original trade agreement had vanished.
A most intriguing problem. What did you do then?
Well, I think I literally went berserk. I was convinced, because such a short time had elapsed, that energetic action on my part would recover the document. I raced downstairs and out the side door to Charles Street. I knew the thief must have used the side stairs, else I surely would have seen him.
You said that door was always kept locked.
It was open.
I presume you told that to Scotland Yard?
Oh, I don't know. I think so. I must have.
And what did they make of it?
Nothing.
Go on.
It was a warm spring rain falling, and Charles Street was deserted. But when I rounded the corner into Whitehall Street, there was plenty of bustle. I saw a constable standing on the corner, and I asked him if anyone had passed that way. He replied that he'd been standing there for 15 minutes and that only one woman had passed, tall and elderly, wearing a paisley shawl. As we stood there, I heard the nearby church tower strike 3 times. I'd forgotten the watchman had followed me, but had been unable to keep up with me.
Mr. Phelps, we must go the other way. The woman who the constable saw pass this way was my wife.
The constable said she seemed to be in a great hurry.
She wants to get home, out of the rain.
Oh, I suppose that could be.
You're only wasting your time, sir. Every minute counts. Take my word, my old woman has nothing to do with it. Let's move down to the other end of the street.
Oh, wait, I must think.
If you won't, I will.
Hold on there. Where do you live?
16 Ivy Lane, Brixton. But don't let yourself be drawn away on a false scent. Come with me to the other end of the street.
I was obsessed with the thought of retrieving the document, but I allowed him to persuade me. We found nothing. We returned to my office, searched together. Again, nothing.
But you did visit the watchman's home.
Well, after our search proved fruitless, we took a cab and reached his home in Brixton. Imagine my surprise to find his wife was not there yet. Well, he had no explanation. Then when we heard a key turning the lock and the front door opening, that's when I think I made my mistake. I let him go to the door.
Sarah, there's a gentleman waiting to see you.
If it isn't Mr. Phelps, what you doing here?
I think you stole a paper from my office, and I'm calling Scotland Yard.
And did you stay with her and her husband until the men came from the yard?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. She was under my eye all the time until they took her to the yard and searched her.
And found nothing?
Had nothing on her husband, or anywhere in the kitchen either. Oh, that's when the full extent of the nightmare hit. And that was when I collapsed.
If it's any help to you, Mr. Holmes, Percy was brought here directly in an ambulance. I was so concerned that I wouldn't allow them to take Percy to his bedroom, but insisted that Joseph vacate this room at once. And my poor brother has been in an upstairs sitting room ever since.
Oh, tell me, please, Mr. Holmes, do you see any hope?
Darling, you must remember that Mr. Holmes has been inactive for some years now, and times have changed. The best minds at Scotland Yard and military intelligence have been baffled.
Yes, but that's just the kind of case where Holmes succeeds, Miss Harrison. That's why Percy's father asked me to get in touch with him.
Thank you, Watson, for the vote of confidence. But there are a few dark corners here that will have to be illuminated before I can answer Percy's question. Do you believe that time has passed our old hero by? That the powers of Sherlock Holmes, the pure deductive reasoning, the microscope, and the encyclopedic knowledge are no match for the more modern criminals? Whichever side you choose, and I caution you, it's not a sure thing. You'll find the answers coming up shortly in Act 2.
Right now, independently owned True Value hardware stores are celebrating American independence by offering special values on True Test paints during True Test Anniversary Paint Days. Hi, Pat Summerall to say, until July 11th, Weatherall latex flat house paint in 26 colors, black and white, is just $11.98 a gallon, with custom colors slightly higher. And give siding, shutters, and trim all-season protection with new Weatherall satin or gloss finish, both value-priced, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
Hotel coupon and discount offers are confusing and limited. That's why the world's largest lodging chain invites you to call Best Western before you call anyone else. Chances are you'll find the Best Western just where you need it most at a price you'll want to pay. No strings attached.
When you turn on the 11 o'clock news tonight, you'd like to think that what you're watching is the best newscast in Detroit, especially if it's the only newscast you've had a chance to watch all day. You want reporters who'll give you the best possible coverage of news, weather, and sports, reports that are up to date, exacting, uncompromising. News 4 Tonight at 11 gives you just that, but not only just that. It gives you special features and reports that gives it an edge over other newscasts, information that could translate into an added edge for you, a consumer tip that might alter your shopping list, a warning about that latest Hollywood blockbuster destined to bomb at the box office. It's this kind of complete reporting that qualifies News 4 at 11 as the best late-night newscast you can watch in Detroit. And it's this kind of reporting that won it this year's Emmy Award for Excellence. So tonight, don't settle for anything less than the award winner. News 4 Tonight at 11. Thousands have already switched. Now the one we want is you.
It's exciting to have our old friends Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson with us once again, with Holmes faced with solving a puzzle that appears to be insoluble. Does Holmes retain his old skills? Certainly Watson believes he's as keen as ever. But there are doubters. Time takes its toll of all of us. Let us rejoin Holmes and Watson as they stroll back to Percy Phelps' sick room in the lovely Phelps house.
You do have some ideas, Holmes. You see some way to clear Percy Phelps.
I'd say, Watson, that at the moment we're equidistant between failure and success. But let's go in now and see if a little refreshment has strengthened Percy Phelps. Well, Miss Harrison, I must say the patient's color is much better.
Beef tea works wonders.
And so does Sherlock Holmes.
There is one question of utmost importance that remains to be answered. Did you tell anyone that you had this special task to perform?
Oh, no one.
And I'm sure the yard went into the night watchman's background.
Oh, yes. He's an old soldier. I believe he was in the Coldstream Guards.
Mr. Phelps, I've been noticing your roses are lovely. the moss rose in particular.
We know that roses are your speciality, Mr. Holmes, but Percy was hoping for something on the mystery, which will ruin him. Do you see any clue?
You furnished me with several, but of course I must test them before I can evaluate them.
You suspect someone?
I suspect myself.
What?
Of coming to conclusions too rapidly.
Then go to London and test your conclusion.
Excellent advice. Watson, come along. And Miss Harrison, I see what excellent nursing care you've given Mr. Phelps. May I urge that you continue it?
I need no urging, Mr. Holmes.
Since I'm not offering you hope, I thought at least I'd give you advice.
For the life of me, Holmes, I can't see where you found several clues in Phelps' recital. I couldn't find one.
Watson, it's delightful that you haven't changed. Come now, there's one fact in particular that literally cries out for attention. Think, Watson. Think of the most singular incident about this crime.
If no one knew about the document, how could it have been stolen?
Capital, Watson. Excellent. But that's still not what bothers me. It doesn't ring the bell, so to speak.
Bell? You mean the bell that rang in the watchman's office?
Exactly. What kind of a thief is it who rings a bell to give the alarm to announce his presence in Phelps' office?
Yes, but couldn't the bell have been rung by accident?
About as likely as to say that it was rung by ghosts. No, Watson. Give me the answer to the question of the bell, and I'll give you the solution.
Could the bell possibly have been out of order? What are you writing?
An advertisement which will appear in every evening paper in London. Here, read it.
See now, £10 reward. The number of the cab which dropped a fare at the door of the Foreign Office on Charles Street at 10:45 in the evening of May 23rd. Apply Dr. John Watson, 25, Harley Street.
I hope you won't mind my using your office for this purpose.
I'm delighted. But what makes you confident that the thief came in a cab?
If we believe, Phelps, that there's no hiding place in either the room or the corridor, the person must have come from outside and yet left no trace of damp boots anywhere, we may safely deduce a cab.
We barely arrived at my quarters above my office on Harley Street and settled ourselves when the telephone jangled. Hello?
May I speak with Mr. Sherlock Holmes, if you please?
It's for you, Holmes.
Holmes here.
I have a piece of advice for you, old man.
Oh?
Go back to your bees and roses in Sussex and forget about this investigation. You are out of place here with your old-fashioned craziness with the microscope and that silly hat.
Perhaps you'd care to refer me to a good haberdasher.
This is no joking matter. A few bee stings may give you a moment of pain. But if you persist in this nonsense, you may very well receive a permanent injury. You take my meaning.
I'm listening.
You have been warned.
What was that all about?
A warning, Watson. And an error. Because the warning could only have come from someone who knows I'm on the case.
Could you recognize the voice?
Aside from the fact that it was obviously disguised, no.
Surely you could tell whether it was a man or a woman.
Watson, we have a large and curious cast of characters in this little puzzle. Since the caller was obviously attempting to alter the voice quality, it could be a man or a woman trying to convince me of the wrong sex.
Holmes, using your methods, we can eliminate some people as above suspicion.
Why don't you try it, Watson?
Of course, Anne Harrison and her brother cannot have had anything to do with it, eh?
For argument's sake, let's say that she and her brother are accomplices. And don't forget, her brother was in London on the night of the theft. Now she exhibits this overpowering display of affection to make sure that Percy doesn't say or do or remember anything that could be damaging to their plans.
But
I've made some inquiries. The Harrison family isn't too well off, so the motive could be money.
Well, my next name is Lord Holdhurst.
The most difficult crime to track is the one which is purposeless. But this is no purposeless crime. We know that there are at least 2 foreign powers whose governments would pay a considerable sum to see that trade agreement, and Lord Holdhurst might profit by it.
Inconceivable, Holmes.
Do you find it inconceivable that a statesman might find himself in a position where he would not be sorry to have such a document accidentally destroyed?
But not a statesman with the honourable record of Lord Holdhurst.
We cannot afford to disregard any possibility. We shall see the noble lord today and find out if he can tell us anything. It is very kind of you to receive us, Lord Holdhurst.
Your reputation is very well known, Mr. Holmes, and I wouldn't offend your intelligence to pretend to be ignorant of the object of your visit.
Then you also know that I'm acting on behalf of Mr. Percy Phelps,
my unfortunate nephew. Despite the fact that my kinship makes it the more impossible to screen him in any way, I have made diligent inquiries.
May I ask as to what or whom?
Certainly. The night watchman's background has been exhaustively looked into. We find that he left the service with a good character. His wife is a different matter.
Did she explain why she answered the bell when your nephew rang for his coffee?
She said her husband was tired.
And her haste to get away that night?
She was later than usual. Wanted to get home.
And how was it that her husband and your nephew arrived at her home before her, although they left some 20 minutes after?
Well, the difference between a bus and a cab.
Have you done anything else?
Everyone in this office has been shadowed night and day since the theft, and nothing untoward has been discovered.
In effect, then, you're saying that you see no alternative but your nephew.
I'd rather not comment on that. Isn't that your territory?
But suppose the document were found.
At this point, that seems most unlikely. But if the document were found, it would make a great difference. Now, Mr. Holmes, unless you have some further...
Just a few minutes more, Your Lordship. Did you ever mention to anyone that you were having the document copied?
Never.
You're certain of that?
Absolutely.
Then it follows that since neither you nor your nephew ever mentioned the matter, the thief's presence in the room was purely accidental. He saw his chance, and he took it.
Once again, that is your province, Mr. Holmes, not mine.
Have you looked into the matter of the bell ringing at all?
I wouldn't know what to make of it. Seems very strange, indeed.
One more point, if you please. I understand that you feared very grave results might follow if the details of this document became known.
Very grave, indeed.
Have any such events occurred?
Not yet.
Since nearly 3 weeks have elapsed, would it be fair to assume that the document has not reached them?
We can hardly assume that the thief took the document in order to frame and hang it.
But then why has he not sold it? Do you have any explanation for that?
None. Unless you suppose that the culprit had suddenly been taken ill.
With a nervous breakdown, perhaps?
I didn't say that. Now, really, Mr. Holmes, I have pressing matters waiting. I wish you every success in your investigation, no matter who the criminal may be.
Well, Holmes, isn't Lord Holdhurst a fine fellow?
Oh, yes. But he has to struggle to keep up his position. He's far from rich.
Why don't you say that?
Didn't you notice that his boots had been resoled?
No. But, surely, Holmes, it's unthinkable.
Watson, I have a line of inquiry I must pursue on my own. But I'd appreciate it if you'd meet me tomorrow on the same train we took to Woking yesterday. Because, unless I'm badly mistaken, that is where the next action will occur.
We are much taken today with nostalgia. Perhaps because time has thrown a rosy glow over what we refer to as the good old days. But there's no doubt whatsoever in the minds of the millions of Holmes fans that the London of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson was much more romantic and much preferable to the London of today. We'll be back to that London and the English countryside shortly.
If you've been reading about wise money management in your favorite publications, you've undoubtedly heard about Dreyfus Liquid Assets, one of the world's largest money market funds, and about the big yield you can get on your money right now. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charge, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
Excuse me, I own that shoe store across the street. Want to buy it? Well, I'll be honest. I have great shoes, but no customers, so I'm ready to sell the whole thing at any price you name it. $12. Sold. Ooh, well, now that you own a shoe store, what'll you do with it? Well, advertise. I tried. A lot of newspaper ads, then TV and magazines. I'll probably go radio. Radio? Yeah, according to the latest studies, everyday radio reaches more people than newspaper, TV, or magazine. How did you know? What's more, radio targets customers. I'll match up the right stations for my dressier lines and different stations for young casual. Since radio costs a lot less than newspapers or TV, I'll get good efficiency. Listen, I'd like to buy my store back from you. Well, at a fair profit. Okay. How much do you want? $156,000. That's a pretty fair profit. Take it or leave it. I'll take it. Radio. It costs less, targets your best customers, and it sells. Radio. Red hot because it works. For more facts on radio, call this station of the Radio Advertising Bureau. They brought you this message.
One line of a famous poem reads, "Oh, to be in England, now that spring is here." I'd like to paraphrase that to read, "Oh, to be in England, whenever Holmes is there." Stay with me and you can be transported to England and be with Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson as Holmes comes out of his retirement to match wits with a criminal whose crime threatens to destroy his promising career.
Holmes, why are we traveling to Woking again?
Because, Watson, if my deductions are correct, that is where the next happening must occur. Young Percy has gotten himself into some very deep waters, and it may be difficult to get him safely ashore.
You think that somehow Percy has gotten himself involved with international spies?
International spies do not announce their presence by ringing a bell just moments before they get their hands on a document.
Is it possible that young Percy was the target of some plot by a jealous colleague?
I do not think it likely.
How do you explain what happened?
From all the facts that I've been able to gather, I think that Percy Phelps was a young man in the wrong place at the right time.
When we arrived at Woking, it was a glorious afternoon. Holmes suggested we walk to the Phelps residence. Accordingly, we set out along a winding path which led to the grounds. What do you think is going to happen here at Woking?
I haven't the slightest idea, Watson.
What makes you think something will?
If nothing happens, I would have to rethink my deductions and entertain serious doubts about my ability to help Percy Phelps. No! Get on the ground.
Yes.
Watson, crawl for the shelter of that large tree over there.
Yes, I see it.
As quickly as you can.
The event you're expecting, Holmes?
Frankly, no. But I do take comfort from one thing.
What's that?
The fact that our adversary is a poor shot.
Come in, Mr. Holmes. Percy's been asking for you every 5 minutes.
I've made a perfect nuisance of myself, Mr. Holmes. Have you any news for us?
I have a report. The best I can say is that it isn't completely negative.
That is better than I expected. Could we hear the positive aspects right away?
You may not view it in the same light as I, but I have been warned to get off the case. Once over the telephone, and...
And somebody took some pot shots at us on our way here.
That's terrible.
On the contrary, someone is worried, and that should give us heart.
Mr. Holmes, I'm beginning to believe that my life, as well as my honor, is threatened.
What makes you say that?
What happened last night? The very first night I slept alone. without my dear Anne nearby. About 2 a.m, I was awakened. I knew someone was opening the window. For a moment, I was frozen. Then I leaped out of bed, rushed to the window, flung back the shutters. You there. What are you doing? Joseph! Anne, there's someone trying to get in my room. And that's about all there was to it. Except that in the moonlight, I distinctly saw the flash of the blade of a knife.
What about the intruder? Any description?
Oh, it was a man, I think. He was wrapped in some sort of cloak which covered the lower part of his face. He was gone in an instant. I should have tried to chase him down, but I was too weak.
Fortunately, it might very well have been dangerous. Do you think you're strong enough to walk around the house with me? We might be able to pick up something that's been overlooked.
I hardly think you'll discover anything new. My brother Joseph and the groom went over the grounds thoroughly earlier.
That's true. They did find some marks in the flower bed outside the window, but the weather's been so dry lately that it was hopeless to follow the trail across the grass.
Nevertheless, I'll ask you to humor me. Watson, you'll come along, of course, to keep an eye on our young patient here.
And I'll join you.
I'm afraid not. I must ask you to remain exactly where you are.
Can Joseph come?
Of course. He might be of some help.
I confess I don't understand you, Mr. Holmes. Why are you so anxious to separate Percy and me?
The separation will be short, and I hope the results will make it extremely worthwhile. You were right, Joseph. No one could make much of these marks in the flower bed. But why don't you and I go ahead while Watson and Percy take it more slowly?
Suit yourself, Mr. Holmes. Where are we heading?
Around the house, to see if we can discover why that room and Percy should have been the particular target if it was a burglar. I should have thought that the larger windows of the drawing room and dining room would have been more attractive.
Those windows are more visible from the road, but the room where the entry was attempted looks more promising from the ground.
Of course. By the way, Percy said you found some place where the intruder scaled the fence.
Right over there.
Let's have a look at it.
Here it is. Right here. Well, you can see where a fragment of wood is hanging down.
You think this was done last night? Doesn't it look rather old for that?
Possibly so.
And there are no marks on either side of anyone jumping down. I don't think there's anything to be gained here. Why don't you rejoin your brother-in-law and Dr. Watson while I go back to the bedroom and talk the matter over?
With my sister?
I believe she's the only person there.
What do you want with Anne?
Miss Harrison, what I have to say is of the utmost importance.
Well, you discovered something after all.
You must stay here in this room all day.
Why? What do you...
Trust me, it's vital. You mustn't move from this room. Have your meals brought here.
I don't understand, but I'll do it.
And when you go to bed tonight, lock the door of this room on the inside and keep the key.
But Percy, what about Percy?
He'll come to London with me.
And I'm to remain here?
It's for his sake. You can help him. Your promise. Do I have it?
Well, yes, but
Good. Now let me break the news to Percy. And I see that he and the others are approaching.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I quite enjoyed the walk in the sunshine. What do you propose now?
It would be a very great help to me if you would come up to London with us.
Oh, immediately?
As soon as you conveniently can. Say, in an hour?
Well, I feel strong enough if you feel I can really be of help.
The greatest possible.
Perhaps you'd like me to stay in London tonight.
I was just going to propose it.
I think I see what's behind your plan, Mr. Holmes.
You do?
Yes. If my friend of last night should make another visit, he'll find the bird has flown. Perhaps you'd like Joseph to come to look after me.
Not necessary. My friend Dr. Watson is a medical man, and he'll look after you. If you'll be so kind as to give us lunch here, we three shall all set off for town together. Well, Watson and Mr. Phelps, I shall see you to your compartment and wish you a good journey.
See here, Holmes, you said that
you were going to accompany us to London.
There are one or two small points which I need to clear up. Your absence, Mr. Phelps, will in some ways rather assist me.
What about our investigation in London?
We can do that tomorrow. I think that just at present, I can be more of use here.
But I say, Holmes, what about...
Accommodations for our young friend? Exactly. You have a spare bedroom, I believe?
Of course. But when will we see you?
I expect to breakfast with you tomorrow. There's a train which will bring me into Waterloo at 8.
I should apologize, Doctor. I'm afraid I kept you up rather late last night.
Nonsense, young man. I just felt that you should have had more sleep.
I didn't sleep a wink. And where is Holmes?
It's not much past 8. He'll be here.
You have implicit faith in Holmes.
I've seen him do remarkable things.
Do you think he expects success?
You can ask him yourself. If you will come to the window, you'll see he's getting out of the cab now.
What's the matter with his hand? Why is it bandaged like that?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, he looks like a beaten man. And I had hoped for so much upon his return.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Holmes, you're not wounded.
It's only a scratch through my own clumsiness. This case of yours, Mr. Phelps, it's been a remarkable experience.
That bandage, Holmes, tells of adventures. What's happened?
After breakfast, Watson. Remember, I've breathed 30 miles of Surrey air this morning, and I'm ravenous. I see you've done well with the sideboard. What's under here?
Ham and eggs.
Good. Mr. Phelps, please join me and help yourself. Will you have curried fowl or eggs?
Oh, nothing, thank you. I cannot eat.
Well, then, I suppose you'd have no objection to raising the lid and helping me.
Not at all. I don't believe my eyes. It can't be. I cannot be.
Catch him, Watson. And I think after we get him in a chair, a little brandy.
Oh, is it? It really is the trade agreement.
It is. I owe you an apology for bringing you the news in this fashion. But Watson here will tell you I never could resist a touch of the dramatic.
Apologize? Oh, Mr. Holmes, you've saved my career, my whole life. Oh, I owe everything to you. There's no need for an apology. But I'm dying of curiosity. How did you get it? Where was it?
I've already confessed my fondness for the dramatic, so allow me to reconstruct my activities of last night. It was exactly 9 o'clock when I climbed the fence and jumped into the grounds. I placed myself carefully behind a rhododendron bush. The night was fine, but it was still a long, weary vigil. A little after 2, the peaceful country sounds were broken by the sound of a boat being thrown back. And a moment later, a door creaked open, and Mr. Joseph Harrison stepped out into the moonlight.
Joseph? My brother-in-law?
Joseph, you're about to be brother-in-law, and also a merciless scoundrel who took advantage of you and your hospitality and very nearly ruined you.
But why? What had he to gain?
Money. A great deal of money, which my inquiries show he badly needed. Joseph was a gambler.
Oh, never anything large, Mr. Holmes.
That's what he told you and Anne. But he was and is so deeply in debt that he faced criminal charges. He was desperate.
I still find it hard to believe that Joseph is a villain and a thief.
Holmes, you haven't finished. Why is your hand bandaged?
He must have sustained that injury when he accosted Joseph on the lawn.
Not quite, Mr. Phelps. I wanted him to lead me to where he'd hidden the document. And once again, you'll have to put up with my theatrics. I stole to the window and peered in. He was lifting up some baseboards. As soon as I saw the document in his hand, I slipped through the open door and said, "I'll take that, Mr. Harrison."
You meddling fool, I warned you to stare at it. Now you'll pay for it.
Drop the knife. Drop it, or I'll break your arm. Now, Mr. Harrison, if you're as clever as you are vicious, you won't make me use this revolver. The document, please. Thank you.
What are you going to do with me?
Nothing. Now that I have the document, you're free to go. But I doubt that Scotland Yard will let you off so easily.
You let him go?
I wired full particulars to the Yard this morning. I expect they'll find Harrison has fled, and rather suspect that you, Mr. Phelps, and Lord Holdhurst would be just as happy if this matter never came to court.
Oh, the newspapers would have a Roman holiday.
Exactly.
But Holmes, what made you suspect Joseph in the first place?
The science of deduction and the bell, Watson. The answer to what kind of a thief rings a bell is no thief. If not a thief, then who? A friend who'd come to visit and decided to steal. In short, Joseph Harrison was in London. He was to meet at the train with Phelps. It seemed logical that Harrison might be early, and so he drops in on Percy. No one is in the office. Not knowing where Percy might be, he rings all the bells, including the one in the watchman's office. While doing this, he sees the document, realizes its value, and in a flash is down the stairs and away. Once back at Woking, he secretes the trade agreement in his room, and is stunned when you evict him that same night. All this was deductive theory, which was proved when he made the attempt to enter your room the very first night you were alone.
Well, you don't think he had any murderous intentions? The knife was to be used only as a tool.
Perhaps. I can only say that Joseph Harrison is a gentleman to whose mercy I should be extremely unwilling to trust.
And so, once again, the greatest detective of them all, Sherlock Holmes, comes out of retirement to solve a case that baffles Scotland Yard and MI5 and proves that it's not necessary to teach an old dog new tricks. The old ones are more than good enough. I'll be back shortly to discuss the question of the actual age of Sherlock Holmes.
When you get
itchy red skin.
Get Kool-Aid, when you get it.
Darn bug.
Get Kool-Aid, when you get it.
Oh, touch of poison ivy.
Get Kool-Aid, Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid gently works with your body's natural defenses. It's all you need for the relief of dermatitis and other minor itches and rashes.
When you get it.
It's the excellent.
Get Kool-Aid, Kool-Aid.
You can follow label directions.
Hi, this is Bob Newhart. Your public library has asked me to give you the answers to a few of the questions that are most frequently asked. 1847, Jane Austen. The Philadelphia Phillies, pork bellies, King Kong, not in Texas. Now that you have the answers, please don't call us with those questions anymore. But if you have other questions...
If you have any questions at all, you can call.
Give them a jingle.
I'm the library.
A public service message of the American Library Association.
Dinner's done, the day is ended. Peacefully quiet, happiness ended.
The Jack Benny Program.
Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, today, March 17th, is St. Patrick's Day. As you all know, St. Patrick drove the snakes out of Ireland. So today we bring you a man who was run out of Waukegan, Jack Benny.
I'm glad you said man there anyway. Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And Don, for your information, I wasn't run out of Waukegan. It was merely a request by the city fathers and mine. And being a sharp guy, I took the hint in 2 shirts and left. Well, let's not talk about me. After all, this is St. Patrick's Day. That's why I'm wearing this shamrock in my lapel.
Shamrock?
Yes.
That's a moth that took a bite out of that $12 suit and turned green.
All right, don't be funny. This is a very good suit. Taste it. Feel it. Anyway, why aren't you wearing something green today?
I am wearing something green. See?
Oh, yes. What is it?
It's that gold bracelet you gave me for Christmas.
Mary, that's an old joke.
All I know is I polish my other bracelets. This one the gardener takes care of.
Well, that's appreciation for. After all, Mary, it wasn't easy to get that bracelet. I spent over 3 hours at that claw machine. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Good. I didn't know it was going to be that good.
Say, Jackson.
What?
You're talking about St. Patrick's Day. Did I ever tell you the one about that friend of mine who got an Irish car?
An Irish car?
Yeah, every time you blow the horn, it plays Ireland Must Be Heaven because my motor came from there. Oh, Harris, you're the Barry Fitzgerald of the bobby sock.
Well, pull out your garters and get out of here, will you? Put on your garters, right? He always tries to run
Say,
one...
Jack,
What?
Jack, since this is St. Patrick's Day, don't you think we ought to do a
This
little
program
play
is
for
starting
our...
out like we had no rehearsals at all. And you want to know something? We didn't. Everybody walks in any time they want. Hey, Jackson, they holler. What is it? What is
Well,
it?
Jack, this being St. Patrick's Day, don't you think we ought to do a little play for our Irish listeners?
Well, we're doing better than that, Don. Tonight, for the first time since his release from the Navy, Dennis Day, the smiling Irish songbird, will be back with us.
Oh, so the kid's coming back, huh, Jackson?
Yep.
Gosh, Jack, Dennis has been gone for 2 years. I'll bet the Navy has changed him a lot.
I'll bet it has, too. Anyway, he ought to be here by now. I think I'll call his house and see what's keeping him.
Say, Mabel, what is it, Gertrude? Mr. Benny's line is flashing. Yeah, I wonder what Bloomer Girl wants now. I'll find out. Hello, Mr. Benny. Huh? Dennis Day? What's his number? Okay, I'll call you back when I get him. Say, Mabel, did you hear Mr. Benny's program last week? Yeah, Ray Millan was on it. Gosh, he's wonderful, even if he is the Lost Weekend. Listen, Mabel, if you think Millan is the Lost Weekend, you should have a date with Benny. Those are my sentiments exactly. You want to know something, Gertrude? What? The contest has been over for 6 weeks and I still can't stand him. Yeah. You know, Mabel, 2 weeks ago he asked me to go to the Academy Award ceremonies, but I had another date. Gee, Gertrude, how come Mr. Benny always asks you to all those swanky affairs? Well, why shouldn't he? After all, my mother gave him the best years of her life. You know, I wouldn't mind going out on a date with Mr. Benny, but he's a sneaky type. Sneaky? Yeah, he's the kind who lures an unsuspecting girl into his car, drives her out to a dark spot, pretends he's out of gear, stops the car, and then spends the next 2 hours talking about his picture. It's enough to discourage a person, believe me. I'll say. You know, Mabel, I got a confession to make. Once I let Mr. Benny kiss me. Why, Gertrude, gear shift. Say, tell me, Gertrude, what are his kisses like? Well, it's like when you're blowing bubble gum and the bubble collapses against your face. Well, between you and me, I'd rather have the gum. Yeah. See, Dennis Day's number doesn't answer. I better tell Blue Eyes about it.
Hello? Oh, well, try him again later, Gertrude. Goodbye. Oh, say, Gertrude, what are you doing tonight? Tomorrow night? Tuesday night? Wednesday night? Thursday night? Christmas Eve? Oh, you're going to visit your mother. Well, don't be surprised when you walk in, sister. Goodbye. Well, we might as well get on with the show till Dennis gets here. Come on, Phil, let's have a band number. Sorry Now, played by Phil Harris and his Hour of Harm Orchestra. Hey, Phil, you know, this is St. Patrick's Day. Why didn't you do something for the occasion, something Irish?
I did. I put a harp in my band.
Oh, yes. You got a girl playing it. See, you know, her fingers must get calloused and sore plucking on all those strings.
Well, it's her own fault, Jackson. She forgot the bow, so let her do the best she can.
She's our orchestra leader for 10 years now. Phil, you don't use it. Come in.
I beg your pardon, but hello again.
Dennis! Kid, welcome back. Gee, it's good to see you. Gosh, Mary, doesn't he look wonderful?
Oh, he sure does.
Oh, boy, I never expected this. Are you going to kiss me too, Miss Livingston?
Why, certainly, Dennis.
Doggone, Dennis, I can't get over. You look so mature. You've changed so.
Well, sure he's changed, Jackson. This kid's been in the Navy for 2 years. He's grown up.
Yeah, up.
Dennis, tell us about yourself. Did you enjoy your 2 years in the Navy?
I sure did, Miss Livingston. The Navy's wonderful. I went all over the South Pacific, and I saw plenty.
I imagine you did, kid. Say, I bet you had a lot of fun, too. Say, Dennis, I've been wanting to ask you something. Tell me, kid, how about those waves?
That's what made me seasick.
Yeah, grown up.
Yeah. You know, Dennis, I was all over the South Pacific, too, and I ran into some pretty rough seas. In fact, once I was tossed overboard.
Oh, I was tossed overboard lots of times.
You were?
Yeah, but the captain made the fellows cut it out.
Dennis, the boys kept throwing you overboard. That's terrible.
Oh, it wasn't so bad. The Japs kept throwing me back.
He was a pickle in the middle.
Yeah.
Say, Dennis, when you first joined the Navy, how did they know how to classify you? I mean, how did they know what rank to give you?
Oh, that was easy, Miss Livingston. First, I had to fill out a lot of forms, answer a lot of questions, and then for 2 days they gave me a written test.
For 2 days? That must have been quite a test.
And after it was all over, they made me an ensign.
An ensign? An ensign?
Yeah. I wonder what they'd have made me if I'd have passed.
Maybe just as well you didn't. We won the war this way. Well, come on, Dennis. We all want to hear a song. What's it going to be?
Well, since today is St. Patrick's Day, I thought I'd sing Danny Boy.
Well, that's swell. Go right ahead.
Danny boy, the pipes are calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone and all the roses falling. It's you must go and I must bide. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. It's I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Danny boy, I love you so. But when ye come and all the flowers are dying, if I am dead, as dead I well may be, he'll come and find the place where I am lying, and kneel and say an Ave for me, and I shall hear the soft you tread above me, and all my grave will
good, very good. That was Danny Boy, sung by Dennis Day. And now...
Hey, Mr. Benny, I meant to ask you, how's Mr. Allen?
Who?
Fred Allen.
Well, kid, it was nice seeing you again.
No, Phil. In fact, I'm glad he brought it up. Dennis, I'm happy to tell you that Fred Allen has the same old program, the same old jokes, the same old...
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. That's not fair. I've heard all of Fred's programs, and they've been very funny.
Yeah, Mary, I wouldn't mind if his jokes just laid there. But they crawl out of the radio and stain your rug. Some program.
That just shows what you know, Jackson. I think the funniest thing in radio is Allen's Alley.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yeah. I think so, too.
Oh, you do, eh?
I think so, too.
Oh, you do, eh?
I think Mr. Benny is much funnier than Mr. Allen.
I think so, too.
Oh, you do, eh?
Yes, I do. And what's so great about Allen's Alley? Anybody with half an ounce of talent can do that.
Oh, yeah? I'd like to see you do it.
Well, I'll just show you, sister. Phil, get your band ready while I put this clothespin on my nose so I'll sound like Fred Allen. Now, I'll go down to the alley, and you kids will play the parts of the people that live there. Okay, Phil, music.
And so, Kenny Delmar, I won't say it's been very windy, but last night...
Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
Well, if it isn't Cleveland. Cleveland, Kenny Delmar and I were just discussing the high winds we've been having here.
Well, Mama says that all the wind is caused by the pickets.
The pickets?
Yes. She says they carry their signs too high and walk too fast. And Mama also says...
Just a minute, Cleveland. I have a brother-in-law in the last row who's not quite through laughing. Anyway, I imagine your mother knows all about pickets. I understand she's been picketing Lindy's restaurant because the lamb chops look better in their panties than she does in slacks.
Oh, Mama
I don't know. You write this stuff on Thursday, and then on Sunday nothing happens. What was that, Cleveland?
Oh, Mama doesn't wear slacks anymore.
She doesn't. Why did she stop wearing slacks?
A policeman gave her a ticket for pulling a trailer without a license.
Well, so much for your mother and her homegrown bustle. We've got to get down to Benny's Boulevard.
What is your question for tonight?
Our question is Fred Allen or Jack Benny the better comedian?
Shall we leave?
As one of my eyes said to the other, let's pack our bags and go. Well, I see Senator Harris is home. There's a 10-gallon hat and a 5-gallon jug on the porch. Let's knock on the bunghole and see what he's got to say.
Somebody, I say somebody knock.
Yes,
Harris is the name. Senator Harris, that is. I'm from the West.
From the West?
When I'm east of the Mississippi River, I'm in enemy territory. I hate the East. My favorite actress is Mae West.
Look.
No man living can make me go see Slim.
All
I
right,
never go
Sam.
out of the house on Easter Sunday.
Senator.
When I bake bread, I won't use yeast.
That's yeast.
I thought you'd get a rise out of it. Speak up, son. What you got on your mind? This is a free country.
Well,
Never saw anyone like this, son. Your mouth just like the front door of General Motors. Wide open, but nothing's coming out.
You're tired, eh? Well, Senator, the question tonight is, who is the better comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny?
I brought it up in the Senate. Now watch this one, son. It's tricky. I brought it up in the Senate, and it made Senator Tidings glad. Ha, ha, ha. Glad tidings. That's a pun, son.
I heard it.
That's an anecdote, you nanny-goat.
Now, wait a minute.
You're like a midget, son. Everything goes over your head. Own up, son. You got a mind like a chicken.
What?
A cluck, that is.
Look, Senator, just tell me which comedian you like best, Allen or Benny.
Where's Allen from?
Boston.
How about Benny?
He's from Waukegan.
Waukegan's west of Boston, ain't it?
Yes.
Benny's the one. So long, son. So long. Remember the words of Horace Greeley. Go west, young man. West, that is. So long.
So long.
So long.
So long.
So long. Where's that sound effect man? Always late. Late, that is.
Well, I suppose the senator has gone back to his newspaper. He spends all night reading Westbrook Peckler. I wonder if Titus Day is at home. He's always so moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Day, I see you're at home.
Yep, day in and day out, days in.
Yeah, I see, but you say your eyes look all red.
Been crying, Bob, reading a sad book.
What's the title of it?
Forever Amber.
The title, Forever Amber, isn't a sad book.
'Tis when you're my age, Bob.
Well, I have a very important question to ask you tonight. Who do you think is the better comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny?
Well, Bob, that's a moot question.
Moot question?
Yep, moot be Allen, moot be Benny.
I see. Well, which one do you consider the better comedian?
Never hear 'em myself. When they come on, I put my radio out in the hen house.
In the hen house? Why?
Steps up production. Every time Allen and Benny lay an egg, my hens try to match it.
And that really increases your egg production?
Did up to last Sunday.
What happened last Sunday?
All my hens killed themselves straining. So long, Bob.
Well, I guess Mr. Day has his troubles, just like the city folks. Let's try this next house.
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like it and the whole rest.
Ah, Mr. Kitzel.
You was expecting maybe Fibber McGee and Molotov?
Tell me, Mr. Kitzel, how is the hot dog business?
Very good, except for one thing. Mine customers have trouble making up their minds.
Making up their minds? To what?
Whether they want the pickle in the middle and the mustard on top, or the mustard in the middle and the pickle on top.
I can see where that would pose quite a problem. Anyway, what I'm trying to find out tonight is who you think is the better comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny.
In mine house, that is making argument. Mine wife, Tulule, is liking Fred Allen.
And you?
I am liking the great Gilderstein.
Oh, the great Gildersleeve.
Yes, when Gilderstein is broadcasting, Tulule is leaving the room.
I see.
When Fred Allen is broadcasting, I am leaving the room.
What happens when Jack Benny is broadcasting?
The radio is leaving the room.
What?
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top, just the way you like him and the whole rest.
Suppose Mr. Kitzel's life would be complete if people could just make up their minds where they want the mustard. Well, here's the last house in the alley. I wonder what a knock here will bring.
Greetings all. It's time for play, for Rogers here with Rondelay.
You have more poems for us tonight?
Oh, indubitably. Have you heard? To the rum, to the gin, I understand you're going steady with Ravel Ann.
No.
Or I said to myself, this is not for me, as I picked up the dice and threw a 3.
No.
Or my mother has rolled her stockings down since she heard Van Johnson is back in town.
That's just it. Tonight we are trying to find out who is the better comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny.
Precisely why I'm here. I have written a poem.
Now, what is your... Wait till I get this on tight. What is your comedian's poem called?
Allen or Benny.
How does it go?
Allen or Benny? The question rings, and the nation is put to a test. From city to hamlet, you hear the cry, is Allen or Benny best? Allen has bags and Benny is cheap, and they're both on Sunday night. So millions of people from coast to coast tune in to hear them fight. And I often wonder just what it means as they hurl their epitaphs. For while they're knocking each other out, Cass Daly gets all the laughs.
Well, I never thought of it. Thank you, Rochester Openshaw. And now Phil Harris and his No Goodman Orchestra will play Onesie Twosie because that's as high as they can count. Take it, boys.
Listen, my children, and you shall hear the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April, in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year, he said to his friend,
You're listening to the voice of Frederick March, reading Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's patriotic narrative, Paul Revere's Ride, a page from this afternoon's edition of Anthology. Carlos Williams was our guest on Anthology. We were talking before the broadcast, and I asked Dr. Williams what advice he had for today's young poets. He thought for a moment, and then with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, a twinkle you can certainly hear in his voice, he said,
If you like to eat, if you enjoy eating, do not be a poet. And think that you can make any money in it, because it is very certain that you will not make any money, and if you attempt to, you will degenerate into a certain class of poet whom we all know, and we don't we laugh at their verses, but there's nothing subtle about it. But there's nothing subtle about eating too. So I advise all young poets to get a job.
Dr. Williams, at 76, is still a practicing physician in Rutherford, New Jersey. Looking for the young poet's viewpoint on this subject, we invited as our first guest this Sunday an attractive young lady named Tamar Cooper, a young lady who is an aspiring actress but also an aspiring poetess. Her thespic talents have been displayed in over 50 TV appearances, on the radio and summer stock. And her poetic talents? Well, let's talk about poetry, Tam. What do you think about Dr. Williams' advice?
Well, I agree with him. I really do.
So you're going to get a steady job, or you have a steady job?
Well, let's say acting is my steady job. You forgot to say I was in Cyrano on Broadway.
That's true. Cyrano on Broadway.
Yes.
Tamar Cooper in Cyrano de Bergerac on Broadway.
Very poetic.
Indeed. Well, you're primarily an actress then.
That's right. That's my profession. And that's what, of course, actresses always advise actresses to get steady jobs, too. So it seems I'm in a position where everything I want to do, I have to get a steady job at.
Well, perhaps with two sort of unsteady jobs, maybe they'll add up to more or less some sort of a steady job, do you think?
Well, I don't know. How I feel about poetry is that you just can't make a cent on it. I mean, the most famous poets don't make money at their poetry.
That's true, whereas the famous actresses really do, don't they?
They really do.
That's your chance, huh?
Yes.
Well, how long have you been on Broadway, or shall I say in New York, since you've done what? Only the one play, actually.
I've only been on Broadway once. Yes.
Then how long have you been in New York?
Little over 3 years.
And you came from where?
Los Angeles.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
That accounts for the introduction in one of your poems.
Oh, about snow.
Yes.
That I've never seen. Yes. And this January was the first real snow I ever saw.
You liked it, I take it, or you wouldn't have written a poem about it, huh?
Yes. Fascinated me.
Well, you know, we've enjoyed finding out about your two professions. But we'd like to hear some of your poems even more than that, because after all, this is anthology, and our purpose is poetry here. Would you be kind enough to read some of them for us?
Well, I'd love to. They mean a lot to me. Poetry does. My first poem is a short poem. My fears, like black tears, through the years and years roll down the steeple of my thoughts. Caught, lots joy, the toy. This is the poem I wrote about snow last January. Snow, rows of soiled pebbles, step and slush, Rush, 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 even in the hush of snow. Coats wrapped, trapped in the prison of wool upon rubber. We suffer in the snow. Toes turn blue, hands do too, to the tune of the swirl, whirl of those sands of snow. Low it falls, stalls, speeding feet, halts the teeming city into steaming flats that know no snow. Chose roofs overhead instead of that curious, furious falling dandruff we love, we know as snow. The third poem is more or less an exercise in rhythm for myself. The tango played on the mango tree went bang over the heads of Fandango. Please don't tease. It's easy to be queasy when the reason is right, but season is wrong. The song belongs to Chango, doing the tango played on the mango tree. Repeat deceit, the leeches beseeches for one more. Tore the door, bored to death, our chest heaves to the tune of the tango played on the mango tree.
Thank you, Tam. Tamar Cooper, actress and poetess, reading her own poetry. We'll need you a little later on, though, Tam, so please don't rush off.
Oh, all right.
Picture, if you will, an Italian palazzo during the Renaissance. This is the night of the grand ball, the night when the young duke will announce his betrothal to one of the loveliest and one of the richest maidens in all Milan. Below, the guests await their host. Soft candlelight dances on the jeweled fingers of the lavishly dressed ladies. Their escorts in brocaded satins and velvets drink deeply from golden cups, their laughter mingling with the music from the balcony above. At the top of the long marble staircase, the young duke stands with an emissary recently arrived from his fiancée's father. As they descend, the duke catches his friend's arm for a moment. With a swift motion, he throws aside a heavy curtain, revealing the portrait of a young girl. The emissary catches his breath. The young duke smiles and says,
"That's my last duchess painted on the wall, looking as if she were alive. I call that piece a wonder now. Fra Pandolf's hands worked busily a day, and there she stands. Will please you sit and look at her? I said Fra Pandolf by design, for never read strangers like you that pictured countenance, the depth and passion of its earnest glance. But to myself they turn, since none puts by the curtain I have drawn for you but I, and seem to ask me if they durst how such a glance came there. So not the first of you to turn and ask thus. Sir, 'twas not her husband's presence only called that spot of joy into the duchess' cheek. Perhaps Fra Pandolf chanced to say, her mantle laps over my lady's wrist too much, or paint must never hope to reproduce the faint half-flush that dies along her throat. Well, such stuff was courtesy, she thought, and cause enough for calling up that spot of joy. She had a heart, how shall I say, too soon made glad, too easily impressed. She liked whate'er she looked on, and her looks went everywhere. Such was all one. My favorite abreast, the dropping of the sunlight in the west, the bough of cherry some officious fool broke in the orchard for her, the white mule she rode round the terrace, all in each would draw from her alike the approving speech or blush, at least. She thanked men, good, but thanked somehow, I know not how, as if she ranked my gift of a 900-year-old name with anybody's gift. Who'd stoop to blame this sort of trifling? Even had you the skill in speech, which I have not, to make your will quite clear to such as one and say, just this or that in you disgusts me, here you miss or there exceed the mark. And if she let herself be listened so, nor plainly set her wit to yours, forsooth, and made excuse, E'en then would be some stooping, and I choose never to stoop. Oh, sir, she smiled, no doubt, whene'er I passed her. But who passed without much the same smile? This grew. I gave commands. Then all smiles stopped together. There she stands as if alive. I will please you rise. We'll meet the company below then. I repeat, the count your master's known munificence is ample warrant that no just pretense of mine for dowry will be disallowed, though his fair daughter's self, as I avowed at starting, is my object. Nay, we'll go together down, sir. Notice Neptune, taming a seahorse, thought a rarity, which claws of Innsbruck cast in bronze for me.
If you'd like to leave your plumed hat and poisoned ring there on the table, I'd like our friends to meet you as yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Stanley Tannen, the second of our young guests this afternoon. Stanley, like Tam Cooper, has his eye on the theater, but he also enjoys reading poetry, and when he called and asked us if he could read for us some Sunday afternoon on anthology, we very gratefully accepted. Stanley, let's talk a little about readings in general. Of course, productions like Don Juan in Hell and John Brown's Body have given this almost neglected art a tremendous boost these days. But what sort of readings have you done?
Well, Mr. Fleetwood, the last readings I done were over at Columbia University. There weren't too many. I did a few readings from Charles Dickens' Pickwick Papers and a few readings from the Red Badge of Courage by Stephen Crane. I think this is a wonderful medium. I think it's a wonderful thing that you have this program. I was very glad to be here.
Well, that's nice of you to say all those things. We really weren't questioning you to get kind words out of you, but we never turn them aside, believe me. You mentioned Columbia University. Are you associated with the university?
Well, I was attending the School of General Studies, which is a side branch of the school. I was in Columbia School.
Were you studying poetry or theater or poetry reading there?
No, just taking a general studies course there. And my hobby was spending some time over at the station.
At the radio station at Columbia?
Yes, WKCR, if I can put in the plug.
Oh, I think so. Inasmuch as the radius of the beam, I believe, from the Columbia University station doesn't go beyond the dorms, I suppose we can risk that competition. Well, you plan to do work essentially in radio or the theater?
Well, my ideal aim is the theater, and any acting, whether on TV, radio, is all wonderful experience and pleasure to do.
The allied arts, in other words.
Yes.
The theater.
Yes, Mr. Fleetwood.
Well, we certainly wish you all the best of luck in the future, Stanley.
Thank you.
Again, we thank you for reading for us this afternoon on Anthology. Under the department marked Letters from Listeners, we've been very remiss, and we're most apologetic. Every week, we've truly tried to find time to thank people such as Gerald Carson, George Daniels, and Isabel Churchick for their very kind and encouraging letters. We've wanted to answer a note from C.H. O'Hara, chairman of the Department of English of Washington Irving High School, on the subject of schedules and other material pertinent to anthology. At the present time, we're not equipped to issue advance notices for anthology. We will, however, try to keep you informed of coming events, and perhaps in the not-too-far future, we'll be able to send out a printed schedule. Monroe Hall writes to tell us that in England, poetry and related programs over the BBC have been a great success. One of our English counterparts is called
The BBC presents Time for Verse, a poetry notebook edited and produced by Patrick Dickinson. The readers are Marjorie Anderson and John Lorry.
The BBC has very kindly lent us several transcriptions from their series, and we plan to feature them on Anthology very soon. The programs deal with all phases of English verse, classic and modern, from poetry of a serious nature to poetry with a lighter touch.
Trees from the very first have naturally been used by poets to point a moral. The Atheist and the Acorn is by the 17th century poet Anne, Countess of Winchelsea.
Methinks this world is oddly made, and everything's amiss, a dull, presuming atheist said, as stretched he lay beneath a shade, and instanced it in this. Behold, quoth he, that mighty thing, a pumpkin large and round, is held by but a little string, which upward cannot make it spring, or bear it from the ground. Whilst on this oak, a fruit so small, so disproportioned grows, that who with sense surveys this all, this universal casual ball, its ill contrivance knows. My better judgment would have hung that weight upon a tree, and left this mast, thus lightly strung, mongst things that on the surface sprung, and small and feeble be. No more the caviller could say, nor farther faults descry, for as he upward gazing lay, an acorn, loosened from the stay, fell down upon his eye. The offended part with tears ran o'er, as punished for the sin. Fool, had that bough a pumpkin bore, thy whimsies must have worked no more, nor skull had kept them in.
A card from Bernice Aronson and a request. Tam, one of Miss Aronson's favorite poems is Milton's On His Blindness. I wonder if you'd read it for her and for us.
I'd love to, Fleetwood. When I consider how my light is spent ere half my days in this dark world and wide, and that one talent, which is death to hide, lodged with me useless, though my soul more bent to serve therewith my Maker, and present my true account, lest he returning chide. Doth God exact day labor, light denied, I fondly ask? But patience, to prevent that murmur, soon replies, God doth not need either man's work or his own gifts. Who best bear his mild yoke, they serve him best. His state is kingly. Thousands at his bidding speed and post o'er land and ocean without rest. They also serve, who only stand and wait.
Thank you, Tam. And don't be a stranger.
Oh, I won't. Oh, before I leave, there's an old Scottish doggerel that I just love. Have we a few seconds?
Always for you, Tam.
Thank you. From bullies and ghosties and long-legged beasties and things that go bump in the night, may the good Lord protect you. Goodbye, Fleetwood.
Goodbye, Tam. 179 years ago, in Concord Village, there was a growing uneasiness, premonition of coming battle and bloodshed, should the British march against the ill-equipped forces of the so-called revolutionists. Revolutionists we prefer to call American Minutemen. The story of the events preceding that battle are read today by young and old, not only in our history books, but in a beloved poem by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. On the anniversary of this historic event, we invite you to enjoy those exciting moments once again as Frederick March reads Paul Revere's Ride.
Listen, my children, and you shall hear the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April, in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend, If the British march by land or sea from the town tonight, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the North Church Tower as a signal light. 1, if by land, and 2, if by sea. And I, on the opposite shore, will be ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm, for the country folk to be up and to arm. Then he said, good night, and with muffled oar silently rowed to the Charleston shore. Just as the moon rose over the bay, for swinging wide at her moorings lay the Somerset, British man of war, a phantom ship, with each mast and spar across the moon like a prison bar, and a huge black hulk that was magnified by its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile, his friend, through alley and street, wanders and watches with eager ears, till in the silence around him he hears the muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms and the tramp of feet, and the measured tread of the grenadiers marching down to their boats on the shore. And he climbed the tower of the old North Church by the wooden stairs, with stealthy tread, to the belfry chamber overhead, and startled the pigeons from their perch on the somber rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade. By the trembling ladder, steep and tall, to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen, and looked down a moment on the roofs of the town, and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath, in the churchyard, lay the dead in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear like a sentinel's tread the watchful night wind, as it went creeping along from tent to tent and seeming to whisper, all is well. A moment only he feels the spell of the place and the hour, and the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dead. For suddenly, all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred, with a heavy stride on the opposite shore walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed at the landscape far and near, then, impetuous, stamped the earth, and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly, he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the old North Church, as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral, and somber and still. And lo, as he looks, on the belfry's height a glimmer, and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle. The bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes, till full on his sight a second lamp on the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in the village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles in passing, a spark struck out by a steed flying fearless and fleet. And that was all. And yet, through the gloom and the light, the fate of a nation was riding that night, and the spark struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. He has left the village and mounted the steep, and beneath him, tranquil and broad and deep, is the mystic, meeting the ocean tides. And under the alders that skirt its edge, now soft on the sand, now loud on the ledge, is heard the tramp of his steed as he rides. It was 12 by the village clock when he crossed the bridge into Medford town. He heard the crowing of the cock, and the barking of the farmer's dog, and felt the damp of the river fog that rises after the sun goes down. It was 1 by the village clock when he galloped into Lexington. He saw the gilded weathercock swim in the moonlight as he passed, and the meeting-house windows, black and bare, gazed at him with a spectral glare, as if they already stood aghast at the bloody work they would look upon. It was 2 by the village clock when he came to the bridge in Concord town. He heard the bleating of the flock and the twitter of birds among the trees, and felt the breath of the morning breeze blowing over the meadows brown. And one was safe and asleep in his bed, who at the bridge would be first to fall, who that day would be lying dead, pierced by a British musket ball. You know the rest. In the books, you have read how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball for ball from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, then crossing the fields to emerge again under the trees at the turn of the road. and only pausing to fire and load. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm. A cry of defiance and not of fear. A voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, and a word that shall echo forevermore. For born on the night wind of the past, through all our history, to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere.
And so, Anthology number 8. Many thanks to Tamar Cooper for being with us this afternoon, and to Stanley Tannen, too, with our other guest of the afternoon. Next week, we promise you a rare listening treat. On Monday, April 24th, Harper & Brothers will publish Mine the Harvest, a selection from the last poems of Edna St. Vincent Millay, which she, at the time of her death, was preparing for publication, together with a few unpublished poems from an earlier period. Next Sunday, April 23rd, excerpts from the new book will be read by the distinguished American author and composer Deems Taylor, who will also tell us some of his own personal experiences with Miss Millay. As another highlight of the program, you will hear Edna St. Vincent Millay herself reading her own poetry from special records which were broadcast on NBC in 1939. Anthology is brought to you by WNBC in cooperation with the Poetry Center of the YW and YMHA, 92nd Street and Lexington Avenue in Manhattan. John Malcolm Brennan, director. The next important event scheduled at the Poetry Center will be the appearance on Saturday, May 8th of Carson McCullers in a lecture reading concerning the development of her literary career. Remember the date, May 8th. Anthology is produced by Steve White, written and directed for WNBC by Draper Lewis. Until next Sunday at 3, this is Fleetwood wishing you good luck and good reading.
Loretta Young, Dan O'Herlihy, Raymond Burr, and tonight's special guest, Mr. Thomas F. O'Neill. From Hollywood, the Mutual Network, in cooperation with Family Theater, presents Hound of Heaven, starring Dan O'Herlihy and Raymond Burr. And now, here's your hostess, Miss Loretta Young.
Thank you, Tony Lafrano. Family Theater's only purpose is to bring to everyone's attention a practice that must become an important part of our lives if we're to win peace for ourselves, peace for our families, and peace for the world. Family Theater urges you to pray. Pray together as a family.
And now to our transcribed drama, Hound of Heaven, starring Dan O'Herlihy as Francis Thompson and Raymond Burr as the narrator.
I fled him down the nights.
Yes, you fled him. You eluded him.
I fled him down the nights and down the days.
Yes, you twisted, turned, tried to escape.
From those strong feet that followed after.
But did you ever really escape him? His name